Hello, everyone. I hope you're having a great Sunday morning or whatever time zone you are having. Welcome to the second day of Roguelike Celebration 2025. If you are watching this from Twitch or YouTube and wondering what this chat or social space that I'll keep referring to is, please go get your ticket at roguelike.club and join us. We've got a wonderful community and vibrant chatting and discussions that always happen in the social space. And speaking of tickets, you can go to the same site to donate to Roguelike Celebration. The conference is entirely volunteer run, but we do need money to keep the conference going for things like having Maggie every year, a wonderful and hardworking white coat captioner who comes, like I said, every year and does things like caption robot karaoke, which is very fun and silly, and also I'm sure not the easiest thing to caption. And we really appreciate working with her. And on the continuing note of running the conference, we could really use some new volunteers. Since some of us are going to be stepping back for a well-earned break after 5 years of running this digital conference, we could especially use people who can help us run the Steam sale, ideally people who have maybe their own game that would fit in the sale. We could use someone who could help us with social media and reaching out to potential speakers. And we could use someone to help take over some of the little admin tasks that are required to keep a con running, like interfacing with our nonprofit fiscal sponsor. And of course, we can also always have people who are helping make the social space special, adding content or helping with the tech side of things. And we are open to sponsors. So if you have an organization that would be interested in sponsoring Roguelike Celebration, please let us know. We've got a link about that on our website. We also, of course, have merch and Steam sale. You can buy wonderful shirts like this one for this year's Roguelike Celebration, and we also have all the past years up on the merch store. So I'll definitely be buying some. I encourage you to check those out as well. And we have this wonderful social space. You can hang out in the big top. That's where we'll be having most of the discussion during the talks, or explore as you feel. It's your conference. You can pop out the video feed to watch wherever it is you are in the space. If you do have feedback on the space itself, there's a place to put it in the pavilion. And if you are having any issues or if you aren't seeing anyone chatting, I promise, especially in the big top, people will be chatting. So reload the page, and usually that'll fix some of those chat issues. Keep an eye out for note walls throughout the space, share fun little tidbits with fellow attendees, and especially share links at the obelisk. I know my tabs always get super full during the talks, as everyone in chat and on the speakers are sharing these wonderful things that I want to keep track of later. The obelisk is our way of keeping those in a nice space where everyone can take a look at those after the conference. As you're exploring the space, also be on the lookout for some fun secrets. You can change your name color, earn badges, and there are some puzzles in the social space that you might be able to figure out and earn some special badges. Now, if you do have any questions during these talks, please put them on the note wall in the theater and upvote any questions there. That's really helpful, and that's a good place to keep track of what people are talking about during the talk so we can talk to the speaker about them afterward. And now we've got a couple minutes. We've got about 10 minutes before our first talk block begins. So get your beverages ready, cycle your fluids, and be back here at 9:45 for our first talk of the day, starting with Ada Null talking about dyke sex and ennui, generating unending narrative in Kiss Garden. So don't miss that. I'll be back in 10 minutes. Hello, I'm back and ready to intro our first talk of the second day of Roguelike celebration. I hope you've all gotten her lovely beverages and ideally not spilled them on your Roguelike celebration shirt, as I have not done today, but did yesterday. And getting settled, because now we're going to be hearing from Ada Null about dyke sex and ennui generating unending narrative in Kiss Garden. Ada is an artist,
Hello.
writer, and maker working in London, UK. She tells stories of broken pasts and uncertain futures, fractured yet forever longing. Her work has been featured in publications such as The White Pew and Art Monthly. And Ada thinks roguelikes are very cool, though she still can't make it past the bit in Caves of Cud, where you get Iron Chink. Frankly, Ada, I also have not gotten past that. I don't even think I've gotten that far, so you are in good company. Awesome. Take it away.
Gorgeous. Hello, Roguelike Celebration. I am Ada Null. I'm an artist, a writer, and a game maker, and it's an absolute pleasure to be here. Today, I'll be discussing Kiss Garden, a work of mine that I think I have just enough distance from creating to meaningfully analyse. I'll explore how the work uses procedural generation and materiality to express a feeling of discontent with the present and lost faith in meaningfully new futures. In a word, ennui. Just a note, the work contains sexual themes, but the generated textual descriptions of sex will be censored. You can scan this QR code for the uncensored samples. A year ago, with art school finished and after a rough breakup, I was in what could only be described as my mess era. This looked like a lot of ambiguous, half-hearted sexual entanglements with an absurdity only someone in her early 20s could have. I felt, wrongly, that this was just what life was going to be forever now. And during this time, I made Kiss Garden. Kiss Garden is a generative installation artwork, so this audience can picture it as like a roguelike, but with no controls. A receipt printer is hung up high, endlessly printing a single long receipt. The receipt alternates between two streams of procedurally generated text. In one, we hear the narrated beats of a dyke's overlapping, short-lived relationships, her meetings, dates, breakups, and her many, many sexual encounters. In the other, an overgrown garden is described by a wandering narrator who obsesses over plants at random and lyricizes about the garden with an open contempt. As the receipt gathers on the floor, viewers will often rip off sections to take away from the piece. Before analysing Kiss Garden's procedural text generation, I want us to look at Kate Compton's conception of perceptual differentiation versus perceptual uniqueness. But we'll start with her 10,000 bowls of oatmeal problem, which I'm sure many of you are already familiar with. Imagine a procedural generator that generates plain bowls of oatmeal. Maybe it uses a fancy physics simulation to place each oat with a chaotic, physically accurate position and rotation. Every one of these bowls is, strictly speaking, a completely unique permutation. But to a glancing viewer, they just look like identical plain bowls of oatmeal. If this were a garden, it would be a topiary garden, with the trees all clipped to the exact same specification. They may all have their own unique, wildly complex structure of branches and foliage, but perceived holistically, it's the same damn tree every time. I hope this doesn't too much offend the topiary garden enjoyers in the audience today, but I find these trees really boring, but it's a shallow kind of bore that I'm feeling. It's just one dull tree copied a bunch of times over. Whatever. Let's move on from our oatmeal garden. In her hugely influential article, So You Want to Build a Generator, Compton describes two classes of generated artifact distinction beyond just indistinguishable oatmeal. At the far end of the spectrum, we have what she calls perceptual uniqueness. Now we're in a garden more akin to Hieronymus Bosch's Garden of Earthly Delights. Look at this crazy garden. Hanging out with any one of these weird animals must be like a completely unique experience from all the others. This is surely the target for nearly all procedural generators, right? I bet money these paintings were on a design doc for Spore somewhere. All these strange scenes are perceived as completely distinct from each other. This is what Compton describes as characterful. It's hard to define exactly what creates this perception, but you just know all the people in these paintings are going to be on Reddit after this, talking about that 1 in a million run they just had with like a bird in ice skates. So we've seen the floor, which is oatmeal, where the artifacts produced by a procedural generator are perceived as essentially identical. And then we've seen the high bar of perceptual uniqueness, where the artifacts are perceived as characterfully distinct from each other. But there's a lower bar that a procedural generator can clear, which Compton calls perceptual differentiation. And this, I think, is where Kiss Garden lives. Picture a garden full of wild trees of the same species. If you compare any two trees, you can clearly tell they're different trees that have grown in their own way, but you'd be hard-pressed if the next day I asked you to describe exactly how they were different. They're just, they're different trees. They branch differently. They're slightly different heights. These trees aren't characterful, at least not relative to each other, so they aren't perceptually unique, but they are perceptually differentiated. Once more, this garden's kind of boring, but it's a different kind of boring from our topiary garden. I feel like we could walk through this garden forever and ever, and we'd know we're making progress through it and not just walking in circles, because these trees are actually different, but it's all just blah. It's not really a garden anymore, more an endless forest, and what we find here perhaps isn't just a shallow boredom, but a deep sense of ennui. So the goal for Kissgarden's approach to procedural generation is to achieve perceptual differentiation, but to intentionally fall short of perceptual uniqueness in order to capture the sense of endlessly more of the same. I wasn't aware of these terms at the time, but looking back, I do think this was a clear design intention. As already described, Kissgarden interlaces these two separate narratives, the Dyke dating story and the person walking through the garden. It goes back and forth, generating a stanza for a single narrative event each time. We'll start by analysing these individual stanzas and then look at the broader event structure. So, how do we make the stanzas distinct but blur together en masse? Well, to be honest, you've probably already figured it out. We just use a simple grammar. Give it some variation, but not too much. No special rare paths, no content that diverges too much thematically or tonally. Take a look at these breakup events from the dating narrative. There's really no magic here at the stanza level. A perceptual differentiation without uniqueness is kind of just the default. It's the B- student's procedural generator. See these generated sexual encounters. There's some more semantic variation here, but not much. Whose place they go to and who tops are randomly selected each time. I suppose there's something to be said for the word choice. The kind of disaffected energy given by the protagonist perhaps helps the text blur together somewhat. These stanzas from the garden narrative are the same kind of deal. They're these repetitive fill-in-the-blank grammars. The narrator's not really doing much to inject life in them either. So I think these stanzas are doing pretty well for perceptual differentiation sans perceptual uniqueness. It turns out that's not the hard part. Here's a more pressing question. How do we fall flat before perceptual uniqueness while still keeping the output engaging? Well, I think I've found two clear techniques for maintaining a sense of narrative momentum, which are both implemented at the wider level of event generation. Layering and rapid change. There's never just one thing going on in Kissgarden, and what's happening is constantly shifting. The event generation uses layering in two places. So, firstly, both narratives are playing out at the same time, and secondly, in the dating narrative, the narrator's usually dating 2 or 3 people at once. Then we bring in rapid change. We keep switching between the two narratives every stanza, and the narratives use these fast-moving event loops. The relationships in the dating narrative really don't last very long, maybe a few stanzas of dates in between the meeting and the breakup events at most. Meanwhile, the garden narrative shifts between the protagonist wandering, pondering a particular plant, and sometimes full-on obsessing over said plant. Now, I'm aware I'm describing these techniques as if they're for like an audience of iPad babies, but remember we're fighting an uphill battle here. The text itself is intentionally kind of bland, so the sort of social media feed techniques being used here keep the work engaging without weakening the thematic intentions. In fact, I'd argue they work in favour of those intentions. They create this sense of chaos and being overwhelmed, while still going nowhere at all, and these feelings I remember well. And it's worth mentioning that both narrative streams are given a little bit of texture as a treat. In the dating narrative, every relationship is generated as either a hookup, a friends with benefit situation, or a romantic entanglement, and the prose takes on subtly different tones depending on which. Meanwhile, in the garden narrative, whenever the protagonist gets occasionally obsessed with a particular plant, the prose is allowed to go off the rails a bit, stringing together more active phrases with these random conjunctions to produce kind of surreal logics. In our forest metaphor, we could think of the different relationship types as subtly different tree variants, and the moments of garden lyricism as like a rare special tree, a pointed moment of perceptual uniqueness. I'd consider these textual elements to reinforce the overwhelming failure of perceptual uniqueness by being these exceptions to the rule. And again, it's something compelling in a sea of blah. We need to talk a bit about materiality as well. I think this is one of those really easily underconsidered elements of procedural generation. How does the viewer encounter your generated artifacts? Because while all this minutiae of text generation is really sexy and academic, the first thing anyone sees in the work is just a very long receipt, and that carries huge aesthetic weight. The length of the receipt immediately communicates a sense of endlessness, as is the fact there's endlessly more of it getting printed out. The text is small, so it demands you to get up close, at which point the scale of the work is exaggerated. What really does it for me is its disposable nature. You can rip it, tread on it, I don't care. There'll always be more of it. It screams, this is not important to me. So, yeah, in summary, I got some samey, but not too samey lines of text, mixed them all up into a busy and fast-moving narrative, and put them on a long bit of paper. And that's what it's like being a sad lesbian. I hope this allowed you to consider alternative aesthetic modes of procedural generation. And I suppose if you're not going for ennui, then much as Sean Murray once did, you can take this all as a lesson in what not to do. Thank you again, Leo Fox, for the illustrations, and thank you again, Roguelike Celebration. I hope you all have a wonderful Sunday.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Ada. That was fantastic. And I think everyone should give being a sad lesbian a try, at least for a little bit of their lives. It's an experience for sure. Some of that kind of reminded me of what the architect Christopher Alexander wrote about, and like the physical embodiment of sadness in a space is like a trait of that space, not just a psychological reaction to it, but something like inherent to that physical being. But I had a question about how did you transition between the garden narrative and the dating narrative, and like what was the logic between like where and how often, and how you did those transitions?
It is really simple. It just gets an event from one, then an event from the other. A lot of the piece is really quite simple. It just throws the events together. The events are really simple. I started making the piece by just writing out what I wanted an output to look like, and then it turns out it wasn't that hard to get there.
Yeah, I think that's a technique that bears fruit for a lot of generators. And also, maybe we don't need to make things as complicated as we maybe dream of. We do have a question from Leo. What's specifically lesbian about infinity and boredom? Like they mentioned the concept of doomed Yuri.
That's a hard one. Thanks, Leo.
It's a big question. Yes.
I don't know. There's a sort of quiet beyond timeness of it. Maybe if we talk about queer time, it kind of exists. I don't know. I just think about lazy mornings and sort of existing outside of more prescribed structures of time.
Yeah, I think that makes sense to me. And that's a great thing that people can talk more about in the breakout rooms as well. Have more of a discussion about that. And the breakout room for to talk about dyke sex and ennui will be the dressing room. So after this block of talks, you'll be able to talk more with Ada about that there. Thank you so much for coming and speaking at Roguelike Celebration. That was awesome.
Thank you so much.
Awesome. Now I'm going to introduce our next speaker, who is probably going to be familiar to many people who have been to previous Roguelike Celebration. Yunez Rabi has spoken at previous Roguelike Celebrations many times and always has fantastic talks. And this week is going to be telling us about Maxwell's Demons, the thermodynamics of procedural generators. Yunez is a French Arab game researcher, designer, and performer, and is going to be explaining how Maxwell's Demons thermodynamics are applied to procedural generators. Thank you so much for joining us, Yunez.
It's really my pleasure. I want to take a time before starting my talk to really thank the Roguelike Celebration, the whole team. This event is very special. And yeah, I wanted to take 1 minute to thank you all. Thank you so much for hosting me once again. Welcome, everyone. Thank you for coming to my talk. We are Maxwell's Demons for Thermodynamics of Procedural Generators. Let's start by talking about me, which is a thing I absolutely hate. This time I chose to not spend time making my presentation slide because I want to not be defined by the things I used to put here before. I used to put there that I was an engineer, but I was an indie game dev for a bit more than 10 years. But right now I'm doing a PhD in generative AI, let's say. What's the worst way to put it, I think, at Queen Mary's University of London. But, given the state of the game industry and my academic burnout, I don't want to be defined by these things anymore. I just want to talk to you today about my feelings. I know not my feelings, but here is what I feel. I don't know about you guys, but I hate it here. When I started my PhD in 2020, nobody knew what I was doing. I had a hard time explaining just the concept of procedural generation to my family, to my friends, to my teachers even. And now, 5 years later, it's all everybody talks about, and it's the worst way possible. It really feels like somebody made a wish and it got twisted somewhere. Let me pull out my notes for this section. That's the only section I really wrote. So in the last years, more than the last 5 years, we've seen claims by the game industry that PCG techniques can speed up development time for little cost. We have seen claims that have been even intensified with the advent of big commercial deep learning models, and the wildest of these claims is probably done by one of our Turing Prize nominee, Yann Lequin, who claims that these models actually spend much less energy than actual human beings doing the work. But at the same time, we do have news reports that the energy costs of generative AI are soaring, and the marketing model advertises little costs, but behind the scenes, they do seem to rely on a colossal corpus of work. This corpus of work is created by artists, by voice actors, by game writers, by fiction writers. All this work is often stolen, and in the way they present it, they make the necessary cost in human labor artificially hidden. Some of the time, they do this by taking profit of the precarious economic conditions of the global south. We're speaking about the underpaid workers who have done filtering work for example, ChatGPT. We can talk about the exploitative working conditions, the repetitiveness of the work, the psychological consequences of that work, and all these claims made by multiple industries here, they go against what the PCG designers actually say about the work. We have, for example, this very funny tweet by Orte42 that says, "Thanks to procedural generation, I can produce twice the content in double the time." A funny twist on a phrase that comes often. Or we have more seriously from back in GDC 2007 from Chain Gold. There's a trade-off between the breadth of content you can make in one of these tools and the depth and the quality of that content. So PCG designers do have a notion in mind about costs, what it takes to do this work. And this all this knowledge about what it actually takes to do this work is completely absent from the conversation about generative AI. As time goes on, the lines between which models are so-called generative AI and which ones are old-school PCG make it blurry. It feels like the audiences to this work, not the experts, i.e. us in the room, but the audiences, it doesn't really feel like they don't have a vocabulary to express their fears and frustrations in accurate terms. How to explain them that their favorite Minecraft generator is not that different from ChatGPT in its conceptuality, but the differences in scale and all these impacts are much bigger. How to make them coincide within the same framework? All these issues, in the last years, shown to me the growing need for more formal tools, more framework, a more fundamental theory of generators. That hopefully could lead to a better understanding of their cost in human labor, of their characteristics, and all the trade-offs that as a designer you have to navigate when you develop one of these, and how to navigate around all these problems, how this issue, like the well-known oatmeal 1000 bowl of oatmeal problems. So I'm going to present you a work that I've been doing in the last years. Some of this have been published before, some of this is fully new, And it was supposed to be a paper that I was supposed to write for my thesis, and it's really hard to write these days. And the Roguelike celebration felt like the right place to do this for the first time. So I'm going to skip over some details. There's some nuances that I will have to skim because we simply don't have the time to go through all of them. But the goal of this work is to be a stepping stone, hopefully, to offer the first steps of a formalism to study these issues on a more grounded, formal mathematical level. And my inspiration was thermodynamics. Thermodynamics is a field of physics that's had to handle this before. At the time of Carnot, in the 19th century, there was this craze around thermal engines, but we had to study really what are the costs of using these engines, and because of the impacts in the many fields of society afterwards. And it feels like, to me, we need some of these tools to understand better what we're doing. So I'm going to start by putting up some definitions here. You're going to see some math. Please don't be afraid. As soon as this section is over, we're going to talk more about, in a more design language, what we can do with all of this and what it is useful for. And I'm going to start with a simple model inspired by physics. I'm going each time to take something from physics, a simple model, and show you how we can make a link between that thing in physics and how we can have an analogy for generators. First thing is the model for a gas. A gas is, for example, a cloud of smoke is a gas, or boiled water when you get steam is a gas. We have a simple model in thermodynamical physics to talk about it. It's the ideal gas model. You see a gas has a simple collection of molecules. There's an amount of these particles. It's called N, the amount of substance. This gas takes a specific space, a specific volume. It's called V. It has a specific temperature, which is related to the speed of the particles. It's called T. And the gas, when you compress it, it kind of like has this kind of internal force that is called pressure. It's called P. And the fun thing is that in a gas, all these things are related to each other. We have this ideal gas law, P times V equals N times R times T. R being here a constant, but is always the same. It's very much like a proportionality between all these quantities. And here I want to kind of like create these variables for generators. I want to create the idea of the pressure of a generator, the temperature of a generator, the volume of a generator, the amount of substance of a generator, and this will hopefully help us understand some things about generators that we do have intuition for, but hopefully can find also mathematical grounding for. So in our context, what's a generator? A generator here is a deterministic algorithm. It is written in a given programming language, and for the specific formalism, the size of its inputs and outputs is always the same. An input is often called a seed for a generator, and the output is often called an artifact. And what's interesting is that in a computer, all of this can be represented by a simple binary string. You can have an algorithm that outputs pictures, that outputs text, but all of this at the end of the day is stored in a binary format. So we're only speaking like in very abstract terms about like these strings of binary numbers. So the unit we're working with here is the bit. Everything is counted in bits or maybe bytes. When we talk about the size of inputs, we're speaking about how many bits there is to describe seeds, how many bits artifacts take, and how many bits and bytes the algorithm that is the generator takes in this formalism. Our generator has many components in them, many things we can study. There's, for example, the possibility space of a generator, which is a simple set that contains all of the generator's outputs. For example, if you have a generator that emulates a single disx, then all the outputs are simply the numbers from 1 to 6. If you have a generator that emulates the behavior of a 2d6 rule, then you have in that possibility space the numbers from 2 to 12. And here the kind of like measure we're going to put on the possibility space, we're going to call it the scale. We're going to use the same variables as for gases. We're going to call it n, and basically it's a simple measure of how many elements there is in the possibility space. There's another interesting thing about generators we can study, which is a probability distribution. Again, if we take the same examples, if we take 1d6, all the outputs have an equally likely chance to appear when you use the generator. But if you simulate a 2d6 roll, then as you probably know, there's only one way to have 2s if you roll 2 ones, but there's many ways to have 7s. You can have 2 and 5, 3 and 4, etc. So the odds are not the same everywhere. And all of this information is stored in an object we can call the probability distribution. How likely it is that we're going to have this given this artifact. And then there's the one that's the scariest, but please bear with me. We're going to talk about Kolmogorov complexity. Scary name, but very simple concept. It's basically the answer to this question. How much information do you really need to describe a given artifact? So here I have taken 3 simple pixel pictures. They are 6 by 6 pixels, so each of them have 36 pixels. And what you can do to describe these pictures, you can basically just read the pixels if you want to. But check a pattern, you can just say that there's a black pixel, then a white pixel, then a black pixel, then a white pixel, etc. Same thing for it's kind of like flower pattern, and for that very noisy, colorful pattern at the bottom, you can say it has a blue pixel, then a green pixel, then a yellow pixel, etc., etc. But if you want to describe these artifacts, if you want to tell somebody, hey, can you draw me this? You don't have to exactly repeat each pixel one by one. You can describe them in a different way. For example, for the checkerboard pattern, you can describe it in a very simple way. You can just tell your program to just alternate between black and white pixels. For that flower pattern, you can smartly cut it into 3 rectangles, 2 red rectangles, and a white square in the middle. But you can't really do that for the noisy pattern. You don't see any pattern that can exploit. You can kind of have to reuse the description of each pixels. That description, you can also do it in code form. You can write a code that's going to generate that very specific artifact. And just a translation of what we said using natural language, we're just writing it here in Lua for Pico 8. The checkerboard pattern is not complex. It only takes 30 bytes to write. The flower takes a bit more information. We need 60 bytes to write it. And the very noisy pattern, I haven't written it in its entirety. It takes much more information to describe, because there's no pattern we can exploit. We really have not much choice, but just outputs the list of all these pixels. That measure of how much you can compress the description of something, that's Kolmogorov complexity. As a side note, it's hard, it's almost impossible to calculate its value exactly, but we can have ways to have estimations of what the values of a given artifact can be. What's interesting with Kolmogorov complexity is that it is a hint about the patterns in a given artifact. With a lower K complexity, you have repetitive structures, easy to spot patterns. With a high K complexity, you have noisy patterns, and what are not really, you have noisiness and not really spottable patterns. And you have, of course, the in-between that is often very interesting. Going back to this idea of describing generators with volume and pressure, we can use this idea of compressibility to describe generators. Here you have 2 generators that have the exact same outputs. They even have kind of the same codes, except that one is easy to read, it has clear variables, and the other is very compressed. It's made to take less space. We're calling the space in bytes that the generator's code is taking its volume. On the left, you have a source code that is taking 206 bytes, and the right, we can reduce it to 140 bytes. And kind of want to have this notion that there's a proportionality between the two. There's this idea of compression. One is super compressed and the other is not compressed. And you can create these very simple variables, P and V, and the simple ratio between the two, and say that they always have this ratio that P times V is a constant when you compress the same generator. But in one case, you have a high volume, low pressure, low compression. and in the other case, you have low volume and a bigger pressure, bigger compression. So with this idea of compression and cumulative complexity, we're going to think about the minimum space a given generator can take, its cumulative complexity. And we're going to take that as a measure of how much information it does actually contain. We can always inflate the volume of a generator. We can add blank statements. We can write longer variable names. We can add structures that aren't going to be used. But to compress it in its barest form, you only leave the most crucial amount of information. And for me, that variable is very interesting because this is, in my view, where the designer's knowledge is stored. It is the designer's knowledge encoded in an algorithm. And this encoding process is costly because first you need to gather that knowledge yourself, of course, but also you need to spend time writing in code to specify it, outline it, test it, and debug it. So this measure, V star, the minimum information volume, for me it represents how costly it is to make a generator in study, in implementation, in testing, and all of this. And that's, of course, the space you take if you compress this generator to the maximum. Now I'm going to look at the time. All right, might need to speed up a little bit. And the final variable we're going to be interesting here, we're going to call it temperature. It's also related to K complexity, and it's the answer to the question, how complex are the outputs on average? If a generator has a low temperature, in average, usually its artifacts have a low complexity, it is very structured. High temperature, it is very noisy, and there's in between, but can have interesting patterns. If we do this and use these variables in a smart way, we can create a relationship between all of them. We can, for example, notice that a simple library of artifacts is a generator, right? We can simply have a generator that has all our artifacts lined up from 1 to 100 if we have 100 artifacts, and simply give one of them at random uniformly. If you have that, you have written a generator. It's not very smart, it's not very compressed, but it is a generator. And that generator has a size we can actually compute based on the other variables. We know that it has n times t bits, if you want to describe it this way. And because that's a generator, p times v is a constant, so at the end of the day, we have this very interesting formulation, p times v equals n times t, which is very similar to the ideal gas law that we had for gas in physics. So we do have these variables, we do have these relationships between them. And now I'm going to present a result, please don't be afraid, a result that is what I got after working with variables in that framework, which is a relationship between all of them, a way specifically to give lower and upper bounds on V star based on the other variables. So it looks hideous, of course, and that's the most complex case with like all variables. Part of that work has been published before in a previous paper with a small demo and more explanations if you want to see it. We're going to simplify it right away. We're going to take a simple case where all the outputs in our system are equally likely, meaning the probability distribution is simply constant. If we do this, we get a much simpler set of equations. It might not look much simpler, but the cool thing is that all of these, we can plot them, and then we can start studying this visually instead of mathematically. So let's do that. I'm going to plot all of these inequations on this graph. On the x-axis, you have a variable representing the scale of a possibility space, how much artifacts there is inside it. On the y-axis, you have how much minimum information there is in the generator, and then you get this shape in the middle for a given temperature. If you lower the temperature, we'll get a smaller shape. If you increase the temperature, we might get a bigger shape with some nuances here and there, but I'm not going to zoom in. There's a few interesting generators that you can put in that space. So each point in that domain, that region, is a different generator, but has a different scale, different volume, and in here they all have the same temperature. But if you can move along the temperature axis, they could also plot different temperatures. And you have these kind of like extreme points that are extreme generators. Bottom right, you have a white noise generator. It has very few information in it. It can output all of the artifacts possible, and it's very, very noisy. On the bottom left, we have a few amount of artifacts. We have only one artifact that is super compressed. That's a single archive, a simple zip archive of a single artifact that is here. And on the very, very top, highest point of the V-star axis, you have this generator that cuts the possibility space into, that filters between the artifacts it does want and the artifact it doesn't want in its possibility space. And it does this with a very complex procedure. So all the generators we have in that domain can be plotted in that domain, and we can start doing some interesting observations. I'm going to skip that one because of time. This one is called Oatmeal is Cheap. It describes how we can show that, mathematically speaking, if you write a generator and if you want to increase its scale, put more artifacts or have more complex artifacts, if you don't invest, if you don't put more knowledge into the system, then you're more likely to end up with a generator that is very close to the white noise TV generator and therefore get oatmeal. That's one of the things of a previous paper I showed. So if you're interested into this observation, please read that paper. What we can do also is that because we're doing this analogy with physics and the states of gases, we can maybe reuse these plots and think about what it means for a substance to be very hot and very compressible, or for a substance to be very cold and also have like a very small volume. All of this, we can link them to the classic three states of matter: solid, liquid, and gaseous. And they all have different properties that are interesting. On the top row, we have the same properties, has very physical equivalent. For example, a liquid has a mid temperature, has a mean amount of substance. It is not very easily compressible, where a solid doesn't take much space, and a gas is very highly compressible and can take very little space if you compress it correctly. And then they have different affordances as a designer, right? So a solid generator would have like a more rigid structure, which is adapted to Handcrafted contents. It would be more reliable, but also repetitive, but also have lower implementation costs. A gaseous one would be much more unpredictable. It will always look different, but it might not feel different, right? Like oatmeal. It will also have low implementation costs. For example, it uses a lot of random functions in it. And then you have in between a liquid generator that itself contains lots of knowledge, is highly adaptive, highly flexible. It can take distinctly different shapes. This idea of like that water can take the shape of whatever it contains. These generators can often have parameters that can tune for specific situations and be used like this. I'm going to give an example of those three states in a single game in Slave Spire, for example. Slave Spire is very interesting because there's so many sub-generators in it and so many sub-games in Slave Spire. There's, of course, the classic modes. But here I put it as being akin to solid. It has been like an ice statue. It has been sculpted. It has been fine-tuned by hand, and it has a lower possibility space than the other modes. Than, for example, the daily challenge. The daily challenge, it's a mode where you play with a random character, random modifiers. The game is much more anthropic, much more chaotic. You can see much more in that game. It also feels much less pruned, much less balanced sometimes. And then you have the structure in between that is the custom mode, where you can choose exactly which things you want to trigger or not. And what's interesting is that both the solid and gaseous version of these games we can get them from the liquid version. The liquid version can easily take a solid shape or gaseous shape if you take the time to configure it correctly. And the liquid one has most probably using the is the most complex here, but also the one that can be most adaptive to what you want to play, actually. Another example to why there's this affordance that can be interesting. It can give material metaphors for phenomena we can see in generative games. For example, in Caves of Code, you have this item called the Fall of House Hastener. If you want to find it, you need information that is hidden in books, but some books in Caves of Code, most books actually, are generated by Markov chain. They are readable, but they are nonsense. But here and there, you have sparkles of actually handwritten information that is very interesting. It can give you, can reward you with interesting objects. Here's a materials metaphor for that phenomenon. The Markov chains here are very entropic. They are like a cloud of smoke. They are in a gaseous state. But the handwritten bits are crystalline. They have been put here, and there. And at the end of the day, what you have is a sort of cloud of smoke where you can get lost in. But it can reward your exploration by this kind of like crystalline bits that have been hand put there to be interesting for you, the player. So that's one of the usefulness of this. To end this talk, I'm going to use my last analogy, physics analogy, to speak about Maxwell's demon. It is a thought experiment. I'm not going to go heavily into details here, but you can easily find more information about it. So Maxwell's demon is a setup where you have two chambers with a valve in the middle operated by a small demon. And in each chamber, you have particles that can be either excited, they can go fast, or can be slow. And the idea here is that you can sort these particles to put all the fast one in the left chamber and all the slow ones in the right chamber, and then you will get a hot gas on the left and a cold gas on the right. All we have to do this is to have a small daemon that is here, a small system, anything that can look at the particles that are moving its way, and if it's fast, they let it go to the left, and if it's slow, they let it go to the right. Otherwise, they block it. If you do this, you're going to reduce the entropy of the system. You're going to create a delta in temperature, which in physics is a way to gather more energy or to lower entropy. And all you had to do is look at these particles and do this operation, this kind of like sorting. It might sound like it's balanced. You do spend the energy to close and open the valve, but actually, if you do the math, this is very, very cheap compared to what you obtain. And that was a huge paradox. For many years, physicists didn't know how to fix that. It was violating the second principle of thermodynamics, that you can't have in a closed system reduced entropy without exchanging energy. It was basically a way to get free energy. And that was an issue, of course. Until they realized, if you think more about it, the work that the daemon has to do, there is a hidden cost here. The intellectual work the daemon has to do, it has to take into account the positions of each particles and remember them. And this act of remembering and actually sorting does spend energy, because there's this idea of a fixed memory, and you need to erase some information and rewrite them again and again to do this. So at the end of the day, the math, the equation is verified, and we do have a conservation of energy, and the second principle of thermodynamics is still verified. I want here to talk about to do this analogy with procedural generators. Instead of Maxwell's daemon, I want to talk about a small creature called Eunice's little guy. So Eunice's little guy is a small creature that sorts all the artifacts that exist in a given space into desirable artifacts in possibility space, and artifacts we don't want to see, that we don't like in the impossibility space. Here you can imagine that this work has already been done, right? And you can easily find them. You can find data sets on the internet. You can find, for example, you can scrape the internet for what you deem to be good art created by artists. And this would be example of things you want in possibility space. If you want to create, for example, an art generator, a generator that creates interesting pictures. And if you're, for example, tech bro, you'd be like, oh, all we have to do is find a cheap way to identify these artifacts we do want. For example, download a data set or underpay somebody to label them. And then we just have, like we've seen before, to compress always artifacts with a train model to get one piece of code that is going to be our generator. And if you look at it this way, you have this magical creature that does this work for free for you, and then you don't actually spend the cost. But like in Maxwell's Daemon, what you do here is that you're forgetting about the work of a little guy here. This little guy here is encoding its knowledge of what is a good artifact and what is not a good artifact here. And this knowledge has to be built. It has to be encoded. The little girl has to rest. It has to drink tea. It has to dream. It has to sleep. And here in that formalism, we here, people of Roguelike celebration, we are Maxwell's demons. We are the little guys. We are the creators, the gardeners, and the sculptors. We encode our knowledge in our datasets and our generators, and we know it isn't cheap. We know the work it takes to do this. An outside observer can think it is cheap only if it negates the work we do, only if it steals from us. There's much more I'd like to talk about, of course, on this topic. I'm going to, of course, skip right away to the conclusion. We can, for example, continue this analogy of other things with thermodynamical cycles. We can look at other works in the literature. For example, primitive poetics of procedural generation in games by Isaac Karth, and do these analogies. There's much more to explore, and here that's only the first steps in that formalism, hopefully. And if you have ideas on how to expand it, if you want to have more details, feel free to contact me, or you can wait for when I finally write this paper. I want to thank you all for the celebration. It was, as always, a pleasure to share this work with you. Thank you so much.
It's always a pleasure to have you, Yunus. Thank you so much. I know that a lot of the sentiments you shared are shared by many of us. And I'll just be going over to my LinkedIn after this and changing my job title to Yunus's little guy. Who needs narrative designers? We've just got little guys now. Well, thank you. And now I'm going to introduce our next talk. But if you want to talk more with Yunus about Maxwell's demons and the thermodynamics of procedural generators, we will have that discussion in the props closet in the breakout section of after this block of talks. But without further ado, let me introduce Dennis Grenner. Dennis is a game designer and producer who specializes in titles relying heavily on procedural systems, especially procedural narrative and live service events. And they are going to be talking with us about the procedurality of reality TV design principles and how it can be useful for your roguelike. Take it away, Dennis.
All right. Am I coming through clear and loud? Awesome. Good. I've written 5 versions of this talk. There is simply too much to say. This last version is on the minute, so excuse me if I go fast. But it's really only going to focus on reality TV design. I want to draw more parallels to games, but there simply isn't enough time. I'll give you an overview. I hope that inspires and is understandable. If not, I hope and might be back next year to show examples from my own game. Anyways. So I made a lot of reality TV formats, 24 seasons in total, a couple of 100 episodes. I worked on most kinds of formats, from really horny 20-somethings trying to just hang out without killing each other, to hunting ghosts, to following people working in the shampoo aisle in Sweden's largest department store. Yes, that's a comedy format. Check it out. And you might ask yourself, what is a TV format? So they're containers. Look at Survivor, where you most of the time follow a very rigid structure of people hanging around on the island, scheming, or just getting to know each other. Then they compete in really clear competitions for benefits, and then you have the voting phase. Thing is, between these competitions and the voting, you're free to fill the show with whatever content you want, and people are free to be whoever they want. There's a lot of space, and that's the good thing with that format. It sets a goal, it gives you a bit of stakes, and lets you lets you go searching for the emotions. And emotions is what I'm mostly here to talk about today. So the content hierarchy just points out what you are mainly looking for when you're making reality TV. You really want to find raw emotion. You want to have these moments that are really few and far between, where someone is unfiltered and relatable. And for a good episode of any show, if you have 2 of these, then that's a really strong episode. If you have more, it might go iconic. Or in the Tyra Banks example you see on screen here, like if it's really unexpected or just isn't necessarily a part of the format, usually that's also glorious. And if you can't have emotion, if you don't have enough raw emotion, or like you can't basically show raw emotion all the time because it's so hard to find, break taboos. And I know I've been hearing for most of my career how reality TV is mostly about sex, and that's frankly not true. People aren't that interested. I know at least one show out there that promises that participants have sex in the show, and sure, that sells. But what really gets people going, in my experience, is social norms. Someone lying to another person's face, that starts conversations. Or God, I've heard people being very engaged in who pays the bill. It's basically good content. After that, we turn to characterization. We love mirroring us in other people. So showing who a person is, what they do, why they do it, that's good content. Then you have everything else. Juice in TV terms is like a music collage, or you have a fast-paced edit, strong colors, quick movement, or loud noises. Just something that pumps up the adrenaline for a little while. Story, not that interesting, especially not traditional narrative structure. You have that format backbone to lean on, so you don't really need to explain every part of a character's emotional journey, for example. This is how you traditionally get content. So I think that fly on the wall saying comes from a documentarian named D.A. Penbaker 80 years ago. And his whole take was, you're just a camera, watch what's going on, capture everything. And that's how you get truth. So traditionally you go step by step from casting, where you try and ascribe people functions or typecast them, and capture as much content you can, all the cameras, all the interviews, asking all the questions, and spend a lot of time in editing to find the good stuff. It's expensive, and it doesn't necessarily give you the high value content you want. The method I rely on, I like to call a fly in the soup, because you're often in the middle of it, it being everything, and sometimes it feels like you are absolutely drowning in crap. You still have the same casting phase and a similar editing phase, though it's faster, shorter. You have better material, so you don't need as much time. Then between those, you switch between actively looking for content, as in sifting all the reality around you, and refining, enabling, even empowering participants to take up space and do things, feel things, and be the most of themselves they can be. And I take that info from those situations I just refined and use it to sift more reality. This process led to a lot better content, but it also happens to be a lot closer to systems design and a more defined, replicable, procedural approach, which meant better content and cheaper. The way you find content is, well, first of all, you need to do your homework. And that means when communicating with participants, and you want to do that sooner rather than later, look out for things they're saying that are signaling that they have emotions or feelings around the topic. Are they avoiding to talk about something? Then that's probably interesting to bring up in some shape or form. That's the stuff you want to dig into, is where there's feelings. And a magical circle, that is maybe, well, sorry, it's maybe the core reason why all the weird stuff that happens on a reality TV set happens. A magical circle is a bubble wherein normal rules do not apply. A game should be a magical circle. Play often happens within a magical circle, storytelling, whatever. In reality TV, that circle is created by a number of factors, but primarily that there's cameras there. And you know you will be shown to others, and what would they think of me, and will they think I'm as glorious as I think I am, etc. And as long as you maintain tone, create trust, but treat the game as serious as the rest of the people in the circle do. When you are the reality TV content producer, you're kind of in between. You're not entirely in the circle, but you should pretend you are, as creators should pretend that they are in the middle of that fiction. Don't mirror and enhance the emotions of the participants. If they're angry, be angry with them, etc. And we are social beings that want to fit in and have a role in the group, even if that role is opposed to the group. Keeping roles in motion is really key to good drama. And this can be concrete, like your role is the one that decides who gets to eat this evening and eat what. But it's even more efficient when you move around roles, like, aren't you the boy that's interested in Albert? Oh, okay, cool. I heard you might also be interested in Rosanna. Just switch stuff up regularly. And being present is about, well, allowing yourself to be uncomfortable is a pretty big part of being present and enabling participants. They might want to do something that's not entirely comfortable for them to talk about, that you still need to ask for and see if they can tell you about. Bluntness isn't comfortable, but can be a really handy tool in these things. And it can also be uncomfortable giving people what they didn't know they wanted, or trying something that they didn't know they wanted. Would you be interested in going on a date with Hum and a Hum? Or like, have you considered talking to them about this and that? No, I never want to be in the same room as them. Okay, fine, then I know. I call reality TV narrative structure a party. So you have these different rooms, virtual or not, with different vibes and people of very different moods that are all heightened. And you don't have to show or explain everything. You shouldn't even really try, but you gotta explain who we're looking at and give us a clue of what they're doing. Just let me understand the pure basics. And if there's good stuff from the content hierarchy, then I'm good. Then I'm gonna love the content I'm watching. And refinement goes in a similar vein. So showing homework is asking about things you already know people care about. It makes the conversation with them feel fluent and like there's chemistry. It's good for building trust and getting more information. And just listening to people and caring about what they think. People react emotionally to being seen. I've had plenty of people start crying because I've been listening to them about nothing special. That's how unusual it is. And that information, the reactions you get from them, that's information you'll need for refining, for looking for other content. You need to understand the participants' wants, expectations, and what could enable them. So varying the tone of the audience, and the audience here is the TV team, is using the fact that you've created trust within the magical circle. You've established a tone. That means you now get to play with it. Switch up the tone, change your mood, see what happens. And spotlighting is something I heartily recommend you to try and use at home. At home, it could be just asking, I want to know what Laura is thinking about. But in reality TV, we have the powerful weapon of like pointing the camera at someone and just waiting. Now what? It makes stuff happen. giving people a voice, giving them a space to speak or do. And enabling people is either asking for expectations, that's an inwards process, forces them, enables them to look inwards, which might lead to them doing something about their feelings. Or directing their attention is an outwards process, where you try and make them aware of others and what others are thinking or doing. And there's some subtle stuff you can do here, like being weirdly transparent, like bluntly stating, I think there's something about the way Albert is looking at you. And their instinct might be to check that out and see if you're right. Even the mechanic of kind of telling people that you know a secret and therefore can't share the secret is really helpful. I know a secret about that group over there, but sorry, I can't tell you more. Excellent way to have them go over and check stuff out. Fundamentally, if people are stuck, if participants are stuck, they want to have fun. They need to show they're good and what they're good for. Give them an alibi, give them an excuse, a thumbs up to go do whatever it was. And worst case, sometimes they're stuck because they just don't understand what's going on. Then just be clear. Don't be dramatic about it. Don't be subtle. This is where we're at. This is what you should be doing. There you go. And then you go through this loop. You gather info. You use the info. You make space for participants to act. You enable them if need be. You use what they just did and said as info that you use for making new space and enabling them for new actions. That turns into a spiral that can result in utter mayhem of emotions. I heartily recommend using it in parties. It's going to be real fun. And as I said, I think emotions is why we keep coming back to reality TV. Emotions is what we're here to talk about. It's so difficult to not be mesmerized by someone feeling something genuine, because there's, I guess, just too little of that to go around. And I don't have time to talk about games, but yeah, we tend to struggle with this sometimes in reality TV, forgetting what we're there for. But in games, that conversation is hardly even happening. Let's make that happen more often. Narrative is everything. And thank you. That's my talk. I feel like I forgot to say that it is such a tremendous pleasure to talk at Roguelike. This is my favorite event, and I'm silly hyped about having this opportunity. See y'all.
Great. Thank you so much, Dennis. I really appreciate it. If you want to talk more with Dennis about reality TV and how reality TV design principles can be useful for your roguelike, you can go to the break room for that. And once again, that'll be the dressing room to talk about Dijksex and Ennui, the props closet to talk about Maxwell's Demons with Yunez, and then the break room to talk about the procedurality of reality TV design with Dennis. And we've got a large unconferencing break as well. So, take a break, maybe eat some lunch, take a nap, and then get ready to come back and explore the space, find those secrets. I think there's something to do with letters in the space is a thing to keep an eye on if you're looking for a hint. And then come back at 3:15 to hear the next block of talks. And thank you so much. Once again, you can buy any tickets to the space if you are watching on Twitch or YouTube. You can join us in the social space by getting tickets at roguelike.club. You can go to that same link to donate to Roguelike Celebration, and you can buy merch and check out the Steam sale and enjoy. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I hope you had a great break. I hope you got fluid and food and rest, whatever it is that you needed for your specific time zone. But now, back and refreshed and ready to watch and learn more from more wonderful speakers and talks. As a reminder, you can donate by buying tickets at roguelike.club. And if you are watching on YouTube or Twitch and you keep hearing me talk about this amazing social space, you can get tickets and join us here in the social space by going to roguelike.club and buying those tickets there. Now, again, please enjoy exploring the space. There are some puzzles. I don't know if any of you took advantage of this time to find the secrets in the space. I imagine some people did. But also, please, during these upcoming talks, don't be shy to put questions on the question wall and put any links on the obelisk so that we can keep those for everyone who was or wasn't able to make it here for these talks, and keep an eye on chat. Now, without further ado, let me introduce Paul Dean. Paul is going to be talking about picking up the pieces, building story in a roguelike world. Paul is a Nebula-nominated writer and Emmy-nominated game designer with about 2 decades of experience in games. Everything from an enormous amount of journalism and critical commentary to designing tabletop role-playing games to critically acclaimed writing and narrative design, including on Pacific Drive. And I'm really excited to hear this talk. Thank you so much,
Wow.
Paul. Take it away.
What a very nice intro. Thank you so much. Right. I think this means that I have to just get going right now. Hello, everyone. The intro has actually taken the wind out of my own intro, but hello, my name is Paul, and this is Picking Up the Pieces, Building Story in a Roguelike World. And this is a picture of me when I was 6. And this is a picture of me taken this week. Now, it would be a lie to say that the connection between the two has been a largely linear progression, at least in terms of narrative, because the fact is that most or all the things you think you know about linear narrative are a lie, or if not a lie, a blatant misrepresentation or a gross exaggeration. That's a big claim. But you see, what I'm supposed to do in any narrative presentation about video games is talk about how the medium is so special, how all the stuff that we make is different to films and comics and any other medium, and that the player isn't as passive, that things don't unfold in the same linear fashion. Maybe I will then cite some kind of exception, like Final Fantasy game books that proto-hyperlink you back and forth through hundreds of numbered paragraphs, and which you may have save-scummed as a kid by holding your place with your finger so that you can jump back in time to avoid certain death. I've done this style of talk loads of times in the past, but I don't think that's actually as good an idea this time. And frankly, I don't want to. Also, our hosts were interested in me talking a little bit about the writing process itself, at least in this context, or at least my writing process. So let's also do that. But this is the roguelike celebration. So let's start everything all over again. My name is Paul, and this is a picture of me when I was 6. Not long after this picture was taken, I read the book Grinny by Nicholas Fisk, which is a story of some kids who think their grandmother may be an alien. It was the first book I ever read that was written as a journal with diary entries, and it was also the first book that I ever read that introduced an idea without explaining it first, which is something we love to do in roguelikes. I thumbed back through all the pages to find what the author was talking about, but it turned out the idea was going to be explained later. This was suspense. And God, you don't have to explain everything all at the start, all at once. Stories and narrative are not programming. You are not loading in all your DLLs, your libraries, your references up front. Now, did I say stories, or did I say writing, or is this a narrative talk? Well, what are we talking about here? What exactly is the difference? Well, My name is Paul, and this is a picture of me when I was 6 or thereabouts. Not soon after, I played the video game Captain Blood, which was the first game to make me cry. As a spacefaring starship captain, I could pick up aliens from different planets and take them to others, and I took a young alien from one planet to another and released him without realizing that the second planet had no atmosphere, and he couldn't breathe. In 2 or 3 lines of dialogue, he told me that he was suffocating and that he was scared and that he missed his parents so much, and then he died. It was a clear and concise example of consequence, of organically discovering a result through gameplay, one result of so many possibilities. No more writing than that was necessary. I restarted the game and I picked him up again and I took him to a different planet, and he talked to me about how excited he was and how he was having a great time. Now, this happened more than 35 years ago, and I still remember it because good narrative doesn't have to be wordy or complex or elaborate. In fact, particularly in a roguelike context, I think less may often be more. Now, my name is Paul, and I'm about to share a collage of some of my favorite scene-setting roguelike narrative. And the thing is, if I gave 100 of you right now about 100 guesses each as to what game I'm about to introduce, I don't actually think any of you would get it. No, I don't think you would. But do you see what I'm doing? This is suspense. What I'm going to show you now is a few mid-level narrative interstitials from the roguelike bullet hell shooter Nuclear Throne. And I love these. I think they're sassy single lines that you can miss if you look away, but they have some ineffable quality that hints at the wider world or your character's feelings or something like this. And in a fast-paced roguelike shooter, this is just the right amount of extra world building for me. Thank you very much. They don't compromise tone or pacing. They don't waste your time. They don't keep you waiting any longer than my name is Paul. And this is a picture of me when I was 36. And when a feature that I wrote about the video game Stardew Valley was about to go so viral that people will still talk about it today. I wrote about my experience and about how my life and how these things sometimes paralleled one another. My experience in the game, my real life unfolding in front of me. And Stardew Valley, a game with some roguelike elements, has a narrative that is actually really, really loose, in which the player can progress relationships and narrative threads and discover secrets in various different orders and often in parallel. Conversations are relatively short. Oh, hey, we like that. And the game's fan base have come up with plenty of interpretations and extrapolations over the last decade or so, in no small part because of what NPCs don't say, as well as what they do say. I myself wove ideas about the game and my life together, in part because the fabric of Stardew Valley's narrative is loose, like yarn, with holes big enough for you to thread all sorts of things through. Intentional or not, this is good. My name is Paul, and this is a picture of me when I was writing this middle paragraph, which I have to tell you, I did not write in the middle of this talk. I did not write the start of this talk at the start or the end at the end. I put them there later. Just like when I wrote my non-linear feature about Stardew Valley, I lifted up pieces of writing and moved them around. I wrote about what I wanted to when I wanted to, and I stitched it together later. I did not know what order it would all go in, nor how it would end when I started it. But I knew what was as important as that order was the bigger picture that it would all create. I frequently tell budding writers that not knowing your ending when you start or everything you want to say is normal and is okay. You discover much of this in the process. My name is Paul, and this is a picture of me when I was drafting the next paragraph that I'm reading now. You see, different times, different places, same end result. My name is Paul, and this is a picture of me when I was working on the video game Pacific Drive. I had no idea how to start. So I began with sassy little descriptions of tiny items in the game that had minimal narrative relevance and that I had no guarantee anyone would ever read. I worked with my terrific narrative lead, Carrie, who had built a whole timeline with an alternate history and devised characters and an explanation of the game's strange core mechanic. But nobody playing the game knows what I wrote first, and that's okay, nor which parts I redrafted or cut or edited after feedback or rewrote to make them consistent with newer things that I'd just written, or with changes made by other members of the team to the game's ever-developing mechanics. It's absolutely okay that I wrote this way, with iteration and with restructuring and starting in essentially a random place, because I think one of the worst things you can do as a writer is believe you have to start at the start. The start is where people get stuck. I looked at the world that Carrie was building, and much as when I've worked on collaborative tabletop RPGs and source books, I tried to find appropriate complementary ways to add to it, to explain strange game mechanics that were sometimes still in process during development. For example, why is there gasoline everywhere in Pacific Drive? Mechanically, that's an ideal resource for a driver. It is useful. I decided that the constant breakdown of the world's infrastructure caused by the game's ever-shifting world would make an essential power source, a portable power source like fuel, an essential resource. Or I lampshaded the fact that there are almost no animals in the game, and there wasn't time to really add anything like that. Or I built in bits of lore where I imagined what it was like for people just trying to live their lives in the ever-rearranging reality of the Olympic exclusion zone, including everyday things like getting lost, resenting their work, seeing colleagues die, playing practical jokes, and even falling in love. I was well aware that the point of Pacific Drive isn't to read lore, so I assumed players largely wouldn't, or would at random. And while there is consistency and repetition across much of what I wrote, I wanted to make things bite-sized, digestible, and non-essential. They were a complement to the gameplay. Rewards, Easter eggs for the more curious players, but the writing's not there to take the limelight, and it's certainly not something for less interested players to resent. It's not supposed to be an obstacle to enjoying the game's mechanics. My name is Paul, and here is a picture of a drum kit, which is the first instrument that I learned how to play a long time ago now. The thing with a drum beat is it's as much about what and when you don't play as what and when you do. It's about space, it's about timing, and it's about appropriateness. I love Nuclear Throne's sassy one-liners, and if Nuclear Throne is tight, bouncy lounge jazz or something like that, you do not need a thunderous rock drummer flipping out in the background. It's not appropriate. Pacific Drive needed appropriate writing from me to complement but not ruin the fantastic work that Carrie and everybody else on the team was doing. But I thought instead to reward players who wanted to futz around, to poke at things, to do things like turn on the game's fax machine and read a strange brief story or odd message. The fax machine, by the way, essentially works like a shuffled deck of cards, producing one unique result per use. Or I wanted to connect with the kind of player who is going to explore and poke around, who enjoys going off the beaten track, so that I could give that kind of player reinforcing rewards that would encourage more of that and give them even more weird collectible tidbits. I actually play several instruments, and I like fiddling around with music, and I like knowing how things are made, including other stuff I love, movies, novels, games, all sorts. And this is because making things, and I hope you know this, or maybe you're going to learn this, making things is mostly a process. And studying people's process is as important as studying the end result. Writers can learn from filmmakers and musicians and designers and everyone else, because so much that is about creativity and problem solving contains mirrors and parallels. And after a while, you might start to ask, hey, what exactly is the difference? My name is Paul, and this is my favorite book, which is Kurt Vonnegut's Slaughterhouse 5, which I discovered when I was 26. Either as a result of alien abduction, or PTSD, or some mental episode, the protagonist becomes unstuck in time and finds he is constantly visiting different moments in his life. Suddenly deep in the past or far in the future, life as a whole still makes sense as a collection of moments. But outside of its linearity, there are other connections. Different moments or experiences that are sometimes years apart mirror or parallel or reinforce one another. And they suddenly gain new clarity or context when they're compared side by side. The story doesn't unfold in a linear fashion, and it doesn't need to. I once went to the Kurt Vonnegut Museum in Indianapolis, Indiana, and I looked at Kurt Vonnegut's many drafts of Slaughterhouse 5, which were as valuable as studying the finished book itself. Roguelike games are so often about repetition and reinforcement and mirroring and parallels, but also about new moments of novelty, of exclusivity, of finding something new that joins a bigger picture, perhaps helping it to make more sense, to give it clarity. And players may discover and compare these different elements in all kinds of orders. So why would you feel compelled to author them in any order, or execute them in any order, or consider a linear narrative as something normal or something essential or something necessary? A lot of players love to figure stuff out, to experiment, particularly roguelike players. Our incredibly talented design director, Seth, wanted us to build a game that encouraged players to experiment, to learn and discover things, rather than simply direct them and explain everything up front. I mean, explain everything up front mechanically, not narratively. But I also mean explain everything up front narratively and not mechanically, although, hey, what exactly is the difference? Well, another favorite book of mine is Vladimir Nabokov's Pale Fire, which begins with a 999-line masterwork poem in rhyming couplets, followed by the poem's apparent analysis. I recently saw a Blue Sky post by someone asking how a poem with an odd number of lines can be in couplets. And congratulations, poster, you're a winner. Pale Fire is all about the realization that you cannot trust its narrator, that something here is wrong, and at a certain point in the book, I had to suddenly thumb backward to check something as it hit me. I was being lied to, hyperlinking my way back and forth through the text to check things like a Final Fantasy book. I discovered this for myself, which is good. I love to figure stuff out. More recently, I read the infamous House of Leaves, which has several overlapping and perhaps competing narratives. Apparently, I read it wrong by just reading all of them in a linear order. Whoops. But linear narrative was never really linear anyway. Flashbacks in television shows, prequels in film series, even new additions to a series by different contributors show us that actually narrative exploration and development has rarely, if ever, been a linear experience. And this is great news for roguelike developers. You don't have to tell a story or let it unfold in a linear fashion for it to make sense. You don't even need to tell the whole story. Ask any archaeologist if we have a complete picture of past events, or if we're constantly adding to and reevaluating history as we make new discoveries. And can we still get the gist of something if we don't have every single beat spelled out for us? Sure we can. My name is Paul, and when I began my contributions to the fairly roguelike Pacific Drive, which is mostly an awful lot of written text and lore, one of my biggest influences was the not very roguelike Horizon Zero Dawn. While the main plot of this game is linear, the mostly open world allows players to discover and experience side quests and collectible lore in just about any order. The side quests and lore add to the world. They fill it out without overwhelming the main plot or offering more than clues as to the overarching mystery. They are appropriate. I'd compare it to assembling a jigsaw puzzle of pleasantly bite-sized parts, gradually building or reconstructing an image of a world that, even if you never complete it, increasingly make sense as you step back and look at the larger picture, like archaeology, because, hey, what exactly is the difference? I didn't expect players to read everything they found in Pacific Drive, to remember everything they read, or even necessarily be that interested. But because I personally did enjoy finding all the lore hidden around Horizon Zero Dawn, I decided I should also follow its example and keep things short, snappy, relevant, and varied, as well as hopefully just worth finding. So, oh no, I've had a limited amount of time for this talk, for this big topic. So consider all of this your opening cutscene. I've only partly touched on video games and my work in them because, to be honest, that's only part of what I do. And it's only part of my influence as a writer. Hopefully, I've made it clear that I draw on many influences, which I think is essential to any writer's creative process or any creative's process, as well as making it clear that I often start wherever I want to with whatever works best, and I build out and I adapt and iterate. The point of this talk isn't to give you answers, sorry, or a specific direction for how you write or develop or design or explain things to you or tell you what to do or give you an optimal build, because what matters more is discovering and iterating that for yourself in your own project and finding out what is appropriate. Instead, I hope I've given you a bunch of things to consider or to research. To anyone in games or anything creative, the answer to, hey, what exactly is the difference, should be, hey, let's find out. One final thing. My name is Paul, and this talk was actually written to be broken down, rearranged, and reassembled so it could be presented in several different orders to build the same bigger picture, where it would remain coherent and thematically appropriate. I did my first ever piece of creative writing when, guess, I was 6. And much as I did then, I still work with pens and paper, as well as with keyboards and software. The first things I wrote for Pacific Drive were scribbled on a notepad in a neighborhood cafe before being scratched out and annotated. Carrie and I were fortunate enough to be nominated for a prestigious Nebula Award. The first ever Nebula Award went to a book called June. And everything I've mentioned in this talk has led me to where I am now as a writer, narrative designer, storyteller, whatever. You are free to take anything or nothing from this talk, add it to your own work, and regardless, I guarantee whatever you create and however you create it will be as unique and as eclectic as your own personal collection of influences already is. And you should be constantly adding to that collection of influences. I encourage you to draw greedily upon anything and everything. Thank you so much for your time. I think we've got some space for 1 or 2 questions, so I'm ready for them.
Hello. Yeah, we've got space for plenty of questions. So if anyone has more questions, please put them on the question wall, and I'll take a look at those. We do have a question here first. It says, for the speaker with the blue hair speaking about narrative, what was your name again?
My full name is Paul Andrew Dean. So you get
Gotcha.
You unlock the progression by repeatedly doing the thing, and now we have a little more information.
That's wonderful. Thank you. Yeah, it's an Easter egg. That's fun. Great. Thank you so much. I really House of Leaves is maybe my favorite book, and then I think Name of the Rose is second to that. So the talk was definitely relevant to me, and I'll need to take a look at a lot of these works that you mentioned.
Well, Name of the Rose is, you may know, it's a big influence on the game Pentiment, which was a game that Josh Scheuer, I don't think I'm spoiling anything. When I first met Josh 10 years ago now, he said he'd wanted to make that game for years before he did. It's super interesting to know and follow Josh's work, because he, as a games designer, frequently talks about cycling, about film, about he's got a lot of different hobbies, and all of this stuff actually bleeds into his games in different ways. And I think it's super healthy for all games people to have non-games hobbies.
Yeah, absolutely. And some people are asking questions about if you take inspiration from nonlinear other art forms, other parts of life, and it sounds like very much yes.
I think so, yes. I can't help but enjoy a lot of narratives where time gets kind of fudged up. Like there's a German Netflix show called Dark, which is a good example of that. But also, like recently, Andor was a big hit. I mentioned Wicked in this talk, and those are both people actually inserting a piece of work between two others, which is a kind of a weird narrative challenge. And it feels like it would be a constraint, but actually it gives you amazing possibilities.
Yeah, I recently watched the second season of The Rehearsal, and it definitely feels like that's messing with narrative expectations as well.
I'd
and
like
it's
to
kind of
try that. I
something
haven't tried that yet.
Oh, I recommend it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just looking at, we've got a lot of questions here now on the question
boy.
wall. Okay. Okay, here, how about this one? What's the best way to add linear narrative structure to the non-linear snippets you stumble across? How to resolve a plot at the end?
I think that's a good question. I think the answer might be this might be cheating. It might be some amount of gating. I think it's reasonable at the start of a lot of context to still give people like an introductory section, which can be mixed with, something that tutorializes. And it may be that you have a ultimate endpoint that you're reaching. And certainly like Pacific Drive's plot does this. I guess to some degree, like Horizon Zero Dawn does this. A lot of things do this. But that gives you all this wiggle room in the middle. And if you have these 2 points, there's 100 different ways you can reach them. But I don't think it necessarily hurts to give yourself a universal sort of start point and an introduction to some mechanics there and some key characters or key ideas. There's a sort of a how long is a piece of string thing of like, well, how much do you want to hold people's hands, and at which point do you let them loose into the world or into the game mechanics? And that's kind of up to you, I think, and how punishing or how helpful you want to be. And I don't know if there's a right answer for that.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. That kind of segues well into, I think, we're just going to be our last question here. A lot has been said about when procedurality should or shouldn't be used. Hilext has asked, what are some things that don't work, maybe well or as well, when they're nonlinear?
That's a good question, because I want to say like maybe almost anything can be thrown into the tombola and spun around, but maybe not.
Sure.
I'm immediately putting myself in a niche here or getting super specific, but I wouldn't advise mixing up, if you're recording with voice actors, any voice audio or anything like that. There is so much about how someone speaks. I was very lucky. I worked with Carrie, who's not only a really good writer, but she's a really good voice director and caster. There's so much inflection, and there's so much that if you chopped up even a robot voice and rearranged things, I don't think that would work very well. That is the first thing that comes to mind, which I don't know that's immediately sort of a more specific thing. I don't know. I'd have to think on that some more to try and come up with some other examples, but it feels kind of lazy. But something that might be very organic like that is very human, is very hard to slice up.
Yeah, but I could imagine that getting an uncanny valley element there, if that's what you're going for, it could totally be. But yeah, never worry about being too niche at Roguelike Celebrations. Kind of, this is a good place to be niche and specific.
Thank you.
If people want to continue this discussion, the breakout room is going to be in the dressing room. But thank you so much for that wonderful talk, Paul. I really enjoyed that. Gave me a lot of cool art that I'm going to have to look at later.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm going to hang about for the rest of the afternoon or evening. So yeah, please prod me if you'd like to.
Yeah, I think people are definitely going to take the doing voice acting non-linearly as a challenge now. That's definitely how I immediately took it.
It's going to drive some voice actors insane, but sure.
Yeah, that's fair. Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Paul. I'll get into introducing our next speakers. Jackson Wagner and Patrick Bellinger are going to be talking with us about handcrafted randomness, storytelling in Wildermyth's prop gen world. So we're going to learn more about, procedural generation in narrative. Welcome so much, and take it away.
All right. Hi, everyone. My name is Patrick Belanger. I was one of the programmers and game designers on Wildermyth, and as an aside, am currently working on a multiplayer roguelike game called Begone Beast.
Jackson,
like we
it seems
can't
like
hear
we
you,
can't hear
Jackson.
you.
I will let you know when.
What about now?
Yeah, that's better.
Hey, okay. All right. Hi, everyone. Sorry about that. Yeah, I'm Jackson Wagner. I was a designer and game dev on Wildermyth. I am now the lead programmer and designer at Flat9 Games, and we're making a dystopic post office simulator called Letter Loss.
All right, and our presentation is called Handcrafted Randomness Storytelling in Wildermyth's Proc-Gen World. So, Wildermyth, to give a brief overview, is a party-based tactical strategy storytelling RPG with randomly generated heroes, several different overarching plots, many different smaller events within each campaign, and lots of procedural generation. It was released in 2021 and was received quite well, currently has overwhelmingly positive reviews on Steam. We released 2 DLCs and stopped active development on the game in mid-2024. The general flow of a Wildermyth campaign is like this. You pick a campaign and roll your party of heroes. Usually you start out with 3, more will join and some might leave throughout the campaign. The heroes are in many ways the central point of the game. They're randomly generated, but you can also customize them. There is an overland section of gameplay where you move your heroes to different locations, reveal sites, and decide what monster groups to attack. The layout, biomes, and site types are all largely chosen procedurally. When you attack a monster group, you're brought into a turn-based tactical strategy mission. This is the meat of the gameplay and is influenced by the overland tile and site type and sometimes events. And before and after missions, and in several other places, the story is told through comic panels. Some of these center around the campaign's overarching plot, but many are comics that can happen in any campaign. These can range from the heroes trying to decide what to make for dinner, to someone becoming one with the spirit of a ghost bear, to conversations about handling death and loss. The goal of Wildermyth could be considered many different things, but I describe the main one as creating story and character moments that feel unique to each playthrough, but also stick with the player and feel genuine. Much of how we do this involves the combination of procedurally generated and handcrafted content. Heroes, events, and maps are randomly generated or chosen, but that generation is often guided by or leads to many different pieces of handcrafted content. Heroes, events, and combat are the 3 main components of Wildermyth, and we'll be going over each of them in this presentation. Starting with heroes. As mentioned, Wildermyth is a party-based game. That means you control all of the heroes in your party, usually around 4 at the start of a campaign and generally closer to 10 by the end. I'll be talking about how they're generated and then some of what can happen to them over the course of a campaign. There's also a legacy system that lets you bring previous heroes into future campaigns, but I won't be talking about that during this talk. First off, hero generation. There are 11 personality traits that determine what a hero acts like. Poet, healer, hothead, bookish, coward, leader, romantic, loner, snark, greedy, and goofball. These are all given random values from 0 to 100, with the primary and secondary stats being the most important, and everything else mattering much less. If you try to get players to remember more than 2 personality traits on a hero, it usually just tends to dilute the hero rather than making them more interesting. Each hero starts out with some history about their upbringing and their motivations. These influence hook quests, which are little side quests focused on that hero, and stat buffs. Stat buffs from random generation are quite small. They add some nice flavor, but if you make them too impactful, players will re-roll their heroes until they get stats they want, which isn't fun. Instead, we try to let the stats you earn over the course of your adventure be much more important. Personality traits also play a large part in event picking, which we'll get into later. That's the core of hero generation. Most of the other interesting stuff happens during the campaign, which brings us to the first choice that players usually encounter: relationships. Wildermyth has rivalry, friendship, and romance relationships that can form between heroes either randomly over time or due to a player choice. Players get really invested in relationships, so we'll often put a choice between all three at the start of our campaigns. Aside from their story impact, relationships also provide combat buffs. Romance makes you deal more damage to enemies that attacked your lover, rivalry gives you bonus crit chance when your rival crits, and friendship has a chance to block attacks if you're standing next to your friend. Heroes can also have children and siblings. The family system came in a bit later in development and is pretty simple in some ways, but it still gives some nice story variation and players really enjoy it. Since Wildermyth is a party-based game, it is okay for some heroes to die or leave the party. Campaigns take place over many years, so you'll see your heroes age and eventually retire. Retirement felt like an important part of Wildermyth's storytelling, but players don't like losing heroes, so we try to mitigate that by granting some experience points when they leave. Death is another thing that we don't want to shy away from, but also didn't want to make too common. Since the point of Wildermyth is largely the heroes, having them die can feel very bad. When you lose all your health in combat, there's a mortal choice mechanic that lets you choose to either be maimed and fall back, often losing an arm or an eye or getting a permanent scar, or to go out in a blaze of glory, dealing a lot of damage or granting a defense buff for your team. If your hero does die, there are a number of comics that address it, with a number that specifically address the deaths of lovers and family. Gear is one of the most important factors for how your hero will play in combat, and for that reason we don't allow swapping weapons between heroes. Gear is soul-bound to the hero who gets it. The gear is theirs and theirs alone. This helps to further characterize the heroes. I've got my hero with their big hammer that smashes enemies, which makes her feel strong and aggressive, and my hero with the bow that refunds an action point when he crits, which makes him feel crafty. If we allowed gear to be swapped around, players would give it to whatever hero it would be most useful to at the time, and weapons would feel separate from the hero. Gear also all shows up on the player rig. Weapons, armor, scarves, bracelets, pendants, cloaks, and more all show up both in combat and during comics. In the case of random loot, this mostly just serves as a visual representation of your hero getting stronger and progressing, similar to aging. For loot from specific events, it also serves as a reminder of those events. We've even got a couple rare cases where specific gear triggers certain events. Wildermyth also has some pets. They aren't technically gear, but they similarly grant heroes buffs and show up along with their hero and serve as a reminder to a specific event that occurred. And lastly, transformations. Transformations are probably one of the most successful types of hero progression in Wildermyth for a couple reasons. They're visually distinct, so every time you see that hero, you're reminded of an important part of their story. They affect combat dramatically, giving you new abilities and often having you use those instead of normal weapons. And there are lots of interesting ways to reference them in story events. Referencing something that's clearly visible on the hero is easy to do, because a player might forget something that their hero did in the past, but they definitely won't forget that their hero has a wolf head. Now that we've talked about what makes heroes unique and memorable, let's talk about how we use that uniqueness. Events are the comics that tell Wildermyth's story. They happen at the start, end, and between chapters, before, after, and sometimes during combat, and some other times. Some of these events are consistent based on which campaign you choose, but most happen randomly, and we refer to this random collection of events as a library of plays, where the heroes are the cast. When you're putting on a play, you need to be sure you have the right number of actors, and that the actors are right for the roles the play requires. The goal here is acknowledging who the heroes currently are and pushing them toward who they can become. To do this, we look at all the events and pick one we have the roles for. These are usually weighted differently depending on how specific they are, so if you've got an event about a wolf hero talking with their parent while walking through a forest, that'll have a much higher weight than an event about two friends chatting, since it's much harder to meet the criteria for. In this way, we try to pick the event that is best suited for the current party of heroes you have. Once we've chosen an event, within that event there are many text and dialogue splits depending on the heroes, and sometimes bigger variations like additional comic panels or choices. So even if you've already seen an event, it's very rarely the exact same twice. We also include some very small events called tidings that often reference very specific things about characters and are much quicker to create. I'm going to drink some water. Talking is hard. Let's look at an example. Here's a relatively simple event about two heroes talking about what keeps them fighting, which happens while traveling to fight some monsters. The left side here is mostly template, Self is the event, company is the company of heroes, overland tile is the map tile, including things like is this a forest or a field or a swamp. Site is the specific location of the fight, like quarry, library, tower. Party is the specific group of heroes you brought along. Foes is the enemy you're facing. All of these can require specific things, like events that only happen in a forest or at a library, or if you're fighting more thuggy. But in this case, we're not making any restrictions there. The right side is where we're doing some actual matching. First, we're saying we need one hero who we'll refer to as hero. Next, we want to pick a different hero that's friends or lovers with the hero. Friend with and lover with return the tier of relationship, which can be up to 5. We score lovers more highly here, so we'll prefer choosing a lover if there is one, and we'll refer to this hero as friend. Next, we want a third hero, whichever one has the highest leader personality stat among the remaining heroes. We're not saying they have to be any specific amount, we're just saying we're just getting the best we can find from what's left, and we'll refer to them as leader. Note that the bolded names hero, friend, and leader here are just names that we're giving the roles. It doesn't actually matter what those names are, the logic of it is all happening in the scoring. Finally, we have optional heroes 4 and 5, and then a lover role that's matched if friend is hero's lover. You can't see it in this view, but there are additional options that allow a role to match the same hero more than once. So now that we've picked an event, let's talk about variations. We pick an event based on the main traits that are required to make the event work, but there are many places within the event where there can be variations based on differences in the heroes, site, monster type, and more. The most common of these variations is a text split, where dialogue or narration will be different depending on who's saying it. In this case, the response to a question about the hero's favorite fruit is different depending on their personality. In the editor, it looks like this. We start with a tag, hero.personality, that tells the game that we're going to split the next text into 11 different options based on personality. Then those options are all written in with a slash between each. There's some context-sensitive text coloring, so you can easily see the extent of the text you're currently working on. There's some breadcrumbing at the bottom, showing information about which specific branch of the split you're working on. And the comic itself is always visible in the editor while you're working on it, and can automatically adjust the stats of the heroes in the comic to match them to the selected text section. There are also some additional tags in the text to set the facial expression of the talking hero, since that's something we often want to change. You may note that writing 11 different responses to one question is a lot of work, especially because, as you can see below, the response to the response is also changing. Earlier in development, there were more cases where we would only have a couple variations, like a bookish or romantic hero might have unique lines, but any other type would say the same thing. But it turns out that writing a lot of 11-way splits was actually pretty important for giving heroes a consistent voice. Getting individual heroes to have a consistent voice is very important for a game that centers itself around memorable heroes, and also presents a lot of challenges. You can't go too over the top with any of the dialogue, because if a hero speaks only in poetry for a bookish split, but then speaks normally for all the rest of the lines, it'll feel out of place. You can't have any caricatures. This also means the relationships between heroes need to be kind of similar. In our case, all the heroes are a friendly group. In the case of the rivalry relationship, the heroes may get on each other's nerves occasionally, but overall are still working together for the common good. We can't have any of our heroes hate each other, because there would be no way to have that happen consistently. Earlier, I mentioned that the second hero of this event could optionally be a lover of the first. That's where another type of variations, unique choices, come into play. Most of the events in Wildermyth have a choice you make at the end, usually between 2 and 4 options. Sometimes the choices grant gear, a combat buff, or relationship points. Sometimes they transform your hero. Sometimes it's just a simple story difference. Some of these choices only show up if you have a specific type of hero in your party. In this case, options 1 and 2 can always happen, but the third only happens if the 2 heroes are lovers. Again, the variations exist largely to acknowledge who the heroes are and what they've done, to make it feel like the events that happened to them aren't just things that occurred and then were gone, but that those events have shaped who they are now, and to tease that any event could, in some way, shape who they'll become in the future. Here's another example. We've got some heroes in the mountains, and we want to present the player with the option of continuing up the mountain or entering a cave. How do the heroes discover that cave? In this case, our friend Xertus is looking around and notices it. His eyes comb the hillside until something catches them. But what if Xertus was a wolf hero? His nose samples the local breezes, and he catches an intriguing scent. As a wolf, he could have just as easily spotted the cave with his eyes, but sniffing it out draws attention to one of his main traits. It encourages the belief in the player that this isn't just a template that any hero could be slotted into. Xertus is doing something that only Xertus could do. Or what if one of the heroes had a pet critter that got distracted by a squirrel and chased it up to the cave? Here's where I'll introduce panel splits. We actually add additional panels to the comic if you have a critter, which is an especially effective way to acknowledge something unique. It does take quite a bit more effort to set up, so we don't do them nearly as often as text splits. Let's look at another example. Say you encounter Winterlock in his icy cave. In addition to thinking what would be fun to acknowledge, like a wolf sniffing or a critter running off, it's often useful to ask yourself, what's a trait you would expect to dramatically alter this encounter? In this case, when encountering an icy villain, you might expect something to go differently if you had access to fire. So, we add in a panel split. Winterlock acknowledges the flame-touched hero, bringing her warmth into this place of ice. There's a similar panel split if you have a hero with a pet fire chicken. Then, when we get to the choice portion of the event, we also have a unique choice for the flame-touched hero. Normally, there's a skill check you have to pass, but with Jametta's fire abilities, the interaction can become trivial. It feels satisfying to be rewarded for a big change you decided to make to a hero. A guideline we, or more specifically our lead writer Doug, started following later into development is to try to add variation wherever it would feel weird not to have it. Here's an example with a hero encountering their estranged father. It would feel a bit weird if the father didn't mention that the hero has an animal head that they didn't have the last time they saw each other. The text split here accounts for a bunch of different transformation types. It's only acknowledged in one panel in this case, but that's enough to satisfy most players. This is a magical world where things are weird pretty often, after all. It's also okay, and sometimes easier, to forbid events for certain heroes. We have an event where a hero falls into a hole and can't get out. It felt a little weird if that hero had wings, so we just made it so heroes with wings wouldn't trigger that event. Writing up additional panel splits and choices for it might have been more interesting, but sometimes the effort of reworking something for one specific case is more than the loss of forbidding that case. Lastly, let's talk about tidings. Tidings are one-line events that happen between chapters during the years of peace between enemy attacks. We show one or two of them per hero, and many are written around specific transformations or follow-up to events. For examples, here are two about transformations, one about carving art with a hook hand, and one that's a follow-up to an event where you decide you're going to take care of an egg. That one also grants some loot, which is a nice perk. It's worth noting that while many changes to heroes happen due to choices the player has made, others don't. Losing a hand and having it being replaced with a hook likely wasn't intentional. Children and relationships can happen randomly without player input. Wildermyth is a game where it often feels like the player is discovering a hero's story while providing a guiding hand, rather than choosing it directly. We don't always have to be acknowledging choices the player made directly. It can be just as impactful to acknowledge things that happened to the hero randomly. Procedurally generated changes to heroes can still be impactful if we handcraft the game's response to them. And now I'm going to pass it over to Jackson to talk about combat.
Thank you, Patrick. So I will be talking about combat, how we handle creating maps, the procedurally generated kind, the handcrafted kind, and then what fills those maps, which are pieces of scenery that help keep things interesting, and then the Mystic class, one of the three main classes of Wildermyth, and how they interact with scenery and how it kind of changes gameplay and keeps things interesting. So right off the bat, proc-gen maps are amazing because we could make a ton of them, and in theory, adding a new one costs basically nothing. We set up the guidelines, and we of course had to fine-tune it to make sure nothing would obviously break when you were playing it. But after that point, initially, almost all the maps were procedurally generated. We didn't have, any handcrafted ones, or very few of them. And they were great for a lot of reasons, mostly because once we had the initial method for creating them down, which did take a fair amount of time, there's a lot of development that went into that. Once we had it down, we could create them as we liked. However, we did find that even if you could create small variations within the shape and the pieces of scenery that would show up would be different, they could still look pretty similar visually. And so it didn't really, the goal of the procedural generation was that you wouldn't be playing the same map over and over again, but sometimes it could still feel that way. There was also an issue, and this happened more with some of the nature maps rather than the ones that take place like in towns. It just didn't feel like this was a real part of the world because the way the scenery was positioned was procedural. It wasn't individually hand placed, so they didn't feel like special places. They just felt like some random spot that had this scenery, and it made the fights feel a little less special. The building ones were a little nicer for this because we could work in some of the site information. So like Patrick talked about, sites could be forges, fonts, workshops. And, if there's a tower full of forge equipment, it does feel a little bit more like a forge than, a forest area that's full of forest items. The other nice part of the tower maps was that when trying to fit some of Wildermyth's larger monsters onto the procedurally generated maps, it could be kind of an issue if there just wasn't enough room. But the tower maps could actually scale in size based on how many monsters we were going to include and how much space they would really take up. There were also occasionally issues with the feel of some of them. So for instance, with maps like this, something that could happen pretty often was if you had really big monsters, they would have a hard time fitting through the smaller pathways. And so you wouldn't really get the same sensation of heroes exploring a map, fighting, discovering new pockets of monsters. It would just be the heroes stand there and fight as the monsters pour towards them, which could be quite fun, but wasn't what this type of map was specifically designed for. And so it could feel a little bit odd when you played it enough. Then that takes us to handcrafted maps. Now, handcrafted maps had a lot of benefits. They felt way more customized. We could create these very, very carefully constructed areas that felt like real parts of the world. They were critical for any kind of significant story moments or boss fights. And it was honestly just a lot of fun. We got to kind of flex our design muscles a little bit and create interesting challenges, which with the type of scenery we presented and the kind of pacing of where we wanted monsters to spawn. And it just meant that we could do a lot more and be a lot more intentional with the maps we were creating. The main downside of ProcGen maps is they are beautiful, but they also take a long time to make. There's a lot of design and iteration and back and forth that goes into them because people have different opinions on gameplay, and you have to play test each one to make sure it feels really good. Other benefits of it, however, were if you wanted multiple stages for a boss fight or you wanted unique pieces of scenery, you could do that here, whereas it wouldn't make sense if a specific enemy's banner randomly appeared in certain maps. However, here you could place it specifically and really intentionally and make it feel like their base. Other benefits were you could control spawn regions. So you could, if you wanted to really directly control the flow of the fight, you could do that a lot more easily. You could make sure that there were areas that were kind of larger, meant for bigger interactions with lots of enemies, and then smaller kind of hallways or pathways that were really just meant for the heroes to kind of make their way through, maybe have a small breather between these engagements. Again, they took a long time to make, and especially if we wanted to include unique mechanics, it could make it more difficult to test, and it just generally took longer. However, other benefits of it were if we wanted to have unique goals, as all of the procedural generated maps, or almost all of them, the main goal was just kill all the enemies. And for handcrafted ones, we could have specific goals like trying to destroy specific pieces of scenery or trying to, escape a certain part of the map that we just couldn't do with ProcGen ones. So the other big thing I'm going to talk about, or one of the other big things, is scenery. So it was based on the type of monster you're fighting, the biome you're in, and the sites. And so this was super, super useful because it meant that even if there were kind of small variations in a map's shape, that alone wouldn't make it feel interesting or different. However, if we had what actually fills the scene change based on the environment you're in or what you're fighting, it could feel a lot more interesting and keep things a lot fresher. And so as you can see, there's an example of environment scenery. You're in the hills. It's this kind of mossy stone. The monster scenery, in this case, you're fighting the Gorgons. So you have these stone kind of calcified, petrified tentacles. And then for site scenery, you have this beautiful kind of ring of stones and a font water fountain. This, for reference, was a handcrafted map. And it was meant to kind of evoke the idea of this mystical font in the mountains. Scenery also served as cover, so it had mechanical uses. If you hid your heroes behind them, or if there were monsters hiding behind them, they would be more difficult to hit, and this varied in quality. However, we made sure that it would never be too annoying, because if you make an attack against an enemy and then you have an ally who's flanking them, your ally is guaranteed to hit them as long as you've tried to hit them from an opposite angle. And this was really a core part of wilderness combat and where a lot of the strategy came in. As for instance, hunters, if they attacked with a dagger, could deal double damage when flanking. But this was just another way that scenery was really, really critical for the actual flow of combat. And then we come to mystics. So mystics are where the scenery really, really shines, because the way they work is, instead of being a traditional caster where they just throw fireballs, they put a tiny piece of their soul into an item, and then based on the elements that make up that item, they gain new abilities. So for instance, if they interfuse with a bookshelf, they may be able to kind of pull the knowledge out of books and shove it in someone's mind, or they could cause pieces of wood to explode in brilliant displays. And this meant that as the scenery changed, the abilities available to your mystics, who generally would make up at least like a third of your party, those would change as well. And so it meant not only were you looking at something different, but you were having to approach each combat a little bit differently. And you could upgrade your mystics in specific ways to make sure they had abilities that were better used around like human-created objects, like mechanisms, or maybe they were more of a forest mystic who could use trees and water more effectively. But this just helped keep things feeling interesting as we would cycle through enemy types and scenery, and the maps would be changing constantly. So it was a lot of kind of little changes that would adjust how combat would feel overall. So yeah, another example, there's one ability where you could interfuse with a tree and then teleport to it, which I really enjoyed, and it would let you kind of turn invisible for a little bit. Mystics were my favorite class by far in the game. And then this takes us to the Overland map. Sorry. And the Overland map had a couple different subtle ways it influenced gameplay through the procedural generation. So each time a map was created, the tiles would have kind of a rough proportion of each biome. So there was a lot of grassland, a lot of forests, and then fewer mountains and swamps. And every time you explored one of these areas, there was a chance to get a comic that was based in that location. Another thing that was important is, as the game would progress, the map would get more and more full, until finally, by the end of the your final chapter, it would be fully completed. You could see everything, even if you hadn't explored everything. And then another important component were mountains, as they would slow down monsters that would kind of be launching raids against your outposts. The other part of tiles that were critical was that you could build sites on them that would give you resources, and those resources could be spent to buy upgrades and weapons for your heroes. This meant that you had to keep an eye on, what resources were plentiful. If you had lots of places to build forges nearby, great, you can build axes, swords easily. But if you're lacking them, you would have to go for weapons that had more wood involved, or more spell thread, or things of that nature. So again, these were kind of less obviously significant ways in which the procedural generation influenced gameplay. But over time, you would find that you would really feel the lack of certain resources, and the way a map would be generated, where rivers and mountains would appear, could really shift the way you played, even if you were playing the same campaign. Also because when raids would be launched, you kind of had to defend your towns, or else they would just die. And so if you didn't have people positioned properly, it could make it really difficult to actually keep playing the game and not just lose out of hand. But yeah, so Patrick, please, what are our main takeaways from this?
All right, yeah. So takeaways. When you're making randomly generated heroes, give them lots of memorable traits. When possible, show those traits visually, and make sure those heroes have a consistent voice. When making events that utilize those heroes, handcraft stories that you pick based on the hero's traits, and add additional acknowledgements of hero traits within those stories. It's gonna be a lot of work. That's just the unfortunate truth of it.
Yeah, and same thing with combat maps. You can make handcrafted maps, and they can be furnished with proc-gen scenery. So even within handcrafted maps, they could still vary a little bit. But again, that takes a lot of time. However, the feeling of having your heroes interact differently with their environment and different scenery made them feel more unique, especially as you're playing the game for longer and longer periods of time, and you have bigger and different parties. You still remember the character who was really good at messing around with rocks or something. Another thing that you've probably seen in a lot of different talks is that proc-gen can often be seen as this way to as a force multiplier for smaller teams to be able to put out a lot more content. But hopefully this talk, and likely others, have shown you that yes, you can make a lot of content with it, but I think we all have a feeling that it doesn't mean it's going to be good. And the time it takes to really hone it into something of high quality is something you have to really consider as you're making these decisions to use procedural generation in your stuff.
And that is all.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. If you're looking for
Thanks, y'all.
more Wildermyth talks, I'm going to put Nate's GDC 2022 talk, Getting Players Emotionally Invested in Procedural Characters in Wildermyth, on the obelisk. Yeah.
Yeah, nice. Thank you so much. This is awesome to see how much structure is behind the wow. See, procedurally generates all these stories perfectly, easily. There's a lot of intentional choices made there. Just a quick question. I think we have time for one here that someone posted. Dr. G asked, what were your biggest challenges building the editor, and were there cases where core systems changed and you had to revise your data structure or editor for it?
I think the data structure probably changed a lot during the start, but by the time I came onto the team, it largely stayed the same. We just added onto it. The editor, though, did go through a lot of changes. So at the start, like none of that context-sensitive highlighting or anything like that was in there, and you weren't able to like click on a piece of text to see that show up in the comic. There's a whole bunch of autofill stuff that happens now to like show you all the roles that you have available. Prior to that, it was basically just write in a text editor and like hope that you didn't miss one of your slashes, and then re-roll the comic a bunch of times to see if you can get enough variations to be confident that it'll work.
Yeah, I imagine once the narrative person gets in there and is like, oh gosh, it sure would be nice with a little, just some highlights and some autocomplete and that sort of thing.
When I was first designing the maps as well, I would basically use an ASCII art editor to put in like letters and characters to indicate what kind of tiles I wanted to make. It was very difficult. Once tools were added, it became much, much easier to make handcrafted stuff.
Yeah, that makes sense. Well, thanks again for the wonderful talk. Definitely post your other one on the obelisk. And thanks for joining us again this year.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, y'all.
All righty. Well, we've got one more talk before the next social break, so I will go ahead and introduce us to Niflis. I'm so glad we've got. I've got a little bit of echo.
Oh yeah, I need to disable the stream volume somehow. How do I do that?
Yes. Right click on the tab. Mute.
On the what?
Right click on the tab and mute. I think we're good.
Oh, okay.
Okay. All right. Well, I will let you take it away, Niflis. Thank you.
Right. Hey, my name is Niklas, and I made my own algorithmic music software. I'm also making a game about my dog. This is Hot Dog. She's a very good dog. And I'm making a game about her that looks like this. You control the dog, and the dog can compose music using this drum machine interface, like this. And you can see the level reacting to the music now. And now I have to complete the challenge with the music I just composed. I noticed that all the music kind of changes in intensity as I proceed in this level now. My game sounds, but now I want to show the software where I make this music, which is over here. So I'm gonna start with showing the step sequencer algorithm. This is the most normal algorithm you will see in the software. basically it's a step sequencer. It plays drums from the top to the bottom. Every time it collides with one of these squares, you hear a sound. It sounds like this. But as you can see, this cursor that's actually playing the sounds is jumping it's jumping around a little bit randomly. And that's because there's an expression here that says chance 0.5 that it will take 3 cursors above or below. So I can do this. Let's grab a knob, for example, and connect the knob to the step sequencer and just plug the knob in here instead. And now I have a knob that where I can control the chaos in this cursor. So at 0 it's no chaos at all, but at 1 we have like full jumping around like crazy. Yeah. And what's neat about that is that if I create a group here and name it something like fish, now I have that name fish here. I can reference this in my game itself, and now the game can control this aspect of the music. The next instrument I want to show is the rainbow/arpeggiator. What this is, it's an arpeggiator. It's on the synthesizers you will often have like you play a number of notes at the same time, but instead of actually hearing all the notes at the same time, the arpeggiator is a module that alternates automatically between the notes. A Commodore 64 usually does that to preserve the number of sounds it can play at the same time. But this is a common synthesizer feature. Sounds like this. You can see the pattern here going up. But what's interesting about the Rainbow device is that this can do real-time sorting one at a time on this array. So soon it's going to start sorting this in reverse. And it's you're going to see it in real time and also hear it. Yeah, it's starting now. And now we have a reverse array. And that's, yeah, it's, I sometimes use that device, for example, when I have a melody that's playing on repeat, but every time you walk through a door, you end up with a slightly changed variation of that melody. And things like that, things that just manipulate the music as you go by doing this weird sorting thing is. Next up, I want to show the Desire device. This is a device that plays, it has 5 different triggers, like notes that it wants to play. There's like this bar, you're gonna see it when I start, that just this bar starts going in this direction. And the bigger one of these bars are, the stronger the desire is to trigger that note. And that's a nice way to control that. You get more controlled randomness, where things that hasn't happened for a while are more likely to happen over time. But also, it's another aspect of it is that I can control when these desires are active and build up and when they don't. It sounds like this. So you have like these periods when it starts playing more notes, and then you have other periods when it's not playing many notes at all, and it kind of goes back and forth between those. And then I should show the reflector. This is one of my most bonkers looking devices. What this device does is that it spawns 2 cursors in here that just bounces around. So a cursor travels in one direction until it collides with something and then swaps direction. when it collides with a white square, it always reflects, but when it collides with one of the colors in between, there's a chance that it will reflect and a chance that it will proceed in the same direction. And this means this pattern, I kind of just improvised by this pattern by listening and putting squares until I had the precise kind of behavior I wanted, where these cursors bounce around a bit and make a lot of sounds. Then they exit, make very little sound for a while, but then gets reflected back in and starts making lots of sounds again. This one sounds like this. So that's how the percussion works in the song. I have some more percussion also in the railway device. This device, I made this when I was gonna go on a train trip. And this is based on the step sequencer, but it has a different behavior. So I say, I would put it like there are 3 railway tracks here. So we have, one second. Track number 1 is here, 2 is here, 3 is here, and 4 is here. And you have like this cursor that starts to travel downwards and playing notes. But for every note that it plays, there's also a chance that it will jump to the next track. So you kind of get this thing where you get more variation by the train just changing tracks. And this one sounds like this. Oh, 1 second. So now you can see the cursor traveling down and changing tracks. So yeah, that's the railway device. Then I want to show the democracy. Oh, gotta clear that. I'm not used to my new shortcuts. This is a little drum sort of weird thing that I made. The way I made this was I asked on... oh, 1 second. I asked on Twitter. And this was back when before Twitter was really terrible. It's like, let's compose a drum loop together, and people got to vote for what goes into the different steps of the drum loop. And then I combined all the different weights into these arrays. So these are like all the average results from these different poll results. And back in the music software, it sounds like this. With these specific weights that you see over here, this is the drum beat we get out of it. And there's a second device I want to talk about connected to this instrument, which is also inspired by trains, which is the train stop device, which are these two things here. The way they work is that you have a railroad, and here you have a station. Every time the democratic beat device wants to play a note, it decides to send off a little train, and the train carries the note information. And then when I was stuck in train traffic when I wrote this algorithm, and I didn't know because I was 3 hours and nothing was happening because a whole series of trains was stuck because some accident thingy. And So I wrote this algorithm that lets me put up a stop. And now none of the trains are allowed to reach the station, and they start queuing up more and more of them. And then suddenly the trains are allowed to go again. And now the trains has a lot of catching up to do, so now they start going like super, super fast. And that's how I took a real-life situation and just turned it into this algorithm. So if I activate the train stop now, and re-enable them. So you get this kind of weird fills. And next up, the tweet randomizer. This is a very chaotic device. 1 second. Wait. Oh, wrong button. I just added shortcuts to the software and I haven't learned them yet. So the story behind the tweet randomizer is I needed random values, and the fact is random values aren't that random. Even computer generated random values, like look at this for example. This is a sequence of random numbers that I just got from the internet. Got some website to generate them for me. Like you can't really go like, look at the 61, that's so random. No, the 61 isn't random at all. Like this, none of this looks random. It's just numbers and they are super evenly distributed and it looks like white noise. It's no, so I wanted to have real random numbers. So I tapped into the most random thing there is, which is the human mind. I asked on Twitter, again, back when Twitter was not horrible, please give me sequences of random numbers that you can come up with in your head. And look at this. So here we have 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, and 4. Like that is random. That is extremely random. We have this sequence, 9, 100, and then there's suddenly like this absolutely massive number. This sequence has a negative number. There's just one of them, I believe, in all these different sequences. One negative number. That is completely random. And I use it to drive this instrument that sounds like this. But then I can try a different, somebody else's random sequence instead, and I get a completely different result. So now you get something that kind of sticks more to the same notes. And that is because this specific note sequence I just played is based on this instead, which is 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1, and then a bit later some other values comes up. And then I want to talk about the Monty Hall problem. So the Monty Hall problem is a very classic problem, a logic kind of statistics problem. In case you haven't heard of it, it works like this. There are 3 doors. 1, 2, and 3. There's you, and there's a host, which is Monty. Behind these doors, there are 2 goats and 1 car, but you don't know which door has the car. But say you pick door number 1. Then Monty goes and opens door number 2, and this door has a goat in it. And you get to choose, should you stick to door number 1 or should you change your choice to door number 3? And it sounds like it should be a 50-50% chance, but you actually double your chances if you switch to the other door. Or that would be the case under the standard assumptions, but why would you make the standard assumptions, right? There's a few questions here. Like, is the host evil? Does the host actually know which door has the car? does the host think that the player knows the Monty Hall problem? Is the host in a hurry? Does the host have to open another door? And can the host open another door intentionally, or can they just, can they open the car door intentionally and just show the car and let the player switch to it? And does the host have to offer to switch? And for example, under the standard assumptions, we can get this this melody. This is based on 14 iterations of this particular configuration. But let's randomly change around, and we get a completely different melody because the outcome becomes completely different of the problem. We change it some more. And you might ask, why use the Monty Hall problem to compose algorithmic music? And I think it's best if I show you in the game the reason. I'm not sure it's a good reason, but it's definitely a reason. Let's see here. Put some volume back, and let's teleport over there. Just gonna give myself some money also. So you meet another dog. The picture of the dog is placeholder. And now you choose the door. Then I choose the left door. It's also a goat. But I'll try again. And the funny thing is, when the car's position is randomized, the algorithm you hear playing the music is the Monty Hall problem itself. And why exactly did I do this? The best answer is why not, right? But let's see here. I think I might have been a little bit faster than I intended. But now I want to do a performance of music using my adaptive music software. So I'll just put together the different algorithms I showed and other algorithms too. And you can hear what it sounds like. And a thing is that every control I will press or change is also a control that the game has the possibility to modify. Yeah. Yeah, so that's what my music software can do when you change all the parameters. And I think I should end with I should tell you that for the first time the game now has a Steam page, so it would be super nice if you would want to wishlist it. And yeah, this nice key art is by an artist named OneNaila1, who I want to credit, and has the art links here. And I think that's what I had.
Amazing. Thank you so much for giving us a nice demo at the end here too. We got a live roguelike celebration set. It reminds me of people playing modular synths, but actually know what they're doing. There's a little more structure there where I can parse what you're doing to some degree.
Yeah, it's a little bit different because modular synths is basically, it's mostly audio signals, but
Right.
my modular software is for making musical decisions instead.
Yes, exactly. And that's why I feel it feels so much more parsable to especially a layperson. Gosh, that was so cool. We had so many great comments the entire video, and definitely going to be checking it out again and sending to a bunch of people that I know will love it. We've got a bunch of questions here. I think we have time for maybe one or two. We saw the sort of like automata, like symbols sort of playing music, but Too Much Abstraction asked, do you have any director systems that try to manage tension or intensity over the course of longer time periods?
That's actually, that part is built into the level rather than built into the music software. So a lot of that is I place a lot of different zones all over the level in my level editor. So as soon as you progress in any way, you pretty much enter a new stage of the music. There are even variations. Just when you can run over a platform, for example, I might increase the intensity of the music while you're on top of that platform running.
Sure. Yeah, it makes sense that there's like, some of the dynamicness of the editor allows you to have gameplay elements that sort of reflect what's happening in the music as well. So something that I'm curious, and also one of the top rated questions here, do you plan to make that tool available after the game is out? Tyreek mentioned it looks like an absolute joy to work with.
It's incredibly difficult to use. I don't have the skill in myself. I want to, but I would need funding, and I would need to work together with someone who is really good at actually making this software easy to understand for someone who isn't me.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I feel like we have a lot of tinkerers that don't necessarily need documentation. They'll just start clicking things until they figure it out. But it makes sense to, like, when you release something, you want it to be like usable.
Yeah. The tricky thing is it's mostly done through expressions. Even though you have like this interface with connecting things, most of the thing you do is writing expressions, and the expressions aren't documented, so you don't actually know what they are unless you know the software inside out. So at least I would have to document it somehow.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I was also reminded of these Instagram videos I've been served recently of this woman who's doing like live coding. There's like it's like you're literally writing code, but it does some auto completion and stuff, and just has like loops built into each block that you build. But I think the visual interface and being able to interlink things like that is really, really powerful. And yeah, I hope everyone goes out and wishlist Rhythm Doggo. I know I will be. And yeah, Nicholas, thank you so much for presenting here. We really enjoyed it.
Thank you for having me.
All right, folks. Well, we are up to another social time, so we can get a break, get some snacks, get some drinks. As per usual, just mentioning, if you're watching on Twitch or YouTube, you can join us all in the conference mud space at roguelike.club. You can pay what you can for a ticket, or if you want to donate to the conference, it's all volunteer run. And we've got our lovely live captioning, and we've got art, and we pay an honorarium for our speakers. So we really appreciate your donations and support. And yeah, just being here and letting people know that there's a wonderful conference that they can join as well. And yeah, we'll be back in about 30 minutes. So feel free to explore the space, get ready for the next round of talks. And yeah, we'll see you all very shortly. Thanks so much for joining us. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention, we do have breakout rooms for our lovely speakers. So you'll also see that in the happening now. But so we've got Paul Dean's talk, Picking Up the Pieces, Building Story in a Roguelike World, over in the dressing room. We've got Jackson Wagner and Patrick Belanger at the props closet, talking about handcrafted randomness, storytelling in Wildermyth's ProcGen world, and Leslie Nicholas with unusual music algorithm showcase in the break room. So yeah, if they're in the chat, they can answer some questions, and you can get a little more dig into what they were talking about, but also just talk about the lovely talk with other Roguelike Celebration attendees. So thank you all so much, and we'll see you all very soon.
back. After being kind of psychically destroyed in a good way by all of the mind-blowing talks earlier today, I was restored by Niflis's concert, and I'm back to be your friendly MC for the last set of talk blocks for this year's Roguelike celebration. So, thank you for having me. Let's see, I mean, you've heard these a lot this time, but maybe you're joining for the first time. If you're watching this on YouTube or on Twitch, it's not too late. You could be talking with other people in a kind of circus that we built that's got a lot of fun stuff going on, a chat client that's just for the conference. So do go to roguelike.club. You could still pick up a ticket. Also, you know, that's where we currently can take donations. So if you feel like supporting the conference monetarily, as well as just, you know, if you're here, if you're telling a friend, that's the biggest thing that you can do, and we appreciate that. But yeah, tickets are kind of pay what you can. We added just a donation button there. And you can check out merch. I meant to try and switch the shirt every time because we're selling all of our shirts this year, which is exciting. We don't know, we haven't decided if we're going to leave all of the shirts up or if it's just a special 10-year thing and then we're going to take them down again. So if you want a shirt, just in case, you should think about getting a shirt in the next few days or today before you forget. Be cool. And yeah, hopefully you've had some chance to explore. Maggie is great and is doing a great job. Let's see. Is there anything else that I need to go over before we start with the new speakers? Let's see. Thank you everyone for using the obelisk and sharing all kinds of interesting stuff there. We'll be trying to kind of share the stuff on the obelisk at the end of the event. And yeah, I think that we might as well just get into it because I'm very excited about our next set of speakers. We're going to have 4 speakers because we're going to do a mix of some lightning talks, which are always extra impressive to fit things in to that amount of time. Oh, there we go. Hi, Maggie. Maggie's back. Yes. Awesome. Yeah, so we're going to do a lot of topics now. And we're going to be starting with Seth Cooper, who is an associate professor at Corey College in computer science in Northeastern University, where he earned his PhD in computer science, or he earned his PhD in computer science and engineering at the University of Washington, has worked on video games, ProcGen, citizen science, crowdsourcing, one of the co-creators of Fold It, which I am a big fan of as a project, a way for citizens to contribute to scientific research in biochemistry, super cool, but has also worked at Square Enix, Electronic Arts, Pixar Animation Studio, and is creative director of the Center for Game Science, and is here to talk about a tile rewrite language for building roguelikes. So, welcome, Seth.
Hello, thanks. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, you sound good. Take it away.
All right, great. Thanks. So yeah, I'm Seth Cooper from Northeastern University, and I'm going to be talking a little bit about building a roguelike with a tile rewrite language. And so this is sort of like a new language that I've been developing with some collaborators. We're calling it TRRBT, Rule Behavior Trees. It's kind of the name we've been using so far. And this is a language we're developing intended for programming sort of grid and turn-based games. And, you know, we hope that maybe the language will make game programming a little bit different, a little bit more approachable, sort of like a different way of thinking about programming games that might make it kind of interesting in a different way. And so we're really trying to make things in the language sort of able to be done visually. The game state, basically for a game, is just represented essentially as a layered 2D board of tiles, sort of like a grid. So, you know, you can see everything that's going on in the game right there on the board, essentially. And then the changes in the state. So the game state is sort of a 2D grid of tiles, right? And the changes in the state are accomplished by just using tile rewrites, which are essentially just a visual representation of replacing one arrangement of tiles with another arrangement of tiles. So you can see sort of all the rules and how things change in the game as well, very visually. And the control flow, the way that, you know, the logic is handled for the game, you know, loops and things like that, is handled by behavior trees, which are sort of a popular approach for visual programming, usually for like agent behavior in games. But in this case, we're using the behavior trees to control sort of like the logic of the entire game, right? So we're taking the rewrite rules, the tile rewrite rules, and the behavior trees, kind of putting them together and making sort of domain-specific language for games we're calling tile rewrite rule behavior trees. And we're interested in kind of seeing what kinds of games that we could develop in this language. And so one of the things that we were looking at was, could we build a roguelike using tile rewrite rule behavior trees, TRBTs, right? So I'll talk a little bit more about the language and then a little bit how we've been looking at implementing a roguelike. So one of the main things in the language is tile rewriting, and this is basically taking a left-hand side sort of arrangement of tiles and then replacing that with a right-hand side arrangement of tiles, so something gets replaced with something else, and that's how things change in the game state. So for example, we could take the player tile and a blank tile and replace that with a blank tile and the player tile, and that would be a way of representing basically player moving into a blank spot. And then we could also say we'll take a rectangle of solid tiles and replace that with sort of some empty space in the middle, and this would be like placing a room, essentially an empty room, right? And so we can represent various different things with tile rewrites. And in addition to changing things in the state by rewriting tiles, we can also sort of examine the state and see what's in it. So if we wanted to see if the player has found the gem, right, that they're trying to find in the game, we could just check and see, is there a gem tile somewhere on the board? And that would be like sort of matching a tile pattern and seeing if it's there. And we could use that for further logic in the game. And then the way that this is all sort of combined together and tied together is through behavior trees. These are, again, oftentimes used for sort of programming agents in games. We use similar concepts. Some of the nodes are not all exactly the same as the standard ones that people use, but they're basically a tree of nodes, and the nodes can run, and they succeed or fail. And then depending on the type of the node, they customize their behavior depending on whether the children of this particular node succeed or fail, right? So here's a sort of a simple start of a behavior tree where we've got an order node with two children, one of which is another order node, and then a loop until all node. And basically the order node just runs all the children in order once, and the loop until all node will kind of loop through running its children over and over again until all of the children fail, and then it will be done running. So here's expanding that out a little bit, right? On the left-hand side, we've got the order node with its children, and basically just going to go through those in order, set the board to be all solid tiles, do one rewrite to make kind of like an empty room somewhere, then rewrite one of those blank tiles with a player and one with a door to put the player and the door, the exit, in some random place in the room. And then the loop until all node has a little bit more involved set of children, but the X spin basically says everything under here is going to it doesn't matter which order it happens in, and then the player node means the player who's the person playing the game gets to decide which one of these rewrites they want to apply, and they can either move the player tile into an empty space, or they can move it onto the door, and that will turn it into a gem, make the gem appear basically. And then going further over to the right, the player wins if there's a match of the gem somewhere on the board. So that's basically when the player wins, if there's one of those anywhere, right? And with basically that behavior tree right there, that TRBT, you get a really simple sort of game like this, where there's just a little room and the player can walk to the exit and find the gem, right? So we started with something kind of like this, and we want to build up to add some more complex features to this roguelike style of game. And one of the things that actually inspired us quite a bit was this game called Roguel, which is a daily, roguelike, every day a different sort of dungeon to explore. And it's emoji based, so the tiles and things like that are all emoji based. And this was kind of part of the inspiration for the game that we were working on, which we're calling Trogue. And it's a fairly simple roguelike with dungeon generation, exploration, enemies, combat, collectible items, and all using also emoji tiles. This works well with the tile rewrites. So I'm going to look at the TRBT implementation of some of these features. And in particular, we'll be looking at kind of like a debugging view with more animations and more tiles kind of visible than what the player sees while they're playing. But this is like a little video of some of the gameplay, right? Like collecting collecting a wand and exploring the dungeon, and there's enemies, and you can cast fireballs to fight the enemies. And if you get too close to the enemies, they do damage as well. So you can see there's health in the bottom left as well. The game makes pretty extensive use of some of the language features of layers and hidden tiles. So layers basically let you stack tiles one on top of each other, so you can show more than one thing at the same place, or keep things associated with each other. And also, if you put a larger tile above a smaller one, you can use that to hide them during gameplay. And then there's also just sort of tiles that are completely hidden from the player, that are sort of tagged with this underscore, and you can only see them when debugging. And there we use those a lot for tracking kind of like hidden state, things that shouldn't be visible at all to the player, but are useful for tracking things and useful to see when you're debugging. So of course, one of the first things that we wanted to do was, generate a random kind of dungeon for the player to explore, and doing this essentially only with like being able to rewrite tiles and kind of control the logic of them with the behavior tree. And so the first thing it does is it kind of like stamps out all the different rooms, similar to before, but the rooms also have like a seed tile marking their center. And then we can randomly pick one of those rooms and start kind of pathfinding out from that room by, rewriting sort of empty tiles in a particular layer with arrows kind of pointing in towards the center of the room, or pointing in towards the other arrows that are pointing in towards the center of the room, and iteratively growing this kind of pathfinding structure out until we hit the center of another room, and then just follow it along to clear a pathway. And then we end up with some rooms and some hallways between them. There's also a HUD, or a heads-up display, that has the elements to show for the player's health in their inventory, which is the hearts and the wands. And because everything is just somewhere on the board, the way that we get them in the right place in the corner is just kind of drop them on the board, and then move them all the way over and all the way down until they get into the right place, and then expand out the sort of the meters, the health meter and the inventory meter from there. This is kind of, I thought this was kind of interesting because everything has to be spatially located somewhere on the grid. And then we also have exploration and fog. So there's like a layer essentially on top of everything else with the big square emojis that will visually hide everything underneath them. And then every time the player moves, we sort of do a similar approach as before, where we kind of iteratively find, by rewriting tiles next to the player, or tiles next to tiles we've already found, the locations that are near to the player. And then we can use this to clear away sort of like the darkness tiles and the fog tiles. And the fog refills every time the player moves, but the darkness doesn't. So the fog kind of follows them around, and you can't see stuff that's happening in areas far away from you. There's also enemy movement. There's two types of enemies that move differently. The bats move randomly, and the snakes patrol back and forth. And so the snakes have these little hidden, you can see they've got kind of like the underscores by them. They've got these hidden arrow tiles underneath them that keep track of which direction that they're moving. And there's a special layer to sort of keep track of kind of like the information about the enemies, like if they've moved this turn, which direction they're going, and that kind of thing, if they've attacked and so on. And then when the enemies do attack and they do damage, we need to remove some health from the player. The bats do 1 damage, the snakes do 2 damage. And the way we did this here is whenever some damage is done to the player, we just randomly remove the appropriate number of hearts from the health meter there at the bottom, and then kind of shift everything down so that the health meter is still contiguous. And again, this is sort of the player doesn't actually see this, but this is kind of slowed down for demonstration. And if the player doesn't have any hearts left, then they lose the game. And then the player can also attack and fight the enemies. They have wands, and if they have a wand, they can cast a fireball. And for the way that the game works, you have the arrow keys to move the player, and then there's also an action button. And when you press the action button, that kind of tracks that, okay, now the player has cast a fireball, and that's done on a special layer. And then if they've done that, then the next time you press the arrow key, then that launches the fireball in a particular direction. And again, one of these sort of extra auxiliary hidden layers keeps track of the direction that the fireball is going with these little arrow tiles here as well. And so, here's some screenshots of the tree, the behavior tree, basically that is how it is currently. It has, like the simpler example at the beginning, it's kind of got two main subtrees, one for generating the dungeon and then one for sort of the player playing. And if you expand it all out, it looks like that. That one down there at the bottom, quite a lot of nodes, but they can visually be collapsed and hidden, and so it's relatively straightforward to kind of just like focus on the particular area that one is working on at a time. And there's also, they have comments and that kind of thing that can help navigate through it. But that's kind of all of the code basically for the game itself, essentially, right there. So in summary, we have been developing Trog, which is a simple roguelike implemented using this new sort of domain-specific language we've been developing called tile rewrite rule behavior trees, or TRRBTs. There's a bunch of other stuff that might be interesting to kind of add to it in the future. Of course, more item types, more spells, different types of enemies having maybe more than one health, different mechanics like locks and keys, teleporters might be kind of interesting, tracking progress between floors. Now every time you get to the exit, you just start over, essentially, and some balancing maybe between like how many enemies there are and how many wands there are and that kind of thing, to maybe make it easier or harder. So that's it for what I was going to present. So thanks for inviting me, and thanks for listening to my talk. I'm Seth Cooper. There's my email and website, and you can play the game. I put it on itch as well if you'd like to give it a try. And I want to especially thank Kayla, Cynthia, Jai, and Chris for their help, and the Corey College of Computer Sciences, a research seed grant, for their help and some support developing the underlying language and that kind of thing. And there's a couple of papers too that you could take a look at if you are interested in finding out a little bit more details and that kind of thing. So, thanks.
Excellent. Thank you so much. I'm going to try and sneak in just like a bit of a quick question, because I am curious, because it might be that the answer is yes, it's in the paper. Dr. G asked about if you did any kind of user study, dev studies to see how people find this rewriting based programming compared to like traditional imperative programming, of like, is it more accessible? Is it just kind of creative and fun? Is it that works for some people, not others? Like, is that something that comes up in the paper?
Yeah, the second paper we did a little bit of a kind of small scale kind of user study. And I think kind of one of the interesting things that we found is that it's different from other kinds of programming in that the tiles don't really have like an identity, so to speak, right? Like the little player tile doesn't have like, it's just an emoji of the player, right? And so anything that any rewrites that have that tile in it could kind of apply to any tile with the player in it, right? It's not like, an object of the player or something like that existing on the board. It's just a tile, and then the rewrites and things like that can apply to it just as they could to, a fog tile or a wand tile or a fireball tile or something like that. So there's some indication maybe that it's a different way kind of thinking about how to structure the things that.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's very like base level assumption to have to lose, of like, no, even the player character is not like a special object, it's just another tile, like everything's just tiles. Excellent. Well, thank you so much for fitting that into 15 minutes, and I am definitely looking forward to going and following up on that paper. So thanks so much for coming to Roguelike Celebration.
Yeah.
Excellent. Okay, we're going to keep moving with these lightning talks. So our next talk, we're going to play a pre-recording. Unfortunately, Quentin had some last-minute things come up and won't be able to present live, but maybe in chat, so we'll see. But we do have a recording on the anatomy of a morg file. Quentin is a tinkerer in the Pacific Northwest who likes traditional roguelikes, programming, and fiber arts, and just going to talk a bit about, the Dungeon Crawl Stone Soup morg file as an artifact, which is something that I think is well suited to our interest here. So let's roll the tape.
Oh, hi there. Just a sec. I'm gonna play a little bit more of my game before we get started, because I was in the middle of something. Okay, here we are. I'm a mountain dwarf. Oh. That was fast. Oh dear. I die. That's ridiculous. I don't even know. Okay. I guess we can get started now. Anatomy of a morgue file. A dungeon crawl stone soup murder mystery. I have lost another friend. All that's left of Purple Mustard the Severer is this morgue file. It's just 19.3 kilobytes of text. Let's take a look. Oh, I guess 19 kilobytes of text is kind of a lot. Let's break this down. We've got an overview, inventory, skills, spells, dungeon, weirdness, death, map of death, vanquished, notes, vaults, timelines, and timing. Let's see if we can find out who killed my friend with this text document. Maybe the overview is a good place to start. The overview is made up of concise, structured information about the character, mostly directly copied from in-game status menus or the death screen. That's a lot of information. Let's zoom in on the summary for now. Oh, my poor friend the Severer. I had so much fun with this character. They had so much potential. Sure, I might have been a little reckless, but really I shouldn't blame myself for their death. There must be someone else responsible. A murderer. Aha! It was the orc warrior in the orcish mines with the glaive. But wait. The orc only did the final blow. Who got our friend to 4 hit points? Maybe we'll get some answers in the death section. This is a record of the messages leading up to the player's death. I've highlighted every message where my friend was damaged. Take a look at this one. The kobold blast miner fired a cannon and hit. The more exclamation marks, the more damage. This one has 2. Maybe the kobold was the culprit. We'll get a better understanding if we look at the next section, which has a map. This is an ASCII screenshot of the map at the moment of death. It's a little ambiguous because it's missing color, so we also get a list of the visible creatures. I'm going to zoom in on the action. Okay, here we are. Let's clean this up so we can focus on the interesting part. First, I'll make the walls solid white and the floors blank. And the demons were summoned at the exact moment of death and didn't have enough time to do anything, so let's just ignore them. There, that's better. These must be our 3 murderers. Here's the orc warrior who did the killing blow. It had a glaive with a range of 2, so it can attack from where it stands. Here's the orc high priest whose god used power to attack from far away. Here's the kobold blast miner whose cannon attack has a range of 4. It was the one that hit my friend the most often and the hardest. And here's my poor friend Purple Mustard the Severer using an axe with a range of 1. Judging based off how I usually play and position and the position of these enemies, here's my guess as to what happened. I was probably running away from the north to hide around the corner. The kobold caught up first. In this position, it can attack me, but I couldn't attack it. I stepped out of hiding to use my axe. The kobold shot its cannon and flew so hard backwards. The killing blow from the orcish warrior came shortly afterwards. But did our poor friend have to step forward? Or was there another option? I want to show you something that's been bothering me. Take a look at this. The lowercase a in the status effects is our currently available abilities. Here's Heal Other, which my friend can do because they worship Elyvion. It is a powerful ability to neutralize enemies from afar. Let me show you what this ability can do. The notes section is a list of interesting events, both automatic and player written. Here, I've collected the ones that are related to Elyvion. My friend was able to use Heal Other earlier to pacify an orc warlord, one of the scariest enemies you'll ever encounter in the orc mines, entirely skipping the fight. Heal Other gets stronger the better your skill in invocations is. Skills is a section showing the skill levels at the time of death and which ones the player was currently investing experience towards. Wow, look at how high that invocation level was. If it's tied with their axe skill, maybe we need to take this weapon seriously. Back to our map. Let's put down Heal Other next to their axe. So I could have stayed in my hidey hole and tried to heal the kobold until it decided to leave me alone. Oh dear. And I'll never know if it would have worked. Maybe I should have tried to heal that kobold? It might have taken a couple tries, and I was afraid to use up my favor with my god. And it's not like with that orc warlord where I knew it was serious. It was highlighted red. It was so high leveled compared to me, and I didn't really think that little kobold could kill me. I already killed 5 of them in the vanquished category. Oh no. Maybe my own poor judgment was the murderer all along.
Delightful. That's so good. Well, that's just wonderful. I am very thankful that we had that recording and got to experience, yes, like Columbo mode on a morg file. So thank you very much, Quentin, for getting that to us. And I know that if people may be able to have some discussion in chat on that, but yeah, I think that that's wonderful, and people were enjoying it a great deal, and it was a nice kind of peaceful, surprisingly peaceful for being digging into mistakes and death, but was like a nice kind of guided experience to have at this kind of late point in the day. And yeah, hopefully it seems like I might get some people should play DCSS, play Dungeon Call Swim Soup. It's real good. But we have 2 more talks in this talk block. First another lightning talk, and then a full talk at the end before we have another social break. So I'm going to go ahead and just give our next speaker a bit of extra time. And our next speaker is Alexander King, a game designer, analyst, and teaching artist based in Brooklyn, New York. His work centers on data-driven design and simulation, has been featured in festivals like Alt Control, GDC, and Indiecade. He's the economy designer for Dear Reader, a puzzle game about public domain literature that is frequently listed as one of the best games in Apple's subscription service, Apple Arcade. He's also an adjunct professor at NYU Game Center and Parsons Design Technology program, where he teaches classes on games and systems design and spreadsheets, which is, I think, how I first met Alexander, was to nerd out about spreadsheets, which we love here. He's a staff data analyst and proud member of the ACT UAW Local 7902, which represents part-time faculty at NYU and the New School. And before working on games, Alexander was an analyst consultant working in finance and e-commerce, but the economies he models now are usually fictional. And is that not more fun to work on? Welcome to the stage, Alexander. You do a mic check.
Hey, yeah, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, you sound great.
Awesome.
I didn't even mention what you're here to talk about, but it's set.
Well, no need. That's why I'm here, I guess. So should I just get started?
Yes.
Cool.
It.
Super happy to be here. I'm a long time lurker, first time poster, so to speak, at Roguelike Celebration. I want to give a quick little design talk about what I think is an underappreciated subgenre of deck builders, what I'm calling set-based deck builders. Does not have anything actually to do with Marcia Falco's game Set. I just couldn't think of a good opening image, so I just used the game Set. I was going to introduce myself, but Alexa just did such a great intro for me. As she said, yeah, I am a systems designer. I teach, and I also work at my union, ACT UAW Local 7902, as the staff data analyst, is some of the hats that I wear. So if you're here, I think it's probably safe to assume that you know and love roguelike deck builders. And if you don't, and you want to learn more about the general design of the genre, I don't have time to cover everything about it, but luckily I don't have to. You could check out Benjamin Berman's talk from a few years ago here at Roguelike Celebration. There's a great talk about the design and sort of the precedence of this genre. But I'm going to assume we're generally up to speed on deck building, roguelike deck builders in general. And so sort of the how these work. The main mechanic is going to center on having a deck that you've got cards, and you're going to add cards to that deck over time and draw from it. And that's kind of the main way that these games work. And that those cards and that deck are usually an abstraction of combat, but that doesn't have to be the case. The main point is just having a set of resources or actions that are randomly ordered, and you're changing the composition of that random arrangement over time. And what I think is sort of interesting is that most all deck builders are about adding and removing single cards from a deck. That is like the main decision that the player makes is picking a single card and adding it to their deck or not adding it. And it's almost always a single card, and it's very often in this like choice of three, which I think has become sort of like a almost like a cliche. Like you have three cards and you're going to pick one because it works so well. It's so totally normal and expected that this kind of like hardly bears noticing. But having gameplay revolve around individual cards actually has some particular qualities if you think about it. So I just want to think about some of these affordances of this singleton deck building. The first is that it's going to be high friction because the player has to make many decisions. If they're going to construct a full deck over the course of a run or a game, they're adding each card one by one, maybe after an initial set. And so those decisions kind of need to be spread out. And so it really lends itself to having deck building take place over the course of a game, not all at once. Otherwise, you'd be doing too many decisions all at once. And the player needs to evaluate every single card individually. And so there's an upper limit on how complex any given card can be. They really kind of need to be relatively simple. And that's a lot for the player to keep track of because the deck that you're playing with is constantly changing in composition in a deck builder. And the player has to remember and reassess all of their cards somewhat frequently when playing this kind of game. And so the cards as well need to be reasonably balanced against all other cards, like within a tier maybe or something like that. Because if they weren't, then the decision of whether to add them to the deck or not would be too easy. So there's a burden on the designer here. And because of this selection process where you're seeing one card and there's a few other cards that you're not going to choose, the player naturally is going to see a lot of cards that they don't immediately get to play with. And as a consequence, the game needs a high quantity of viable cards, even if the player isn't immediately using them. So you need a big universe of good cards. And you're probably going to need to allow pruning from the deck or trashing to help the player filter out bad cards that they've added or that they started with, or cards that ended up not being useful because of decisions that they made in drafting. This is not like an exhaustive list. And these aren't good or bad qualities. They're just things that naturally inhere in the way in this mechanic works, which pushes the overall design of the game in certain directions. And not all these aren't like required. A given game might embrace or push against any one of these. But the structure of the mechanic lends itself to certain designs over others. And so if you're making a roguelike deck builder, there are these paths that the design is going to take you down. And so singleton drafting lends itself to this particular kind of deck building game, one with a large but balanced card pool, which you use to slowly construct a deck over the course of the game. So here's the alternative that is a little rarer, but I just think is neat and want more people to know about. So what if instead of adding one card at a time, we did it in a larger number than one, like in groups or sets? And basically, like that's the whole idea that I'm here to introduce you to. So the first time that I saw this mechanic was in a game called Card Hunter from 2013, which is a tactics RPG and in a rare like non-roguelike deck builder in this genre. If you haven't played it, it's a grid-based tactics game where you control 3 heroes. You can see at the bottom of the screen there, and each one of which has a 36-card deck that makes up all of their actions, both attacks and movement. So that's 108 cards for the player to manage across 3 decks. That would be way overly fiddly for a player to manage at the individual card level. So the solution that they came up with in this game is a metaphor where equipment that each of those heroes equips gives you groups of cards rather than cards one by one. So let's take a look at that. So each character in the game has a bunch of equipment slots, and you get all sorts of loot to equip. And each item is going to contribute 3 cards to the final deck for that character, or 6 if it's a weapon slot. Their UI is doing a lot of heavy lifting for showing how this works, indicating not just the cards that you're getting from a given item, but what it's replacing if you swap, and then how it's being added to the final overall deck, which you can see in the bottom half of the character sheet there. And so what does this get us design-wise? It cuts the complexity quite a lot. To fill out a 36-card deck here, we're making 10 picks instead of 36, which is pretty good. Another example of this is Card Quest, which is like one of my favorite deep cut games. And here you're assembling an even smaller deck, just 17 cards made up of 3 sets of 4 or 5 or 6 cards each, which are also tied to equipment. So each piece of equipment is contributing this group of cards. I'll talk a little bit more about Card Quest in a moment. So you can get a sense from these examples some of the ways that set-based deck building is similar to, but different than, singleton deck building. So having this means that there are going to be fewer decisions needed to assemble the deck because you're assembling some number of sets of cards instead of card by card. So even if the game has a lot of cards, the player doesn't need to consider them each individually, one by one. You can see how this mechanic is used in tabletop, I think, is really taking advantage of this. There's a deck building drafting game called Star Trek Fleet Commanders from 2011, which I think might be the first set-based deck builder, at least that I know of. And there's the Star Wars the card game from the following year to something similar. And it's being used there to cut down on the decision making. It's sort of like a Android Netrunner-like kind of game, and you've got 10 sets of 10 cards each. You pick 4 of those, and they're themed around characters. And then presto, you have a viable deck of 40 cards. And so you're making 4 choices to assemble this deck of 40 cards instead of needing to make 40 choices each time you sit down to play. And so while there are fewer decisions, the decisions themselves can be more complex because there are potentially more cards to assess and compare. So instead of just swapping out, one card for one card or something like that, you could be potentially looking at, 6 cards versus another 6 cards. I sort of think of this as like a game has a fixed complexity budget, and it's about how you can allocate that against like smaller, bigger decisions, a smaller number of bigger decisions, or a larger number of quicker decisions. And set-based deck building kind of takes us towards you're making less choices, but those choices have kind of like more going on in them. And so they can be kind of more agonizing, which is good. This also allows, from a design standpoint, you can make synergistic or thematic groupings of cards, because the cards don't need to stand alone. They can take on meaning contextually as a group, and so they can kind of be thematic. Like this is a card in Card Hunter. It's a really big pickaxe, and so you get a really good impaling card that ignores armor, a bunch of powerful cards that have a drawback, and then this large weapon drawback, which represents it being unwieldy. That's cool. You're not just adding one card at a time that represents you attacking. It's that this item gives you these cards. That really works well from a thematic standpoint. This allows for making sort of pre-built mini combos of cards, helping ensure that the player is going to have an interesting and working deck. Card Quest is full of these. Like this Cursed Dagger gives you 2 sets of cards that work well together. They don't appear on any other items. One is kind of increasing this resource that will eventually hurt you, and then one of them decrements it. And then those will work with the other cards that you're assembling. And so what this does is it allows for the player to create interesting and distinctive decks because they're given sort of working parts to start with for the deck building. And so I think the design here then can support more viable deck archetypes because you have much more control over what the player is going to have. And so more complex strategies can be supported than if they were adding them just one by one randomly. And this also means that pruning and filtering mechanics aren't really needed as much because the designer has so much more control over the card combinations to ensure reasonable deck composition. Like in a Card Hunter, it would be a problem if the player was adding like a ton of movement cards to their deck. You really only need a couple in that game. So that's okay. Only the boots slot typically gives you movement cards. And so you're sort of like ensuring that the player is only going to have the right number and then things like that. The other thing I think this is interesting from a design standpoint is that because you're balancing sets of cards together rather than balancing individual cards, you have a lot more levers in the tuning. So like this Staff of the Inferno, for example, there are a number of different ways that you can balance this item. It could be that the kind of the good card, Ember Burst, needs to be made less good, or that the bad card, Combustible, needs to be made less bad. Or you could swap out the composition of these. Maybe we get rid of one of the Firestorm cards and replace it with something else. So there's all these different ways that you can balance it rather than balancing just the individual card being made better or worse. It's the composition of cards in the item that needs to be balanced. And so having those levers is great from a balance perspective. And again, all this isn't like a better or anything. It's just different, and it has different affordances. And lastly, it sort of shifts the focus in these kinds of games to playing the deck, because you're not building the deck one card at a time. You're not kind of agonizing about the building the deck and making each decision for each card. And so you can actually focus more on playing the cards that you've got. The analogy I think is like a normal singleton deck builder. The player is finding individual parts and they're trying to assemble a working engine out of those parts. In a set-based deck builder, it's more like you're finding working parts and you're trying to build a car that is fun to drive. That's my analogy of these two things. Not that you can't do this kind of assemble over time sort of mechanic with set-based deck building. There are games that do that. Deep Sky Derelicts uses this system where items contribute groups of cards and you assemble your deck over time. And Trials of Fire also does this, where cards are tied to equipment that you find over the course of the game and they give you groups of cards. So anyway, that's wraps up my quick little talk. I really just think this is a neat mechanic that I want to see used more. And I think it has some kind of interesting design affordances. So I hope this kind of like piques your interest a little bit. And I think it might actually be kind of a better fit for certain kinds of roguelike deck builders, even if, especially where deck building isn't necessarily the overwhelming central focus. Set-based building, I think, enables some kind of different kinds of play styles. And I think that there aren't that many examples of this because there hasn't been like a knockout hit using it. But that's just an opportunity for you. You could make the next set-based deck builder, then there'll be a bunch of things that will then iterate on it further. Lots of talks at Roguelike Celebration are, these kind of selfless, like, here's how I did something, here's this useful. This is purely selfish. This is just a cool mechanic that I think is neat. And this is like the best audience to just like, here's a cool mechanic. We should use it more. And so hopefully I'll get to them play some set-based deck building games in the future. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for listening. Appreciate it.
I like it's layers of selfish because you wrote a blog post about this and I read it and I was like, selfishly, I want this to be like presented. And so, because I also want to play these games.
I know.
It would be good. We have a little bit of time for questions if people want to put them on the wall, but I was curious. So I had a thought and I'm interested on your take on it, and that I have seen a development from the like roguelike deck builders into kind of dice-based, basically roguelike dice builders, like Slice and Dice being a big one that was successful. And I was like, if you think about it, a D6, it's kind of like it's 6 cards that come in together because you bring in the die. And I see a lot of Slice and Dice where I feel like they do it where it's like, oh, this die has like 2 of its faces are really good, but the other ones are blank, or there's a couple that are like negatives. And it seems like the whole thing is like, okay, do I want this die because it comes with some good faces, but also some bad faces, which is maybe kind of like some of what you're talking about. So do you think, is there anything there?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's so I haven't played Slice and Dice. Maybe that would have I would have included that as exactly as an example, because it sounds exactly right that like you're evaluating a set of 6 or whatever. I've definitely seen dice as the deck building metaphor. That I think is a good example of these little mini mini sets, and there's definitely some tabletop. I'm trying to think what's that, like Dragon Dice is sort of a, you have an army but they're all dice. Is a game that you're not set building, but has this kind of these metaphors that I think are a good use case for it.
Yeah, I'm curious because I wonder almost if it's like a sideways way, because I think all of your reasons why a set-based design can have a bunch of advantages over single cards in terms of like balance, and like as a designer it feels like it does a lot of like you can start to like control really interesting choices in a way that's kind of tricky if you just have a like one at a time building mechanic. And so I wonder, like, is the development towards dice-based like almost it's that desire is there, but instead of thinking about it as like packs of cards, it's just like a convergent evolution.
Yeah. I mean, I think that the big problem it solves is how to get bad cards into the player's deck, which a roguelike deck builder has to like Monster Train has all these like an event will add a bunch of bad cards or whatever. But I like in a set based, you can like in Card Hunter, you can voluntarily like, oh, this thing that has a bunch of good cards and a bunch of bad cards, but like the rest of my cards will mitigate those bad cards and I get those good cards. And so that's like a cool decision to for the player to be able to make. And so dice, I think, allow you to do the same thing, that like, oh, this die that has like a bunch of good faces, and then the one that kills me or whatever, like is I'm going to take that one. And it's just a different sort of experience. And that's
with different trade-offs. It's almost, now I'm just like, okay, so when I have like 6 dice, it's like I have 6 little piles of cards that I flipping one card from each one.
Yeah, I think that's a great metaphor.
Cool. Okay. Well, that wasn't really a question, but this was a great discussion. So thank you for indulging me.
Yeah, well, thanks for having me. Yeah, much appreciated.
For a fantastic talk. So thank you very much. Okay. Well, that was fun. I need to like focus in. I'm like, I want to just go do something now with this whole dice or stacks of cards idea. But I can't because I have a job to do. And my job to do is, I believe, speaking of Monster Train, kind of. Our next speaker is Brian Cronin, who is here to talk about playtesting protests. Ooh, 2025 has been an interesting year, y'all. Playtesting process for ultra small teams. So Brian Cronin, engineer and designer from San Diego, started on pre-smartphone game development in 2005, worked on games professionally for 20 years, and works on roguelikes in free time as well as working in the educational games space. I am going to just let Brian get started so I don't keep just stumbling over my words. Welcome, Brian.
Awesome. Thank you for having me. Monster Train, I've heard that's a good game. So here we are, Sunday evening, usually the time where like a conference like this, the energy level's the highest. So I'm going to do my best to kind of mellow things out, a little bit chill. This presentation won't be super packed and dense and super fast. It probably will be. But anyway, thank you for having me. I have spoken a couple other times at Roguelike Celebration in the past. This year, I wanted to speak on playtesting for ultra small teams. So let's get into it. Oh, I need my pointer to be working. Okay, so I wanted to start with a quick story. I started making a dice roguelike game, speaking of dice, back in late 2022. I really love this game called Machikoro. It's a board game. It's kind of like a city builder and has a really elegant dice mechanic at the core. So I did the classic thing of let's take like a board game or a game you really love and figure out how to kind of enhance it, grow it into a roguelike or roguelite type structure. So before I fired up Unity, I went into, spreadsheet and I started laying out some card ideas basically, and I ended up creating this. So some of you might be familiar. This is Tabletop Simulator. I'll talk about this a little bit more later, but I was able to kind of quickly prototype this, and I play tested it with a few of my friends, and their feedback was pretty similar. It was kind of like this. So feedback wasn't incredibly amazing. I didn't just suddenly invent a perfect game, big surprise. But the feedback was super valuable, and I got the feedback very early. So that helped shape the game moving forward. And then we ended up having our second kid. So this is a tangent, but I've sort of noticed a difficulty level here from 1 kid to 2 kids, in my experience, is a huge jump. I think it goes up from there, but you end up getting a lot of benefits as in the tail end as you stack up the kids. And I think this is because of synergy, right? The kids learn how to kind of leverage each other toward the end goal of getting more of your time, energy, and attention. Anyway, the point being, I was about to have way less free time than normal. So here's some facts about the 2022 version of me. I had 2 young kids. I was very part-time on this game. I was working alone. I had even less time now, but must make game. I think everyone here could probably identify with that last bullet point at least. So how am I going to make this happen? I ended up leaning really hard in playtesting. I saw the early success of the playtesting I did, and I said, this is just going to be like, I'm going to just do a lot of playtesting, and somehow this will work out. And it worked out great for me. So I'll explain more about this. So I ran some playtests. I did 50 playtests in that first year, like between 2022 and throughout 2023. These were all done one-on-one via Discord calls. Or Google Meet, whatever. And then they were all 1 hour, generally, maybe an hour and a half in some cases. I've done, I think, about 88, maybe a little bit more now, but 88 of these playtests, these one-on-one playtests. I've done more than that in other forms, but this talk is specifically about one-on-one synchronous playtesting. So that's about 113 hours I've done playtesting. I track all my time very religiously, so I know this for a fact. And this may or may not sound like a lot of time, but for me, being very part-time on the project, this was a big commitment of time. Our friend Tommy here said, I've not failed. I've just found 10,000 ways that won't work. He may have also said this. I don't know. I found it on the internet. I thought I should share it. So failure is a part of the process of making games. I think probably everyone could identify with it. Part of any creative process, right? And games are an act of pure creativity, for example. But you don't know if you failed until you've tested. So to me, this is what it feels like to make a game without any kind of playtesting. Are players going to understand the game? Or are they going to think it's fun? I don't know, maybe. And if anyone ever tells you something like this, it's probably pretty solidly in like the survivalship bias category. If you're not familiar with this image, look up survivalship bias, World War II airplanes. It's a really fascinating story. But they probably just got lucky, basically, I would guess, or there's something else they're not telling you. Playtesting hurts, especially early on. This image is from this video. It represents like testing. So this person on the left is a developer, and she's watching a user like use this product she made, and they're supposed to just put the shapes in the correct hole. And the person is finding every which way to put the wrong shape in the wrong hole in very creative ways. And she's just suffering. Like, it's like, why are you doing this? So it could be painful to watch people play your game and just not understand the thing, or they don't enjoy it. It's difficult. But with some persistence and constant feedback from playtesting, you'll start to see happy faces. Hello, I'm Brian. These are some of the games I've worked on. Monster Train, as mentioned, I'm working on a dice game now, so that's called Slumber Realm. A lot of roguelike stuff over the years. This talk is about one-on-one playtesting, why you should do it very early and often, how you should do it, and why it should be the core of your development practice. This isn't to say other forms of playtesting are not equally good or invalid or whatever. I'm just focused on one-on-one playtesting because I think it is underutilized, especially by smaller teams, and it's extremely valuable. So some assumptions about the people watching. You are making a video game or will be making a video game. You're making it for an audience that isn't just you. So whether or not you have commercial intent with the game you're making, I'm assuming you're making it for other people to play that aren't you. You're working alone or on a small team. I think a lot of these practices can also adapt to larger teams, but I've developed a process that it works really well for just me, and now I have an artist that I work with. So you may or may not have ran one-on-one playtests before, but you're curious how to do it better. So this is the traditional dev cycle. When I started working on games, this was kind of drilled into my head. This is how you make a game, right? You have an idea, you write up a game design document, you prototype it, you go through some amount of time production, you do some QA testing at the end, and then you release. I'm arguing that dev practices should look a lot more like this, kind of like these tight iteration loops that revolve around playtesting. And in fact, many do. But I've observed smaller devs who don't incorporate playtesting enough into their process. So they don't take advantage of it as much as they should, or they do like asynchronous playtesting only. They send it out to some people, those people send back notes. That can be good to do as well, but I really think one-on-one synchronous is critical. So why playtest at all? The devs are bad at knowing if their game is fun. Devs are bad at knowing if their game is understandable. This I discovered is a huge flaw for myself. Like, it's amazing how I think something is so clear. I'll put it in front of some people, and just universally, like 5 people in a row have no idea what I'm trying to communicate. Oh. Extensive playtesting will lead to a better game. I think that is just universally true. Players will feel like you're reading their mind. So this is one of my favorite parts about playtesting. I'm working on some feature. I've been iterating on it. I've been testing it. I put it in front of a new player. They're playing through my game, and they have a question. How does that work? And then they click to the next screen or whatever, and it's instantly revealed to them, almost like I was reading their mind. It's because I did. I just read a lot of other people's minds first. And then this is pretty applicable to smaller developers, but this can also serve as early community building. I'm doing my game solo part-time. It's up on Steam and all that. I'm doing marketing. I have a small Discord community. That Discord community is almost entirely built out of people that have play tested my game in the past. And there's ways that you can make this more effective in the process that I'll explain. But another nice side benefit. So you're spending months or even years on your game. This is a serious endeavor, and you don't want to be surprised when you release it. So it's better to know. I see these posts on Reddit in particular quite often. I just like, how do you spend 4 years on a game and you didn't know it was going to be a complete failure? This isn't to say that playtesting is going to guarantee success, especially financial success, but it can help avoid some of these catastrophes. So when you want to start playtesting is as early as possible. You hear this a lot, but I just wanted to show some ways you can make it happen, right? So I'm going to play just clips of this video. I'm going to hopefully mute it. Yeah. So this tabletop simulator, hopefully I get a good clip here. Basically, I will acknowledge this was made in early or like mid 2022. I was experimenting with AI art in this prototype. I've since gotten away from all that, but just to acknowledge that fact here. Anyway, Tabletop Simulator is a great program to prototype things. So it's just, you could have a deck of cards, dice, counters, all stuff like that. And it's a great way to just very quickly be able to put some cards in there and play with friends. So that's one option. But you could also just do it on paper. If you have especially like a turn-based game, there's probably a way to prototype at least some early ideas, the core loop, whatever, play with friends. If you have a real-time game, maybe you've made a version of that game in the past, you could kind of tweak to, you want to validate some idea as early as you can. Maybe you can prototype it in another game, sort of as a mod or whatever. Just get creative, get it into someone's hands as early as you can to start validating the idea. So when we talk about validation, you want to try a lot of stuff quickly and answer these questions. Is the second-to-second gameplay fun? So in a deck builder card game, you like drawing cards, playing cards, is that aspect fun? Just depends on your genre, how you validate that. But the player's going to do something in your game, like the core nugget of the game. Versus the like minute-to-minute loop fun. So in a deck builder, that topic's on my mind from before. This would be, between the battle, how you're adding cards to your deck, how you're going to the shop, that kind of loop. And then do players understand what is happening? This is really critical to most games. And then do players find like the artwork, the theme, the world compelling? You don't need to just play test the gameplay. You could play test music, like artwork. There's all sorts of things you can play test. So here's the process that I'm advocating for. You start with a hypothesis. You go through a playtest round of like 1 to 5 people. You synthesize and process their feedback. You take action on the feedback, and you just loop around. This is the loop. So starting with the hypothesis, this is a classic example. I believe this is Resident Evil. I haven't played the game, but I know this. It was a thing on Twitter several years ago. Like, why is everything painted yellow? Well, what I'm guessing is they play tested this game a bunch, and people were not finding these interactable objects. So people are not seeing our interactable chests. What if we painted them all yellow? They play tested this, and this probably had great, people were finding the chests. So this worked. There may have been other ways to do this, but this worked for their game. So you start with a hypothesis. I have some problem in my game. There's some new feature I'm adding. Is it fun? Why aren't people understanding this screen? Whatever. You start with a hypothesis. But it's also worth pointing out that don't neglect the whole experience. You're making a whole game, right? So the players playing the whole game, they don't know about your hypothesis. They're just being presented what's in front of them. So it's okay to test more than just your one hypothesis. This isn't actually science. So you might have a few changes in your game. It's not like we're trying to isolate exact changes. But I think it is good to have one hypothesis you're really focused on for the playtest. So in other words, it's a balance. So let's go into the playtest round. You run a playtest with 1 to 5 people. Where did this magic number come from? Why 5? I got it from this book called Sprint. I think it's a really great book. It doesn't exactly apply to like playtesting, but they do playtesting as part of their Sprint process. So they just mentioned that once they got to their 5th user, they would start to see patterns repeat. In my experience, that's definitely true. And for most of my playtests, 3 people is enough. I start to get a really good gut feeling by 3. Sometimes by 1, I already know the right thing, but I'll usually go through and validate that. But there are cases where you might need to do more, so it's up to your judgment. But my main point here is don't think you have to schedule 20 people to test every single change you make in the game. That's not what the idea is. So in each playtest, you're going to be taking, write a document of notes. I'll explain some of that a little bit later, some details. But you're going to output of that, you're going to have, let's say, 5 documents, right? So what I do is after all the playtests, I usually wait till I'm done with the whole round. I'll go through and mark sort of the action items in each document. I just use an emoji or however you want to do it. In this case, I had completed a couple already when I was going through, but you want to just kind of mark down the action items. Some of those action items might just be like, think about this more. I have a design problem. It doesn't necessarily mean I need to go and write code to fix this immediately, but you want to take some kind of action on it. I also write a lot of things that, like, I don't know, they laughed about some line in the game. That's not necessarily something I'm going to take action in, but it validates that, like, that's a good line. Don't change it or whatever. So then you're going to process the feedback. So you add all of those action items to another document with, I like to put relevant notes. And lately, I've even been sort of attributing a person to each note, and that's for reasons I'll explain later. And then prioritize the list. That's a little bit of a gut thing, but generally the hypothesis items will go toward the top in my case. This looks a lot like a to-do list. So here's a man being murdered by to-do list. Don't stress about completing everything. You're probably gonna have way too many action items come out of like even 3 playtests. So my feeling about feedback is, especially when you're in this tight iteration loop of playtesting your game, it's gonna come back and hit you again. So do the high priority things, the thing that you think will make the most impact, and then you could validate the other stuff in the future. It's also possible you will make a design decision later that's gonna remove that screen from the game. You're just just prioritize is kind of the point here. Don't worry about doing everything, and then take action. So do the actions. One heuristic I have is I like to do at least one action per playtest. It feels really bad to me if I spend an hour with a person and I do nothing in response. Like, what was the point of that, right? Is the game really perfect at this point? Probably not. So I try and do at least one thing per playtest. And then do most of your high priority actions. Again, don't worry about doing everything. And then you loop around, go to 1. So one of the key things that has made this process really work for me is I track all of my playtests. So this helps me generally stay organized. I have fields like name, date played, build. I keep all my notes linked here. Status is really important. So if someone tells me they're interested in playing my game, this could be a person I know in real life, a person on Discord, Reddit, whatever. I will get their information and add it to this list for like a future, right? In the future, when I'm ready to playtest, I will have a bank of people I could go to. And it also helps me just track where some people, it's like they were in a Reddit comment and they expressed interest. So I'll link to that Reddit comment or link to their Reddit name, or how you find people. It's all over the place. So you want to remember how to get in touch. And then you could track notes over time, which I found to be useful. I could go back in time and look at the state of the game in the past, basically. So I almost always have this tab open on my computer. It's extremely useful. You don't have to follow this exact format, whatever works for you, but track your playtest somehow. This is a big question, right? How do you find playtesters? I don't know. I have a bunch of screenshots of Reddit. I'm on Reddit way too much, and I just on all the game dev Reddits, and I see these types of questions. So this is actually like in a roguelike exclusive. I'm gonna just ask that don't share this around, because this is all the top game companies do this. So I'm gonna go next slide, but yeah, don't take screenshots or whatever. I appreciate that. So what I do is I ask people if they want to playtest my game. Here's an image that appeared when I searched Google for social anxiety. Game developers aren't known to be extroverted. It can be stressful to even ask people a question like that. I'm not super extroverted. I'm a little bit extroverted. So you could start with friends and family, especially when you're early on and you don't have artwork in the game or whatever. I sent a message out on Facebook asking for people to playtest almost 2 years ago. And I got a lot of responses from this. I ended up probably doing 6 or 7 playtests out of this one post. So it might surprise you, like the number of people that want to play your game. Mine your Discord server collection. We have like 100 of these. So you could go through there and just, you might message a mod or whatever, but you can ask in the appropriate channel. I'm making a video game about a roguelike dice game or whatever. Does anybody want to try it? I need playtest feedback. Again, you might be surprised. I found a good amount of people on Reddit. So there's like subreddits like playtesting or whatever, an army of game testers, So you could find people just like on social media. I found people on Twitter, Blue Sky over the years as well. So other game developers, I just thought it was funny to represent game developers as always working in VR and being like amazed that they're in VR. But there's an asterisk on this one, because don't lean too heavily into this. Game developers have a very particular way to view a game. I think it's useful to have some game developers in the mix, especially if you really trust their subject matter expert on the genre you're working on, whatever. But don't over rely on it. I have a visitor. I have a couple kids, so. Okay, hopefully I forgot to lock the door. Anyway, I think I made the point. So I've heard you can even just hire people. There's websites like Fiverr where you can pay someone like a relatively little amount of money to play test your game. So that's an option to look at as well. But I think this is probably the most important. Once you start getting some play testers, you can network with them. So you don't have to go wear a business suit and go inside of an office building, but you can just ask them on Discord, hey, thanks for playing. Do you know anybody else who might be interested in playing this game? And you can kind of, spider web out from there and find a lot of people. Okay, so I want to talk about the actual playtest. You've got a playtester, you're starting the session with them. How do you make that as effective as you can? So I'm going to go through a series of scenes, right? Thank you for taking the time to play my game. Feedback is a gift, and I'm so grateful you decided to help me out. So they are spending like at least an hour with you. Time is so valuable. Everyone is so busy. This is worth acknowledging from the start, just that you appreciate that they are taking the time. What type of games do you play? Have you ever play tested before? These questions are intended to kind of warm up the person towards just speaking. Like if you just go into the play test, you don't talk, you don't introduce yourself, whatever, like it's just going to feel off, you know? So we want to warm them up. And these questions are also relevant just to help you understand their point of view. I've had people play my turn-based roguelike game, dice game, and they, like one person, it blew my mind, they never played a turn-based game in their life. So they were playing through and saying, oh, this is pretty chill. Like what? And I didn't understand at first what they were talking about, but they just had never played that type of game before. So it's useful to understand where they're coming from. Scene 2, we want to open them up to be like transparent. So the goal is to get your honest, open feedback. I want to know what you're thinking and feeling as much as possible. We want to just have an open window to their mind, ideally, right? So we want to tell them this. Don't hold back. You won't hurt my feelings. I always say some form of this. Like I don't want them to think they're going to hurt my feelings by saying something. Right? Please tell me what you find fun, frustrating, and confusing. I always go to these 3 words. I think these 3 words are super useful in the context of playtesting. This is like the core 3 things that people generally feel in some way or another. So we want to know. Okay, I want to talk about defensive language here. So here the playtester says, I feel confused by the skeleton enemy. I don't understand why I'm on fire when I hit it. Here's the bad thing. Here's how to be defensive. You don't want to do this. Don't you see that status icon in the top left of the screen? It seems pretty clear to me. Okay, this might be an extreme example, but I've had, when I'm playtesting other people's game, in some cases, nobody here, of course, but I've heard some defensive language like this before. So don't be like Mr. Turtle. This is excellent feedback this playtester is giving us. Whether the information's on the screen or not, she is not noticing the connection. So she's done her part. She has told us that she's confused. And our job here is to take that in and note it down. And we could ask some more clarifying questions or whatever, but we don't want to be defensive like this. So this is what's going to happen then. She's going to notice that we're being defensive and she's going to give us feedback. The game was good, thanks, which is not useful, right? We don't know what she's actually feeling. So here's a better example. This playtester says, I'm frustrated by this gap. I keep trying, but I can't jump that high. So they can't jump over a gap in our platformer. So here I'm going to say, I can see where I made a mistake. Go ahead and smash that box to get the power boots. I'll fix that in the next version. So here I'm using more like I language, like I can see where I made a mistake rather than why can't you figure out what to do? It's right there. Well, have you looked at the box? You know, so another thing to look into, I don't know, it's going to be a whole talk in of itself, but is active listening. These are kind of like active listening techniques are really useful for this kind of play testing. Scene 3 on note taking. You might hear me typing. I'm just taking notes. There's 2 benefits to this. It explains if they hear you typing on your keyboard, and then they understand that you were taking this seriously. Like you're going to be taking notes. You value their time, and they are going to take it more seriously as well. You get better feedback. So at some point in the process, somebody decided that we should just be silent while playtesting. It's like that. The first playtest I ever participated in was when one of those like one-way mirror situations. This was like in 2003. And it was so bizarre to me. So I think it's weird to just be totally silent when you're running a playtest. And I think it's not useful. I think you get a lot of value out of talking. But don't be too chatty. You don't want to bias the player, at least not too much. And you, like I said, you don't want to be defensive. So I think that's why the silent approach has become a thing. But I really think there are better ways. You want to be an active listener instead. So sometimes they'll ask questions in the playtest, like and questions are useful. You want to take note of every question they ask. But sometimes what you want to know, this is my decision tree, is a question related to something I'm testing. So they might be asking, does vulnerability stack with poison? Great question. Is that related to the thing I'm playtesting now, or is that something I'm concerned about? It could be that I've already playtested enough and I've decided most people get it, or I'm teaching that later in the game and I'm okay with them not knowing now. So I'm going to run that decision tree and I'm going to ask a question like, what's your intuition say if I want to know more? Otherwise, I'm just going to answer their question and move things along. Okay? The time is super valuable, so you don't want to get stuck up on details that don't matter. So know when to move on. If they're blocked by a bug or they're totally confused and you don't think they're gonna get it, like you made a mistake somewhere, you messed up, just move on. You want to keep things going. And our talking strategy allows for us to unblock the player. Okay, and then finally, you can ask them questions. So these are some of my favorite questions. What are you feeling now? Sometimes the player's just really silent. If you have a crunchy game, they're like thinking through all sorts of possibilities. What are you feeling now? What are you thinking about? What's the decision you're making? These questions are super useful to get insight. I can see there is room for improvement on the screen. Do you know what to click next? So, if you see that they're struggling through something, you understand that you have a problem. You can like see if they at least understand what to click on next, for example. I sense you're a bit frustrated. I'm curious to learn why. So here we're acknowledging we might sense it. Webcams are very useful in one playtesting. You should always have yours on. You should encourage them to turn theirs on. I like when I can see their face, but yeah, we're acknowledging that they're frustrated, and we want to understand why, so we can make the game better. Most games don't want to frustrate their player. So this is also an important part of my process. I send notes afterwards. I don't do this 100% of the time, right? It's hard to manage. This is why I said I attribute like feedback actions to particular people. Is I like to respond to people, and if they've spent their time playtesting and I can make a change that addresses some frustration or confusion they had, or I can make the fun thing even funner, or some people have suggestions as they're playing. Well, what if it worked this way? And if I like it and implement it, I'll tell them, I'll thank them. So it's a way to show thanks. It helps build trust, and it opens up like for future opportunities of playtesting. They're going to be much more interested in collaborating with you on playtesting if they see that you're doing stuff. I also just think it's sort of a nice thing to do. It's like a really cool thank you note in a way. So some final thoughts. I'm gonna go through these fast, so a little time for questions maybe. Playtesting is absolutely essential. One-on-one playtesting is a critical tool to success. Playtesting should be the central pillar of your development process. Everyone says it's true, but test early and often. I think that's absolutely the case with me. Don't wait until release to find what players think. It's hypothesis, playtest, process to feedback, action, repeat. Ask people to play your game. They often want to. Talk to your testers, but don't be defensive. And then actually do stuff based on their feedback. Follow up with testers. And that's it. So that's my talk for this year. You can get a hold of me on various social media platforms or good old-fashioned email. People in the past years that I've spoken someone last week messaged me about the talk last year. So if any of this resonated, if you have follow-up questions, if you have other ideas to contribute related to this, please send me messages. And thanks for having me.
Thank you. That was really great. I love it. It was a very detailed process. It seems like a great reference talk. That's what I love about some of these, and actually your talks in particular are often, I think, people come back to them. We see that in our YouTube background of I think that they're great for people to come back and reference. I'm going to try and fit in one question here just because it came up, and I do think it's a good one from Joseph, which is there such a thing as a bad playtester? And kind of what criteria do you have for good playtesters? And is it especially, if your ability or emotional capacity to parse feedback is limited, I guess I'm curious, there's kind of multiple questions in there, but do you end up over time kind of refining or looking for traits of who's going to make an easier to work with playtester perhaps, or someone who gives you more useful feedback?
Well, I can't say I'm well known enough just to have hundreds of people diving at me to playtest. So I'm not super selective, but the only trait I would call out is people who are willing to sort of speak as they're playing, who are willing to give feedback. I had a playtester recently, and this was not a one-on-one playtesting situation. They did it asynchronously for reasons, but they had a lot of harsh feedback for me. They had a lot of negative things to say about the game. And some of it, I was a little defensive in my head as I was reading. I was like, well, maybe if you played a bit more, maybe clearly this game isn't for you, that will happen. That being said, I got a lot of value out of that playtest. Some of that feedback that this person sent me was it was just absolutely correct. I didn't know about some of it ahead of time. So another like sort of, I wouldn't say anyone's a bad playtester. I think it's up to you as the person running the playtest to figure out how to get value out of the time. But I do worry often with this process, especially when you get people who are, that they will bias toward the positive. That is a part of it, and it's up to you again to figure out how to extract that. Like clearly you're confused about something, or you're frustrated. Like how do you? They will end up giving you too much positive feedback. So I think that is where later on in the process, when you start doing asynchronous or like anonymous, like I just put my demo up last week. So I'm starting to get a little more anonymous feedback, and that can be useful too. I'm not advocating that one-on-one playtesting is the only playtesting you should do. It's more, I think you should absolutely do one-on-one playtesting. Hopefully that answers some subset of your question.
Yeah. And I think it highlights it's like it's a step of processing, right? It's not, playtest isn't like you get feedback and then you just follow it dogmatically. Like you are parsing it and you're deciding, and sometimes the answer will be like, okay, I don't think that this person is actually quite my target audience, but there are parts of what they're saying that are definitely applicable. And so yeah, I think that that's a good thing to highlight too, that like you are actively working through the feedback.
It's definitely more of an art than a science in terms of like what you do with the feedback. That's where the game design stuff comes in, and yeah.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much, Brian. Thanks for coming back to Roguelike Celebration and for such a useful talk.
Yeah, thanks for having me again.
All right. Okay. That brings us to the end of this chunk of talks. We are going to have one more before the end of the day, which is bittersweet, but they are great. We got talks coming up on Soul LeWitt, some cool art stuff, from Mark Gritter. And we're going to be talking about, we have the developer of Luck Be a Landlord, a game that I've played a whole bunch on planes. It's a good plane game. And then we're going to end with some weird little guys, which I'm very excited about. So don't leave just yet unless like you have to go to sleep, which maybe you do because time zones. But we got great stuff coming up. And in this social block, we will, of course, have our breakout rooms for whoever is able to check those out. I know some of our speakers with time zones and stuff have had to go to sleep, but you can, of course, talk amongst yourselves. For that, we are going to be, if you want to talk about the tile rewrite language, you can go to the dressing room. That was Seth Cooper's talk. If you want to talk about anatomy of a morg file and going Columbo mode on your own roguelike failures, you can go to the props closet. Maybe you'll find some murder weapons in there. And if you want to talk about set-based mechanics in roguelike deck building, Alexander's talk, you can go to the break room. And finally, if you want to talk about playtesting for small teams, you can go under the stage. Get down there and do some playtesting. Seems like a good venue. Or go ahead and do some more exploring of the space. We keep the space open for a little while after the last set of talks, but if you want to check things out, make sure to find some puzzles and things like that, you have a chance to do so. And again, we'll remind you of things at the end, but there's a Steam sale. It's got some of these games that have been coming up that our speakers have worked on, as well as past speakers, all kinds of stuff, and merch that, maybe we're discussing shirt designs in chat as we talk, but there's lots of great stuff up there. So anyway, not to take too much time from the breakout rooms, please go ahead and talk to that. I see a question about accessing the obelisk after the celebration. So we will we'll etch with charcoal everything off the obelisk. We dump it all on our website, and we will put out a link to that in our newsletter, which is a good reminder that if you go to roguelike.club, if you're not already subscribed to our newsletter, you should be, because that's like the main way that we share what's going on. And that's where we will share a link to the obelisk. So yes, no worries there. It's it's a nice way to do it. All right. Enjoy your social break. We will be back in a bit. Check the schedule for your local time for that last set of talks, and I will see you then. And we're back for our last set of talks for Roguelike Celebration 2025. And what a great last set of talks it is. I'm very excited. It's going to be cool. Thank you everyone who's stuck around for this long. Really appreciate it. It is great to have the energy all weekend in the chat. Definitely helps keep us organizers going, and I know it motivates the speakers as well. It's great to see. And yeah, so I think, some last reminders. Make sure if you have anything cool, you can click the obelisk and put a link up there. If you have questions while speakers are speaking, and especially if it's getting to the end of their talk and it seems like there'll be some time for questions, you can put those in the question board, hit the write a question button inside of the big top. And yeah, have a great time. And once these talks are done, we'll have a final set of breakout rooms and some more social time to just kind of explore the space, check out anything that you didn't have time for. We'll do some thank yous and logistic kind of notes at the end of the night. So thank you everybody for sticking around for that. We really appreciate it. So without further ado, our first speaker of this block is going to be Mark Gritter, a startup and math nerd who imprinted on NetHack at an early age, which I relate to, identifies as an artificer, which I am flattered by, and is interested in how to make tools more usable and systems more understandable. Currently working as a principal engineer at Postman. Welcome, Mark, here to talk about Sol LeWitt.
Thanks. I really appreciate having the opportunity to talk about the 3 M's, modern art, mathematics, and map generation. So Sol LeWitt was a conceptual artist with a broad output during the 20th century. He's maybe most famous for his wall drawings, and a lot of his work is very geometric. The photo shows one of my favorite pieces of his, and during some of the in-person roguelike celebrations, you could see it up the road at the San Francisco Museum of Modern Art. He created models of all the ways to remove edges from a cube and still have it be connected and self-supporting. Or in his words, all the ways of not making a cube. The art is all 122 of these models. Sol LeWitt's wall drawing series are temporary art drawn directly on the walls. Each is given as a set of instructions, like the one I showed here, and often involve exploring all variations of a theme, such as lines in all 4 orthogonal and diagonal directions, or highlighting all the architectural features of the wall where they are installed. So I hope the first connection between Sol LeWitt and the Roguelike celebration is clear. Wall drawings are generative art. They're given as instructions to carry out rather than an image to be copied. Because of this procedural nature, they can be installed in a variety of spaces. But many of LeWitt's wall drawings are also exercises in serial art, which explores all the possibilities or consequences of an idea. Here's a more direct example in which he takes 28 photos of the same sphere in almost all combinations of lighting from the top or four sides. Here's a book that LeWitt published with a similar idea, all combinations of arcs from four corners, arcs from four sides, straight lines, not straight lines, and broken lines. So serial art really takes a step further back into abstraction, playing with the idea of eliminating choice or intuition altogether. Serial art starts with a law or set of axioms or a condition and produces all the figures or artifacts that satisfy that premise. And typically these enumerated combinations are presented together as a single finished work. The artist Mel Bachner tried to characterize serial art in a similar way, a predetermined process, a focus on sequence rather than artistic virtuosity, and the work is self-exhausting. It is done when no more possibilities remain. Other 20th century examples of conceptual art show some of the same themes, but not all put together in a way that emphasizes procedurality or exhaustion in the same way that LeWitt does. So Joseph Alber's Homage to the Square uses a single shape, but a variety of colors, many more than are shown here, as a way to sort of study color itself. One way to think of Yayoi Kusama's Infinity Rooms is using mirrors to physically embody a rule that causes repetition, exploring that consequence with mirrored images stretching off into infinity. The artist Hanna Darboven often worked with large sequences or grids of numbers. One example is this installation, South Korean Calendar, with one panel per day from a Korean calendar, annotated with a handwritten equation and some scribbles. I don't have time to cover as much as I'd like, but here's a quick look at work from Mel Bachner, who I quoted earlier. And of course, if we're talking about sequences, spectrums, a fixed sequence of colors are an inspiration for a lot of work. The sole LeWitt quote I think best illustrates the connection between serial art and procedural content generation is this one. The idea becomes a machine that makes the art. The artist is not necessarily giving up control, but they are committing themselves to all the consequences of a particular idea or algorithm. Plenty of art is minimalist or repeats a theme over and over, or procedural, but the sweet spot that I really love is the intersection of all three. This is really what I would define as the core of serial art. We can find some 21st century examples of carrying out this process of enumerating all possibilities, usually using a computer these days. And I think these are serial art too. The example I've been using in my title slides is Tesseralis' Labyrinth of Polyominoes, a site showing all possible figures created by sticking squares together, up to 8 squares. Here's one view from the site showing a family tree of polyominoes starting from just a single square. I find this incredibly pleasing and artistic. Lawyer Damien Reel and his collaborator Noah Rubin enumerated all possible melodies up to 10 notes for the full chromatic scale or 12 notes for simpler scales. The idea here is to create a tangible artifact of all these melodies and then copyright them. So this is a political or legal project and maybe a little bit of trolling, as well as, I think, a piece of serial art. Another online project exhausting the possible space of 5x5 nonogram puzzles, the ones where you give an account of the filled-in squares in each row or column of a grid. There are just shy of 25 million of them, which makes this a pretty big serial art project. Dipping back into mathematical objects, Ben Spitz put up a website that lists every small category as an encyclopedia exhaustively enumerating each possibility. So I think these are all serial art. I love them. They're ideas that become a machine that makes the art. Which brings us back to Rogue, which I think can also fit the bill. So here's a quick recap of the Rogue level generator. We divide the screen into 9 grid elements. Up to 3 of these rectangles can be left empty. For each rectangle that has a room in it, we use a random number generator to pick a room width and a height. And then we pick a location for the room so that it fits within the grid rectangle. So how many level layouts are possible given this abstract description? we can count it up and we get about 253 possibilities for room width and X position, and 6 or 10 possibilities for room height and Y position. The first row has fewer. This by itself gives nearly 2 to the 100th possibilities in total, about 10 to the 30th power, just for the rooms themselves. We haven't considered corridors or gold or monsters. But Rogue really only uses a 32-bit seed for its pseudo-random number generator. If you think back to Eunice's talk, n equals 2 to the 32 here. It's only 2 to the 32 possible outputs we can get from the level generator for a given level of the dungeon, about 4 billion. So we could enumerate all of them as a serial art project. So maybe along the way we can understand the generator better, but mainly I just thought it was very cool that virtually every room configuration you could write down is actually impossible to achieve in Rogue. You'd have a much better odds of playing the lottery than of randomly selecting a valid set of Rogue rooms. I initially thought this would be hard. 4 billion's kind of a big number. So maybe we'd have to parallelize or build GPU implementation and do a lot of fancy nerd shit. But I learned that basically just compiling the code gives a good enough solution. We can blow through all the possibilities in about 11 minutes of CPU time. This produces an artifact that I think is a piece of serial art, even if no human can actually flip through all 4 billion possibilities. But I would like to visualize the results in some way. I don't have 4 billion pixels on my screen yet, but one of the things we can do is look at a subset of our samples created by fixing some feature. For example, what happens if the upper left room is the smallest possible size? Does that affect the composition of the other rooms? It shouldn't, and this visualization of how likely a square is to be occupied by a room doesn't show any gross anomalies. Post-selecting on 2 exact room positions and sizes is enough to turn up impossible values for all the other rooms. So here we fixed 2 4x4 rooms in their upper leftmost positions, which happens for only 209 of our seed values. So that's not enough to cover all the other choices for the other rooms. Here, red is showing impossible room configurations and blue is possible. You see there's blue dots scattered here and there. And this, I think, is kind of interesting. It means we can reconstruct the seed that was used from as few as 3 room configurations. Here's a zoomed in version of the visualization on the previous graph before post-selection. It shows the counts of each of the possible room configurations for each of the rooms. Another way to get a handle on this huge collection is to look at extremes. For example, the seeds that produce levels with the smallest or largest total room areas. And a curiosity here, I did some probability work. There seems to be a substantial deficit with actual Rogue compared to the abstract probabilities of Rogue. There are fewer very small levels than probability would suggest. And if we zoom out, from that same experiment, we see that that trend continues. The negative deficit in small sizes continues for a very long time until we finally catch up at 100% of the rooms. Is this meaningful or just some sort of random walk process? I don't know yet, but my bet is just random. So what I'd like to do is find some particular artifact I can point to and say, this occurs because Rogue uses a linear congruential random number generator and disappears if we use a better random number generator. I'd also like to find better ways to plot these 4 billion data points that come from this big 36-dimensional space. My initial attempts at dimensionality reduction didn't turn up anything particularly interesting. And these 2 points are related. If there is interesting structure, it's probably because the random number generator is not random in some way we can express. So what's my point here? I think one is that generators that use 32-bit seeds can be fully explored. It's part science project, part serial art project, and maybe if you're writing one, you could check that nothing bad literally ever happens. I'm hoping that you'll tell me about other connections between serial art and other conceptual art and procedural generation. I feel like there's a lot more that could be said here. And I'm also interested in whether there's some natural middle ground. Are there natural examples of games with hundreds or no more than millions of seeds or layouts, like the Nonogram project I showed, so that it would be humanly possible to explore them all? What other ways can we make ideas that become machines that become art? Thanks for attending. I'd be happy to interact with you on socials. I put my materials, including this talk, up on GitHub. There's a lot more slides that I didn't have time to include, but happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. We probably have time for a question or two if people want to get those in quick. But yeah, no, this is wonderful. There's so many talks I'm like, this is peak roguelike celebration talk. But this is also peak roguelike celebration talk. I guess I'll start with a question while we see if anyone else wants to throw some in. I'm interested, like, did you consider, I don't know if this would make any sense to do, but like other types of artifacts, like I think that the level generation makes a lot of sense. It's also spatial, but like you could kind of scrape other things like what are the items that happen to spawn, or like have you considered like is there other type of data you could pull out of a roguelike or a game and kind of use as your possibility space to visualize, or do you think it makes most sense something spatial to start with?
I think that actually makes a lot of sense. You know, I extracted just a few of the dimensions of what it produces. What I actually discovered doing sort of archaeology on Rogue is some of the things are done after the rooms are done. So like corridors are done after we've looped over the rooms, but the monsters and the items the monsters are covering are both done in that initial loop over rooms. So I actually lied here. I didn't do Rogue. I did Rogue Star, where those were done sort of sensibly after the rooms were placed.
I've unveiled the dark secret.
Yeah, in reality, they're actually done as the rooms are being generated. But yeah, I think it would be interesting to look at, you know, what distributions of items are possible, what distribution of monsters are actually possible.
Yeah. Here's a question from Librarian Mage. What is your personal favorite Soul LeWitt piece?
Oh man. I think the one with cubes that I showed is really my favorite. One of the things Soul LeWitt said is he started out trying to draw these and couldn't figure it out. So making the physical objects that he could manipulate was really the only way he could get it done. And I think that's just neat, that the part I love best is actually the physical one, but he was actually trying to draw them to start. I found a paper from a mathematician who says he didn't get it quite right. I forgive him for this. But,
that's right. It's art, you know, but that's very funny. Yeah, and I think since we're about time, I'll just also mention there's a comment here from D. Dunham, who also identifies as an artificer. Not quite a question, but your final question made me think that there are people who have solved all commercially available jigsaw puzzles, since there are only so many actual die cuts that can be physically made to manufacture them. And I think that that's interesting. I don't know if you've ever heard of this, but that's a fascinating.
So there are artists who swapped the two sets. They find sets that have the same die cut and swap the pieces to make an art picture. I think that's really cool.
That's amazing. I'm glad we brought that up. Thank you to Dunham for bringing that up, because I think that that's very in line with these ideas and it's really cool. What if you take stuff out of one roguelike and put it in the other? No, we can't do that. But thank you so much, Mark, for a fantastic talk and for joining the conference this year.
Thanks.
Okay, excellent. All right. And that gives us time, so we are going to go into a set of full talks now. And for the first one, we are going to welcome to the stage Dan Diorio, who is the developer of Luck Be a Landlord and Maze Mice, a professional independent game developer based out of the Midwestern United States. And yeah, I'm a big fan of Luck Be a Landlord. I know it's come up as inspiration for games like Balatro, and so I'm very excited that Dan's here to talk a bit about some of the big lessons learned working on Luck Be a Landlord. So welcome, Dan.
Thank you for having me and for that great introduction. All right. So my talk is called Luck Be a Landlord, 10 Lessons Learned. I'm Dan Diorio, also known as Trampoline Tales. I've been a professional independent game developer for about 5 years now. If you know any of my games, it's probably Luck Be a Landlord, which is a roguelike deck builder where you use a slot machine to pay your rent and defeat your landlord. During the development of Luck Be a Landlord, I learned multiple lessons that would have saved me a lot of time and effort if I had already known them at the start of my game development career. So over the next 30 minutes or so, I'm going to break down 10 of the lessons I've learned while making Luck Be a Landlord. If you're an aspiring game developer looking to add more tools to your toolbox, this talk is for you. Now, not all of these lessons are necessarily exclusive to roguelike development and design, but I think there's a very good chance you'll be helped by some of these lessons if you are making a roguelike. So, without further ado, let's jump into the lessons. Lesson 1. Hear what isn't being said. Throughout Luck Be a Landlord's time in early access, I received a lot of feedback that was along the lines of, the game is too easy, it should be harder. My solution to this feedback was to, of course, make the base game harder. Now, you might think that this was the correct thing to do, but after releasing the difficulty patch, I received a lot of new feedback, such as, the game is too hard, it should be easier. It felt like I couldn't win. But there was actually a better solution rather than making the base game harder or easier, and that was to add unlockable difficulties that the player can select. I eventually realized this and added 20 of them to the game, much like Slay the Spire's Ascension modifiers. And the result was that both the this game is too easy and the this game is too hard feedback stopped, which is great. This was what I was shooting for in the first place. Now, the lesson here isn't every game should have unlockable difficulty modifiers. It's to hear what isn't being said. Or in other words, if I'm going to make a change to appeal to the vocal critical players, I need to take the quiet content players into account too. Otherwise, they'll just switch places and I'll be stuck playing feedback whack-a-mole. Lesson 2. Interesting is better than balanced. Very early on in development, I added symbols to Luck Be a Landlord that pertain to card suits, and these symbols went through a lot of revisions. At first, every suit increased the value of all other adjacent suits by 1 coin. Unfortunately, since I hadn't added many symbols to the game's pool of options, it was very easy to get a lot of suits and steamroll a run. Eventually, I dialed the power level back and made suits only trigger off adjacent suits of their color. But now, the suits, while at an acceptable power level, just felt boring. Now, I was making a bit of a design mistake here. If a piece of content in your game is boring, it doesn't matter if it's overpowered, underpowered, or just right. Players are unlikely to engage with the boring content, and if they do engage with it, they won't have fun. The eventual design solution I came up with was to add a secondary effect to every suit symbol, which made them give an extra coin if your amount of suits was at least 3. I found this extra line of text was enough to make players engage with suits more, which is great. I put the content in the game, I want players to at least give it a try. The little twist on the mechanic was better than, say, slightly increasing a symbol's value or decreasing a symbol's appearance likelihood by a small percentage. It keeps things exciting and not necessarily balanced, which is okay. Not balanced is a good thing. Because at the end of the day, lesson 3, you're not making chess. I would often receive feedback from players evaluating the viability of content in the game as if it was an item in League of Legends, a competitive multiplayer game. Now, in League of Legends, an item being overpowered is a bad thing, since each player starts with a different character. And each of those characters, since they have different stats and abilities, will benefit from items in different ways. If one item is extremely powerful in the hands of one character, that can be a problem, since whichever team has that character and that item could have an unfair advantage. And it's easy to fall into a design trap and apply this logic to a roguelike, trying to balance everything to be equally powerful. But a single-player roguelike doesn't have two teams with 5 players each. It has a team with the player, and a team with everything that stands between the player and their win condition. And the best part is, the enemies the player defeats in the roguelike don't have feelings. They don't care if the player is overpowered. If a player in chess got to start with an extra queen, the player with just one queen would have a lot less fun. They would think the game sucks. But you're not making chess. You're making a roguelike. Your players will have more fun if they become more powerful than their enemies. Lesson 4. Rip off the band-aids. The cultist is a symbol in Luck Be a Landlord that some players really love. It doesn't do anything on its own, but it becomes more powerful if you can get more of them. This means a lot of players will be offered a cultist early in the run, read the effect, and say, all right, we're doing a cultist build. Unfortunately, cultist builds just aren't that interesting. You either collect enough of them to win, or you get unlucky and don't see enough of them. Now, logically, I would just remove the cultist symbol from the game, or rework it into having a different effect. But the cultist was one of the very first symbols added to the game, so the thousands of people who have played Luck Be a Landlord would feel off if it was suddenly removed or changed. And I noticed this issue with cultists early on in development, but at the time I thought, well, it's too late now. Players already like the cultist. But the game was still in early access. I should have just removed this cultist symbol years ago. And now it's been years since the game exited early access. Now that it's been years since the game exited early access, the negative response from players would be much greater. So don't be like me. If you notice a design issue, fix it before you regret it. Lesson 5. Vanilla is boring. If you've ever played a roguelike where you equip yourself with gear, what's more exciting? Armor that says plus 5 defense? Or armor that says plus 12 defense, this armor is destroyed after you take damage twice. To almost every player, the armor with more text will be more exciting, even though the armor with less text might be objectively more powerful. As a roguelike designer, my job isn't to make sure all the content is powerful. It's to make sure all the content is exciting. I applied this philosophy a lot with Luck Be a Landlord, adding effects to symbols that didn't previously have them. And the best part is, when you add a ton of effects to content in your game, there will be interactions that you didn't even plan for. Maybe in our previous example, there's another piece of gear that gives you permanent bonuses when the armor is destroyed. Now we've got a combo that wouldn't be possible with just a boring plus 5 defense. And with this philosophy, it's really tempting to add tons of effects to every piece of content in our game. But that brings us to our next lesson. Lesson 6. Introduce complexity slowly. I don't want to overwhelm the player with mechanics. Until I release my game, I'm the one who has spent the most time with it, so what's obvious to me isn't obvious to a first-time player. But if every symbol in the game has dozens of lines of explanation text on it, players will be overwhelmed and won't be able to interact with the game in a meaningful way. So, what's the solution here? Trading card games have actually already figured this one out. For a long time, a booster pack in Magic the Gathering made sure complex effects weren't printed on common rarity cards, which make up about 80% of a booster pack. So, if you open up a pack of 15 Magic cards, only 3 or 4 cards will have complex effects. By the way, Magic the Gathering's design team called this philosophy New World Order, if you want to read up on it more. I applied a variation of New World Order to Luck Be a Landlord. I made sure that the symbols and items with complex effects were of uncommon rarity, or usually even rarer. I also made it so that only common symbols could appear at the beginning of a run. After the player has been offered a few symbol choices, the base rarity chances gradually increase. And since the rarer symbols are also more complex, this creates a bit of a complexity curve over the course of a run, similar to the difficulty curve you'd see in a linear game. Lesson 7. You're not in the room with them. I see a lot of designers steer players during playtesting, sometimes outright telling testers how to play their game. This is a terrible idea. If I stop playtesters from finding sore spots in my game, in my design, I won't know where they are. Right now, there are about 200 people playing Luck Be a Landlord on Steam. I cannot be in the room with all of them saying, oh, you're supposed to try this here. For example, one of the very first playtesters of Luck Be a Landlord took 3 copies of coal, which gave 0 coins, but had a 2% chance of transforming into a diamond that gave 5 coins. The coal didn't transform during their run, and they lost, excuse me, and they lost because they had 3 symbols that weren't doing anything for their build. Sorry. Stay hydrated, folks. I could have said, what are you doing? Don't take 3 coal. You need to take more symbols that give you coins early to not lose. But instead, I waited for them to play again and saw them once again take coal whenever it was presented to them. After the playtest was done, I asked the player, why did you take coal so often? And they told me, if it transforms, I'm good. This piece of feedback was vital to me, and I never would have discovered that this player, and most likely many other players, will behave the same way when presented with a similar symbol. In fact, this playtest made me rework the coal symbol to always transform after 20 spins instead of having the random chance it had before. It also made me develop a design philosophy for the game. Symbols that have a chance to do something should still have a small beneficial effect when not triggering their low random chance. Lesson 8. Every number matters. A few months after Luck Be a Landlord exited early access, I released a patch I called the Big Buffs Update. The main goal of this update was to very slightly increase the power level of many pieces of content in the game. Now, the vast majority of the changes were very minuscule number tweaks. Excuse me. For example, the watering can, which makes seeds grow instantly and give 10 extra coins, had the bonus value increased to 12 coins. This might seem inconsequential, but that's exactly the point. There are plenty of instances in my game where players can be 1 coin short from winning a run. And while this makes for a funny screenshot, the player will have a much better story to tell if they were exactly 1 coin ahead and went on to win the run. By increasing the power of content by a seemingly inconsequential amount, I've increased the number of players that are able to beat my game and have fun stories to tell about their wins. And by not increasing the numbers by a large amount, I've tried to make sure that the players wanting more of a challenge don't feel alienated. Lesson 9. Don't track win rates. A few years ago, I was exchanging emails with Richard Garfield, the creator of Magic the Gathering. We got to talking about win percentages, and he mentioned, I'm paraphrasing here, that players of Luck Be a Landlord might have enjoyed a win rate statistic displayed to them. Maybe you could track their percentage of wins and losses for their past 5, 10, or 20 runs. But with all due respect to the inventor of the original deck builder, I felt that displaying a win rate statistic to players would detract from Luck Be a Landlord, and probably do the same with other roguelikes. For example, if a player wins a run after losing 4 times, they should feel triumphant. They finally won. I shouldn't remind them, hey, by the way, you lost the previous 4 times. Your 5 run win rate is 20%. Get good. And ultimately, players who want to track their win rate will do that anyway. You don't need to implement that feature. It actually does more harm than good in a single player experience. And finally, lesson 10. It's not your game anymore. The instant someone else experiences my game, my art, it doesn't belong to me anymore. It belongs to the player. To be clear, I'm not talking about legality here, like copyright or trademarks. I'm talking about the experiences the players will have. Those are their experiences, not yours. And this is especially true with roguelikes, where there are endless possibilities for how players will experience your game. Trust me when I say this. It will feel very strange putting your art into the world and having people react to it. Players of Luck Be a Landlord will have their own stories to tell. Stories that I have no say in. They don't feel like it's a game I made. They feel like it's a game they played. This was a really hard thing for me to wrap my head around as an artist, and it's a very personal thing. So I'm going to tell you a very personal story about how I'm able to deal with it. Bear with me here. When I was a little kid, I had a beach ball. I liked playing with it at the beach. And one day, while I was playing with it in the ocean, a wave came and pulled the beach ball out of my hands. I couldn't swim fast enough to get it back before it was swept away. So I lost the beach ball. I cried for a long time about this, but I wanted my beach ball back. What eventually got me to feel better was, for whatever reason, my little kid brain thought, eventually the beach ball will wash up on a beach in China, and then a kid there will find it and have fun with it. Now, while this helped me feel better at the time, eventually I grew older and realized that there's no way the beach ball made it all the way to a kid in China. That's just not realistic. With my games, I give up a part of myself when I release them to the world. They're not mine anymore, just like my beach ball. But unlike my beach ball, with my games, others can experience a part of me that I gave up. They might even make something inspired by my game. They might keep my art alive long after I die. And that's worth it not being mine anymore. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a beautiful sentiment. And I think especially, roguelike community tends to share, and open source, like the history of the community is very much people building off of each other's work in a way that I think that resonates even more than other genres.
Yeah, standing on the shoulders of giants and all that.
Yeah, exactly. Excellent. Well, we have a little bit of time for questions. There's one actually already from Aspion wondering if you considered, in terms of that, like not wanting to track kind of win rates, did you consider tracking streaks? And so this is something that I think Kawa mentioned Michael Brogue's also done of just telling you like, hey, this is your 10th row, 10th win in a row.
Yeah, I do actually track win streaks in Luck Be a Landlord. One thing I try to avoid doing is prominently displaying it to the player. If they go into their stat screen, they'll see it. Right. I know in like Binding of Isaac, they'll do a negative win streak if you've lost a lot, and I don't really like doing that. It feels a little too bad.
Wow, that's mean. Yeah, and I think that's really great, and it reminded me of, I don't even remember where I saw it, but I think that Local Thunk talking about in Balatro choices about not displaying what your score will be before you play the hand. Like, even though you could calculate it, but just like there are sometimes like numbers that are detrimental to the experience to show, even if they are accessible information. Like the player could figure it out, but drawing attention to it. Yeah. Here's a question from Dr. G. Is there one of these lessons you find most important, or something that led you to change your practices in terms of what you're working on next?
Maybe the I forget what number it is, but the one about coal, where just shut up during playtesting. Even though that's really hard to do, I'll just be like watching a player and just be like, but like you notice things that like eventually they'll give up on a problem, for example, in a puzzle game, let's say, and they'll just, or in a roguelike, they'll find a piece of content and be like, oh, I just really want to stick to this sort of thing. And it's like, maybe I don't actually want the players to be doing that, and you really won't discover that unless you let people go through the permutations, which in roguelikes especially, you'll need to test all the permutations more so than in other genres.
Yeah, and I think that's interesting that you mentioned, letting them do it and repeat it, and then at the end being able to be like, okay, why were you doing that? Because I feel like that's leaving you the room of, there are people, like even, so the cultist, like, I get the feeling when I play that the cultist build isn't necessarily the best build, but sometimes I just want to be cheered up, and it makes me happy to see all those little guys in a grid. And, so it's like, I think if I was to playtest, you might see me doing a bunch of failed cultist builds, and at the end, you'd be like, why'd you do that? You'd be like, oh, well, it's just like, I don't really care so much about winning today. It's just like, it's a build that makes me happy. And maybe that's a valid reason to play, that you want to keep in. Different people have different like risk profiles. So I think that's interesting.
Yeah, it's definitely something, the cult is especially something I would have changed if it was earlier on. But now it's just like, if I'm changing it too much or really at all, I'm taking away a lot of people's happiness, like yours you described.
Yeah. Yeah, and Evan brings up, it's funny, I don't know if you were watching when we had Brian's talk on playtesting before this, where Brian was saying, oh, you should be like an active listener and talking to your playtester. Curious how you feel about that. I think there's some difference, because even Brian was like, don't bias the playtester.
I want to go back and watch that talk. I haven't actually heard it. Yeah. But I think we definitely disagree on that, and at least to some extent. But I think there's definitely something to be said for like, if there's something not ready, if it's like early in a game where it's like, oh yeah, if you walk there, that texture, that's temporary, something like that. Like that's just not useful information if they're thinking like, oh, just this whole wall is purple for some reason. Things like that, definitely. But no, I think just, again, you're not going to be in the room with them when tons of people are playing your game, and just knowing early on, oh, this player is running into this issue. This player, or that could be hundreds of players if the game is popular. So just getting that one little bug squashed, or whatever it is, design flaw squashed potentially, is really valuable.
Yeah. And I love when we have talks where people have different approaches. Like, that's good. Yeah. Not everyone. One of my favorite years was we had one talk that was like pro ECS and one talk that was anti ECS. And they were in the same conference. There you go. It's like, hey, arguments for and against. There's a question here from Josh G of what's your philosophy for adding new symbols in Luck Be a Landlord? How do you try to fit new things into a game that already feels quite complete?
Well, it's pretty complete now, I'd say, but early on in early access, when I was just adding more and more and more, it was kind of just a general, what can I add? Not necessarily without breaking anything, but like, what can I add to what is lacking? Like the diver, it would be better if I had visuals, but there were symbols that had less interaction, so I added symbols that were good for that symbol. And I try to apply a philosophy similar to what they do in Dota, where they try not to nerf things and try to instead buff everything else. So like if something's really, really powerful, they just bring everything else up, or like shift things around and try and change mechanics rather than saying, okay, this was a 5, now it's a 3. That makes sense. Things like that, I think you can apply it to roguelikes as well. I think I wrote some of that for my talk, but I must have cut it a little bit. But it's a very similar concept, I'd say.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. And And it ties in nicely. Like, one of the things I love about roguelikes and deck builders, and I remember reading it in an article about Slay the Spire all the way back when that first came out, of this idea of it not being balanced. Like, it's not a multiplayer game. It doesn't have to be all perfectly balanced. And so it's even safer to buff everything instead of nerfing, because, like, the risk of, oh, you over buffed something, now there's a combo that's super powerful if people can get it. Maybe that's not a bad thing.
Yeah.
Now it's a new combo that's really fun.
It's a story for them to tell.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I love, I think that in Luck Be Landlord, there's a lot of that synergy and things. And so, yeah, like a diver is one that plays off of a bunch of different types of things. And it's like, that can get, if you get lucky, turn into a really, really great build.
Yeah. And for
and
those who
it doesn't come together.
Yeah, for those who know the game, for example, the jellyfish, the pufferfish, and the sand dollar, those were ones I added later on because the diver can only remove a few specific symbols, and that was helpful.
Okay, cool. That's neat to know. Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you very much, and thanks for having some time for Q&A there. And yeah, it's wonderful to have you at Roguelike Celebration, and nice to get to talk about Luck Be a Landlord, since it's a game I'm fond of, and I think has inspired. There's kind of, I feel like, a nebulous genre of these kind of, it's almost like coffee break style, like these kind of short, quick replay roguelikes in the style of stuff like Balatro and Luck Be Landlord. And I think Luck Be Landlord is one of the, like, useful texts for understanding it, since I think it's been inspirational to a lot of devs in that space.
Yeah, I'm really happy to see everything is inspired, and thank you for having me.
All right. Well, thank you very much. Okay. Wonderful. We are now going to be getting ready for our last talk of the day. Oh no. I always hate saying that, except what makes me feel better is what a fun talk it's going to be. We've talked a lot this weekend about weird little guys, because we love weird little guys, but we are about to have an expert on weird little guys. Liza, who has a master's degree in biomedical visualization from UIC. She currently runs Meep Engine, a small studio that makes video games featuring strange creatures and unreasonable biology. Previously, she's worked developing neurosurgical educational applications at a hospital and is part of a Unity dev team doing VR hardware startup. In her free time, she provides emotional support to a pair of melodramatic greyhounds.
And the greyhounds are in the room with me at the time, just so everyone knows. I don't know if you can see them, but they're
Can
they're
we see
here.
a greyhound? We do want, people are going to ask to see the greyhound.
People are gonna
as
ask.
well. They don't want to. Okay, classic.
Yeah, they're on the ground. They're lying down.
We
They're
know
not
they're
gonna move.
melodramatic. Of course, they don't want to come by on.
They don't want to do anything. But
Excellent.
if I put them out of the room, they'll just scream until they're back in. So
We know they're
greyhounds.
there. That's what matters. All right.
It's important to me that you know they're there. All right.
Yes.
So, yep. My name is Liza Nipscher, and my talk is The Form and Function of Weird Little Guys, Procedural Organism Generation in a Simulated Ecosystem. So I'm Liza Nipscher. This is my first Roguelike celebration. I'm really excited to be here. And so, yes, I have a master's degree in biomedical visualization. That means I'm a medical illustrator. And then I got into Unity development almost a decade ago and went more in that direction after school. I started my studio Meep Engine a couple of years ago, and since then I've been making various games and apps like Cookie Gardening and Cuttlefish, mostly in VR for those two. I work either solo or on very small teams, and most of my games do feature cute little guys. Lately I've been working on something different though, and not VR, and that's what I'm going to talk about today. So first, I'm going to go over a very brief, non-exhaustive list of games in this category. Specifically, I'm looking at artificial life simulations where creatures reproduce, mutate, and evolve from generation to generation. So we're going to start with Creatures. Creatures came out when I was a kid and it was very formative, maybe for a lot of us. So it's a cute game with extremely complicated systems under the hood. It released in the 1990s and used neural networks to allow these little furry critters, you can see one in the kind of top left and one kind of in the middle, to learn from their experiences. Alan Zucconi actually has a great mini documentary about the AI in Creatures, which I'll link on the obelisk. So they would breed and mutate over generations, sometimes in bizarre ways, as they had systems dedicated to many different aspects of their health and functionality that could be altered by genetic differences. And there's still a dedicated community today of passionate modders and enthusiasts who continue to play with them and push them forward. They have a Discord. I found it. It's active. It's great. And you can't talk about games in this category without bringing up Spore. Spore released in September of 2008. Again, a very formative time for me. And the creature stage especially is my favorite. It allowed for a lot of user creativity and inspired a lot of players to make bizarre animals that were then animated and playable within the game. And so a lot of people who were young at the time seem to have played Spore and been like, oh, this is so cool, but I wish it had something more, you know? And that something more is probably different from person to person. But I think a lot of those people who played Spore, wanted something more, and grew up are now game developers and making their own games in this niche. And so here are a few of them. These are games with a lot of the same genre conventions as Creatures and Spore, especially creature generation, editing by users, and mutation over time. Each of them is individually fascinating in its own right. I highly recommend looking at them. I will link them also on the obelisk. They take varying approaches to creature design, and together they demonstrate how many ways there are to tackle the various problems of art direction, creature behavior, mutation, user editing of organisms, and so on. I recommend checking them out if you're interested in this topic. They're really cool. And a lot of them do have demos available or are in early access on Steam. So this is the space I'm working in, and I'm going to discuss my in-development game, BioLoon. BioLoon draws inspirations from similar places, and it's also got some differences. For example, there's more narrative than a lot of the other ones. You play as a robot cultivating ecosystems on a series of small moons, starting the process over each time you move from moon to moon, while the forests you left behind you keep growing. You make friends with other robots, and you learn about living things. It's a little bit of a life sim on top of an A-life sim. So I'm going to go over ecosystem generation and evolution, especially little guys, specific challenges I've personally run into while developing the game, and some strategies I've come up with to face those challenges. So in general, the purpose of the art direction in this game is to give the user the clearest possible picture of the underlying data that makes up the simulation. So when creatures are young, old, sick, starving, or dead, that should be visible to players. Same if there's a patch of wet or snowy ground, if the atmosphere has gases in it, or if something's on fire. And the other goal is to create a cohesive, stylized look and hide the seams where objects in the simulation have been put together. It's a balance between showing exactly what's happening versus showing what players might expect something to look like, and ideally keeping it visually appealing as well. I'm using Unity, so some of the concepts and terms here will be Unity specific. And so speaking of seams, this is what the moon would look like with just the default lit shaders. With none of my fancy shaders, let me go back and forth. Yeah. You can see everything's kind of put together, and I'm going to go into more detail here. Here's a little pink snake / worm, and here it is with default lit shaders. Again, I'm taking kind of primitive shapes and squishing them together. Here's a shrugging rabbit, and same thing here with this dog and the robot in the background. Creatures can be generated fully randomly, like just spawned from nothing, or they can be generated by reproduction between parent creatures. Either way, they're made of small parts, snapped together, and procedurally animated. Here are just a few examples of possible body parts. They can be arbitrarily large or small, simple or complicated. I try to keep them on the simpler end so they can be combined in stranger and more unexpected ways. Everything's modeled in Blender, and I set up the UVs such that every body part plays more or less nicely with seamless tiling textures. Huge fan of seamless tiling textures. Speaking of, the textures themselves are made in Krita, which is great for illustrating tiling textures quickly and easily. The hotkey to go into seamless tiling mode is Shift-W, and then it does this, and you can just draw on the whole thing. So if people didn't know about that, that's my favorite thing. And so these are just a few of the textures I have, and then in a shader for creature colors, I'll just kind of lerp between two tints that are defined in the creature's genes. Each body part prefab has a number of empty child objects that represent the position, rotation, and scale where another body part could be added onto it. So for example, this is a head. You got eyes and ears and horns. And so I can set up these empty containers for body parts in the prefab. I call the containers sockets, and then I manually assign each socket an ID number. Because I'm assigning these manually, I can set it so that certain sockets on a body part all have the same ID. So if, for example, I want to ensure that eyes, wings, or legs spawn in symmetrically, I can do so. I also assign odds to each socket for what type of body part will spawn, so the body parts generated are roughly what you'd expect. A torso has a good chance of getting a head or neck or eyes at the front, a tail at the back, legs on the sides, and horns going down its spine, for example. The crab here basically looks like a crab. It's convincingly a crab. This big lizard is, I'll admit, it's weird and alien looking because it has a lot of eyes, but it's still got a head, legs, eyes, nostrils, and even a little fluffy blue tail where you'd expect it to be, even if there are more eyes and more fluff than you'd usually see on a lizard. But to keep things from getting too monotonous, almost every socket has a small random chance to generate almost any body part, which is how you can get, for example, this guy who has a giant hand sticking out of his face instead of a nose, or this guy with a tree growing out of where his mouth would be. This is just a grub with horse heads for legs. This is a valid creature. I had to see it, so now you have to see it too. This animal, instead of spawning a mouth, spawned a full other animal torso, which also grew a neck and a head, spiral shells on its neck, 5 sets of wings, and shrubberies on its back. And this animal has hands for antlers. Antlers. When creatures are generated layer by layer, it looks like this. There's the neck, wings, legs, tail, head, shrubs because the tail is a tree, facial features, more tree branches and leaves, and a little more. And so on until you run out of new body parts to spawn. For example, if there's no more sockets at the end of the body parts that are in the most recent layer, or you can hit an arbitrary limit defined in code. After about 4 layers, things tend to be much less interesting. This process isn't specific to animals either. It's possible to make trees or fungi the same way. Early on in development, I was generating plants and animals with separate methods, and at a certain point, I looked at the code and I was like, oh, there's really no reason I couldn't just adapt my creature generator to make trees, and that's made things easier and more fun. Grass is generated the same way, it's just rendered differently, but every tile of grass on the ground is an organism with a lifespan, a metabolism, and presumably thoughts and dreams, though no brain. Generating plants and animals the same way also allows for plant-animal hybrids, which are a lot of fun. As another example, here's a perfectly normal giraffe. Or is it? Let's zoom in on its neck. As you can see, its neck has 2 trees and a little mushroom. And if we zoom in further, the mushroom has eyes on it. So we've gone from animal to fungus back to animal, which is fun. It's a fun journey. Even though creatures are all, creatures and animals and plants are all generated in the same way, they shouldn't behave the same way. So I add functionality to each organism based on what body parts it was spawned with. Certain body parts come with certain attached components that define organism behavior. For example, if the first body part is a tree trunk or a patch of grass, I keep it stationary. If the first body part is a torso, it can be moved around. Creatures with legs can move under their own power, but the legs need to be able to reach the ground, so they can be more or less useful to an animal depending on where they spawn and how large. If they have a teeny tiny leg coming out of the top of their head, it's not going to help them move, probably. Organisms with leaves can photosynthesize. Creatures without eyes, mouths, or heads are assumed in the system to have no brains, so they just sort of sea cucumber around until something kills them. I have seen creatures like this thrive and outcompete creatures with heads. More on that later. And most creatures are born with noses, mouths, or nostrils, and if something doesn't have those things and it can't breathe through its skin, it'll suffocate shortly after it's born. This has not worked for anything so far as an evolutionary strategy. I also want to be able to, I want players to be able to determine how old an animal is just by looking at it. So each body part is scaled independently relative to the body as the creature ages. So for example, I set the heads and eyes to start large and end small, whereas things like horns and shells and branches tend to start very small and end up large. So you start with a baby that has a big head and big eyes, and you end up with an animal that has grown horns over the course of its life and now looks like an adult. Here's an example. It's a young aardvark. It looks like a baby aardvark. And here's the same aardvark grown up. You can see the head and eyes aren't quite as large relative to the rest of it, and also it grew a tree out of its back. Here they are side by side. Here's a baby mouse, and here's the adult mouse. When I was trying to get good examples of this, I did keep getting little guys who were growing trees out of their bodies. It's just something that happens. Here's a little pink baby snail, and here's the grown-up version with a big spiral snail shell. The same thing applies to trees. So we've got a baby tree and a mature tree. So moving on, we also have death as a possible state for an animal. So lots of body part prefabs contain visible bones. And you can't see them when the creature is alive, but as the creature dies, I just shrink the skin away while leaving the bones. So everything gradually appears to decay from an animal into a skeleton with the same shape. I do think the blue robot at the bottom of this image killed these animals, and I do think he regrets it. Creatures reproduce generally by finding a mate and laying one egg, at which point the game generates a new chromosome based on the parents. The chromosome system is fairly simple right now. A chromosome just contains data about which body parts to generate, where each body part goes, and some additional information about things like creature size and colors. Initially, I was just selecting random body parts from each parent chromosome and combining them in roughly the same order they'd been in originally, but that led to some spectacularly awful creatures because things would happen like instead of a neck out of its torso, a creature would spawn a horn, and then there wouldn't be a socket at the end of the horn for the head and eyes to spawn, so they would show up at random spots on the body or not at all. I have an example. Here's the kind of cool animal you might see with this approach to combining chromosomes. It's a shrub with a leg, and it rolls around until it dies. And then I changed the system, so now when two chromosomes combine, the resulting offspring is generated using the same body type probabilities that I had set on the initial prefabs, but the types allowed are mostly constrained to body parts that are present on at least one of the parents. So you can see in these cases the child in the middle and the parents on either side. The results of this look pretty good, but some of the weirder animals won't have their shapes preserved. Like the little guy with the antlers and the animals with horse heads for legs, they won't pass on those particular traits to their offspring. They'll pass on the horse heads, but they won't pass on where they are. That's something I'd like to change in future versions of this to preserve that bizarreness over generations if it turns out to be evolutionarily advantageous, or at least not disadvantageous. In this example, a rare mutation happened that caused the offspring to grow heads instead of eyes. See, it has the same sort of torso shape as its parent on the right, but heads instead. And I want that kind of trait to be passed on to offspring. In the current system, it wouldn't be. Moving on to the moon. The moon's also procedurally generated. I spawn in a moon at a random scale between two constants, and then spawn in hills, which are also prefabs, and peaks at random positions on the surface to give the shape of the moon some variation. Most of the light is done custom in a shader. The shadows are done using Unity's lighting system, but that's also part of how to hide those seams. After I've spawned everything in, I put all the world space vertex positions of all the meshes into a list. And each of those vertex positions is associated with a list of all the vertices within a certain distance threshold of them. And that allows for things like water spreading over the surface of the moon or grass or fire moving to adjacent tiles. So here's water spreading. That's the little robot. He sprays water. Here's some grass. It'll spread to where there's water along the ground. And then there's fire to burn the grass with. I'm using vertex colors for a lot of the surface conditions of the moon. I love vertex colors. And then using a shader to render them visually. So here's the moon surface with water and oil on it with the shader is rendering. And here's what the vertex colors look like there. So moving on to some of the challenges of building an ecosystem sim. There are so many, and probably a lot that other developers have run into that I have not yet. But I'm just going to highlight these three. So performance and optimization, function needing to follow form, and the 10,000 bowls of oatmeal problem. So performance. Keeping the frame rate high is a big challenge when building a sim like this, especially because I have found that more organisms is more fun. 10 little guys is great. 100 little guys is amazing. 1,000 little guys, that's the dream. But interactions between organisms can scale quadratically, like perceiving each other. So let's say you have a Spider-Man. He can see people in the world around him and point to them. Your frame rate's fine. You can see where this is going. What if you had a second Spider-Man? 2 Spider-Men perceiving the other. Now you have 3 Spider-Men, which is fine. Now we have 6 Spider-Men. And what if you want 50 Spider-Men? You're getting into too many Spider-Man territory. So if you're running a little bit of code for each of these red arrows, performance runs into trouble quickly as you add more creatures. I personally found things got rough when I had about 50 little guys running around, which is not enough little guys. So you can optimize something like this with a data structure like an octree, which is what I did eventually. But I found myself frequently running into similar issues with varying solutions. So spoiler, I just switched to DOTS, to Unity's data-oriented tech stack. This comes up a lot when you're trying to research how to optimize a complex simulation in Unity, and it worked pretty well for me. It was challenging and time-consuming to set up. There was a big learning curve, but it did improve performance noticeably. And instead of feeling like I'm constantly optimizing and hitting walls while I'm trying to get gameplay and systems in, I can just develop the game and know that there is now a lot of room to optimize later as needed. My ultimate goal is to be able to have several hundred to 1,000 creatures running around at a time on varying hardware devices, and this has been very helpful. So if you're making a big simulation and you don't want to worry as much about performance, I would recommend ECS with caveats. And also keep in mind that you can use burst in jobs without having to commit to the full ECS workflow, which might be easier for a lot of teams while also keeping a lot of the performance benefits. Another challenge is ensuring that what a creature does is related to how it looks. So it's nice to have visually interesting creatures for their own sake, but it's a lot more satisfying in a game like this when an organism's physical appearance matters to how it functions. Wobble dogs is an excellent example of this. The dogs are physically simulated, and the shape of their body directly impacts their ability to move around in a way that you can see very easily and is cute. A dog with a normal rectangular shaped dog body and 4 legs will have a fairly easy time. Drink of water, pause. But a dog with 1 leg in the front and 1 in the back will have some trouble, as you might expect, even though it is still extremely cute and good. So that's something to keep in mind when building creatures. If they have antlers, can they use them to defend themselves? If the fur is the same color as the local foliage, can they camouflage themselves? If their legs can't touch the ground, are they unable to move? These kinds of things can make evolution really satisfying and meaningful. So Kate Compton has a really excellent article about procedural generation that a lot of people are probably familiar with, and I'll also link it on the obelisk. And she described this problem. If you procedurally generate 10,000 bowls of oatmeal, they may all be mathematically distinct from the others. The oats are all in different places, etc. But to someone looking at them all together, they're not meaningfully different. They're just a lot of oatmeal. I experienced this pretty early in BioLoon, and I was really excited that I found a name for it. Does this picture look like a bunch of interesting, distinctive creatures, or does your brain categorize it more as one big group of weird space animals? Maybe somewhere in the middle. Maybe some of them look interesting. Maybe it looks like a pile. These 2 animals here, the large pink and orange rabbits, they're very different from each other genetically. They have different body parts, head shapes, mouths, and one has trees growing out of its head. But when I look at them, I kind of see 2 fairly similar animals. One thing that I found made plants and animals feel immediately more distinct from each other is just putting them in herds. So here, for example, I do see 4 distinct species of animal, even though the species are fairly similar body shapes. Having a wide range of scales can also make them more obviously different from each other. The little pink rat in the middle does not feel anything like the large yellow dinosaur or the big pink triceratops, or whatever the rest of those guys are. And then pushing the possible shapes in very strange directions has helped a lot. It's hard to get animals mixed up when one has a torso, legs, and a head, and one is an 8-legged radially symmetrical inner tube, even if they're both pink. And you can draw a lot of inspiration from nature on this too. There's a lot of weird animals out there. We have more radially symmetrical weirdos here that were generated with heads, frills, and leaves. These are the same species as each other, and they're different from most other creatures in the sim. A friend of mine told me they remind her of prickly pears, but they also have 8 legs and are carnivorous. So just imagine being hunted by a cactus, and that's basically these guys' vibe. One additional challenge is that the most successful organisms in your ecosystem might be the ones who are able to work around the limits you defined for them in your code. So I'm going to tell a story. I'm going to drink water. Letting suspense build. So sometime last summer, I realized that if I left the simulation to run overnight for testing, sometimes, not always, but enough that it was weird, I would end up with animals that looked like flying purple triceratopses. And here are the conditions under which this tended to happen. I had an arbitrary limit to the amount of creatures that could be on the moon at a time, about 100 to 200. Mating with another creature and laying an egg took multiple steps, had an energy cost, and produced one offspring. Growing fruit did not have an energy cost. Like I mentioned, I used to have plants and animals growing in different ways, and so I implemented tree reproduction in a simplified way so trees could spread more easily across the moon. But you might remember that creatures can grow plant body parts. So when this guy drops fruit on wet ground, that fruit will immediately just turn into a baby version of this creature. So creatures who grow leaves and fruit are able to clone themselves infinitely for free. I also had it set so that eggs and seeds had to be a certain distance away from each other, or from any live organism to hatch or germinate. And this was like a clever workaround that made it so animals rarely died out fully on the moon if I let it run for a long time, because eggs could last indefinitely, and if everything around them died, they would just immediately hatch. And I'd have animals again, which is what I want. Plus, eggs would only hatch if the max organism count hadn't been reached on the moon, so you could have a constant stream of eggs hatching as creatures died. And these same conditions applied to fruit and seeds. Now, fast creatures are able to spread fruit across more of the map, farther from other creatures, across more of the moon. Creatures with wings were among the fastest. Just regarding color, the way I was just combining parent colors in the offspring's chromosome, I was trying to get it so that it wouldn't gray too much over time, but they did still kind of tend to average out into a purplish gray. So I ended up frequently with these purpley gray dinosaurs. There's another mutation from here that didn't always show up, but if it did, it would take over completely most of the time. One of the body part prefabs that's allowed is a sort of triceratops-like frill. It has 5 sockets along the top. So you can see this guy has 5 spikes along each frill. He has something like 8 to 10 frills, and instead of spikes, it's possible for these guys to grow little leafy shrubs that have fruit in them. And so animals shaped like this grew and dropped tons of fruit. And only 100 living things could be on the moon at a time, so only a certain amount of fruit could grow into animals, and the species that was able to spread the most fruit farthest around would usually win. And that brings us back to the flying purple triceratopses. It was a reminder that the clever little things I could do to balance the game or make it perform better or make things look nicer all impact the simulation. So you can do clever workarounds in some places when you're working with this kind of thing, but not in the basic energy economy or behavior of your sim. There was another thing that tended to happen a lot. They ended up headless very frequently, headless and legless. So I think why that was happening was that creatures with heads were assumed by the system to have brains, and were able to find other creatures and mate and lay eggs and produce slightly mutated offspring. For example, offspring with no heads. Creatures without heads can only reproduce by cloning themselves by dropping fruit. So normal purple flying triceratopses can have a small chance to produce the headless ones, and the headless ones can only clone themselves. So you will often end up with headless purple triceratopses. They're not really triceratopses anymore if they're headless, but you know what I mean. So fun fact, I was kind of wondering if there were any animals in real life that have a similar reproductive strategy as both the headless and non-headless, flying purple triceratopses, producing tons of offspring, basically, and not needing to worry too much about everything else they were doing. Ocean sunfish. The females can lay 300 million eggs at a time. They don't have tails. They're terrible fish, but they're reasonably successful just because they are able to produce so much offspring. So that was a fun thing I found out. And also, it's not always triceratopses. Sometimes it's bouncing purple octopuses for the same reasons, or similar reasons. So my kind of overall takeaways, developing this ecosystem sim, a video game like this is really complicated and difficult to balance, and I'm still relatively early on it too, and it's hard. But it's still an extremely simplified model of the natural world. There are animals living in my eyebrows that are more complicated than anything I'll ever be able to make in a video game. And it's not just my eyebrows. I don't have like good animal eyebrows. It's everyone's eyebrows, and now you know that if you didn't already. So as I develop this, I do find myself seeing the world in a slightly different way, trying to learn everything I can about how things grow and spread and thrive. I have filled my house with plants. I look at trees when I walk past them, and I'm astonished by how perfect their leaves are and how hard they must have been to render. And I've been observing my greyhound's behavior more, but mostly what they do is sniff things and then look at me accusingly. So I don't know. So the world and its ecosystems are beautiful, intricate, and fragile, and I care about them and want to draw more attention to them, even if just a little. So that's my ecosystem sim. If you want to get in touch with me, that's my talk. If you want to get in touch with me, I've meetbenjamin.com. I got an email address. I got a Blue Sky. I have an Instagram that I technically check. And BioLoon it's coming soon on Steam, and you can wishlist it if you like. So thanks, everyone, and I can answer questions now.
Excellent, thank you. What a wonderful talk. It's impressive that even at the end of the day, for the energy to be so strong in chat as people are reacting to such a roller coaster and extremely funny talk. But also, I'm thinking about the creatures in my eyebrows, and I don't like it.
Don't Google them.
I don't like it.
You don't want to know. I think they're
know.
cool, but don't Google them.
No. People, of course, were asking to see the dogs, though in this conference we don't believe in forcing dogs who don't want to be on camera, so they can keep.
I can try to webcam them to you. Let's see if this works. Yeah, they're really good. There they are.
Oh,
they're best friends with each other. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, I'm glad we did that. Thank
They're
you.
extremely good dogs. I love them very much.
Wonderful.
They have not a lot of facial expressions. Accusingly is one. Greyhounds are always accusatory. I don't get it, but whatever.
The only emotion that they need.
Yeah.
It probably gets them what they want pretty often.
Yeah.
Thank you. Mr. Dr. Professor asks, and I think you talked about this a little bit, you talked about it a bit in Wobble Dogs, but in terms of procedural movement for the creatures, is it just kind of like an inverse kinematics thing, or do you have any kind of clever way of fudging it or interesting way of fudging it?
It's a rabbit hole I go down every couple months. I'm like, I wonder if I can improve the walking. So I've done a few different things. The legs you see are purely visual and using kind of an asset that does IK. But they also have kind of data representations of legs that involve raycasting and physics. Everything is driven with physics, and it's ECS physics too. So it's not quite the same as like the default Unity physics, which has been fun to learn. So they have a representation of their legs that involves like a foot position and, the position where it attaches to the body. For a while, I was using kind of a spring damper thing. So a lot of things were bouncing around wildly because that's challenging to tune. So I have a lot of GIFs, sorry, both, this is like a crowd that has opinions on how you say GIF. So I have a lot of GIFs of them just bouncing around wildly. And then I've simplified it since then. So at this point, they mostly try to stay to sort of a constant distance off the ground, while at the same time capping their maximum velocity that they can apply to themselves at a time so you can still push them around. It's a big rabbit hole, but that's been a lot of fun to work on.
It sounds like a lot of fun. And I like that really what I heard is that if you want all of your creatures to kind of be like kangaroos,
yeah,
then you should use spring dampening as a way to do the legs, because that sounds delightful. Maybe you want that. That sounds like characterful.
I think it's going to come back at some point. Right now, I'm keeping systems relatively simple as I fit in more of them to see how they work with each other. And then later down the line, I can be like, how kangaroo do you want this thing to be? Maximum kangaroo?
That's the thing. I think just go all the way of like part of the genetics is like opt into like which physics system does this creature use? Like what part of reality does it tap into? It's like, no, these guys are living on the spring constant, like simulation of reality.
These guys just have really bouncy legs.
Yeah. Also delightful, I think, that pulling out there that like the thing driving the physics and the things driving the visuals do not need to be the same. That is just like a great general lesson. That
definitely
is good to mention. I think one last question from Lauren Schmidt. I really like how deliberately you've dodged a lot of complexity rabbit holes. Could you say a little more about the genes involved in this?
Yeah. So part of why it's simple right now is just, again, because I'm keeping things relatively simple, and then I can scale them up and make them more complicated later. Again, the genes are relatively simple. I used to have them as like kind of a tree structure, like a hierarchy, and then found like recursive, and then I was like, this is just impossible to work with. So now the body parts are like a flattened out tree structure, or just a list. Each body part has kind of a list of socket IDs that it goes to. So for example, if something is on the torso, the socket ID might just be 0 because it's from the 0 section of the 0 ID socket of the torso. And then like an eye, the ID might be 0 and then 0 and then like 1 because it's the second position on the head. Legs might all have like an ID of like 1 because I've given the same socket ID to all the leg sockets on the torso. And then on top of that, I just put in kind of whatever information I want to be genetic in the creature. Like for example, just color, size, things like that.
Okay, excellent. Well, thank you so much. Wonderful. This was a perfect talk to end the conference on.
Thanks, guys.
I hope we can have you back. I hope we check out. Like, this was wonderful. So thank you so much. I can't believe it's your first Roguelike celebration. Because, a natural fit.
I was so nervous. Okay.
No,
thanks, y'all.
You knocked it out of the park. So thank you so much.
All right.
Okay. Well, yes, little guys. We love it. What a roguelike celebration it's been. We are somehow at the end. Now we will restart the run and do it all again. So I hope our speakers are ready to be like Paul and just have like, you can all just repeat your slides, right? Rearrange them. No. We do this again, but once a year. And this has been this year. So I'm going to do my end of day spiel, and then we will still have time for breakout rooms and everything like that. We will have some social time before the space closes, but if you'll indulge me as I do all my final thank yous and such, then appreciate it. Yeah, encore. Do the whole thing over. I wish. But we are really thankful to all of our speakers who took who knows how much time to prepare all of these great talks, and it is such a skill to be able to compress sometimes years of knowledge and experience and thinking into a 15 or 30-minute slot. So really, really thankful to all the work that they put into it. This conference is obviously what it is because of the amazing speakers. So we're really thankful. And thank you again to Maggie, our white coat captioner, who was able to join us again, has been doing a great job with live human captioning. I know it helps a lot of people follow the talks, and it's the reason why when these talks go up on YouTube after the fact, they have such great and accurate captions. It's because we're just using the captioning file from Maggie. Don't forget to check out our merchandise. We have many shirts this year. We did our special for the 10th Roguelike Celebration reprint of all the shirts, I believe, and I have exciting news because you people in chat memed hard enough about Columbo that we've added a new shirt. Sam has made a new shirt on the fly. I don't even know if I try and present. It's probably not even worth me figuring this out. Can I figure this out? I am. Okay, I'm going to share screen briefly. Gawa, pull it up. Look at this. Look at what you've done. You can buy a Roguelike just one morg thing shirt now. So congratulations, everyone. You know, this is the advantage of print on demand. If you have more fun ideas for merch, please let us know. We have a handful of those kinds of things because it's just great. So thank you, Sam, for making that very quickly. There's all kinds of wonderful things. Redbubble often shows bad previews with you. Like, everything wants to default to a white shirt, and lots of it has white text. I'm sorry. We've tried really hard to fix it. It's not as fixable as you'd hope. So just be mindful of, like, pick the shirt color that fits the text. Well, you know, thank you. And thanks again to Shingen Core for making this year's shirt design, which is a beautiful circus to go along with the circus theme of our social space. It's beautiful. So make sure and check that out. We haven't decided if we're going to like take it down shortly, if we're going to leave up the old shirts, if it's just going to be a special this year thing. So while we make up our minds on that, if you do want shirts, get them in the next few days. because they might go down. We're not sure. Thanks again to Tambalaya, who provided the Mr. Game Boy music, the honks and beeps and boops that were in the interstitials. We love it. Check out the Steam sale. Again, all of these links are in the social space and are probably also on our website. And if not, we'll make sure they're there. There's lots of great games there from the speakers you've heard from this year, from past speakers, and also just assorted other roguelikes. We know that discoverability, especially for roguelikes these days, is tough. So, give them some eyeballs, check out some new games, give them a chance. It's fun. You can check us out. Like I said, we have a newsletter. That's the best way to keep up with what we're doing. If you go to roguelike.club, that is our website, and you can follow our newsletter there. We'll see if we can figure out how to make it an RSS feed, but if nothing else, it's an email. We don't send a lot of emails, but we let people know when we're doing things. It's the best way to keep in touch. Now, the most important thing I want to talk about is volunteering, because we are a volunteer-run conference, and we've been doing this for a while. This is 5 years of the digital form of the conference, and it's a lot of work. We share it among ourselves, but it is a lot, and so we do have some of the organizers who are going to be taking a break, stepping back after many years of working hard, and that means that for the conference to keep going, we do need new organizers showing up, or else, if we don't have people to run it, it doesn't happen. And this is how it worked. The reason why I'm an organizer is because when I heard Noah, who originally was running things, say, I'm not sure if we have enough volunteers to run next year's Roguelike Celebration, I said, oh God, I can't not have Roguelike Celebration, and now here I am. I've been doing it since 2020. So if you love Roguelike Celebration and you think you might be able to help out, here are some tangible things. We could really use more help with the Steam sale. It's a ton of work. Sam did it this year. Huge amount of work. It's also hard if you don't have a game on Steam, because it's hard to tell what's working or not, like something that fits in the Steam sale. So if you could help with that, if you have a game that would make sense to include in the Steam sale, more people would make that easier. We are struggling to keep up with social media and find interesting speakers to reach out to, which is the best way that we actually get new speakers, is from reaching out to them and not just like having a form out in the ether. So that is something that we could really use help with. The social space, all of this writing, this is mostly Nathan doing a ton of writing and doing a great job. Would really, really appreciate, you don't have to write the whole thing, just like more people willing to write some of this space, write a few rooms. We're around to help teach people things. It would be fantastic. And there's often just a lot of logistic stuff. We are a nonprofit. We have a nonprofit fiscal sponsor. We just need to do like a little bit of logistics with them now and then to make sure that everything's on the up and up. And often there's just like emails that need to be sent out. So just a bit of time commitment to be able to help us with those is really appreciated. And yeah, so if you like this conference, if you would like, it's fun to be behind the scenes, please reach out to us. If you go, you could just email us at contact@roguelike.club, or if you're in the space right now, you could use /mod. Think it over. We basically start spinning up in the springtime, so if you message us, we'll try and at least get back to you, but there won't be any actual like meetings or commitments until probably around the spring. But we really appreciate it, and yeah, this is like a community that needs to keep building and shifting over time. I also want to mention that we are really thankful to everyone who donated this year financially to help us. We found over time it's just like not a great atmosphere for indie companies to have a lot of money to throw at us, or tech companies for that matter, and stuff costs things. Like, Maggie is a very talented professional, and to be able to afford Maggie means having some source of, donations, which it's not like we are a profit, and it's really important to us to keep our ticket prices accessible so that people who want to come to the con can come to the con. And so this was a year where we were not going to be able to afford to pay Maggie, and thankfully the community came together, donated enough that we were able to get her back, which is wonderful. But that's going to keep being the situation year after year. We're doing a lot of work to try and find new sponsorship, and we're getting a bit of success there, so we're doing what we can. But if you are able to support us, and especially if you know anyone who'd be interested in sponsorship, we have on roguelike.club a sponsorship page. For a few $100, we can sort something out. We can talk about, cool roguelikes, stuff like that. So really appreciate it. But most of all, just you being here and talking about the conference, telling a friend is, of course, the biggest thing. You know, we want to make sure, we think it's a great conference, and we think that more people knowing about it is a great thing. You will hopefully get an email, especially if you're in the newsletter or if you got a ticket on Tito, with a post-conference survey. Appreciate that. It includes a place to make suggestions for speakers that you would love to see, and some of our speakers have come from those types of suggestion lists. We really appreciate it. So do please go ahead and do that. And so I think that the last thing will be just, wanting to say thank you to the organizers. We have, a lot of the usual team. Thank you to Kawa, who's been my back of house and, doing lots of things. Wonderful. Kawa responsible for a lot of the kind of old school roguelike speakers that we had due to their network. Thank you to Travis, who continued to work on the MUD and a lot of the logistical stuff, to Nathan, who wrote so much of what's in the space, to Sam, who ran the Steam sale on top of continuing to let our merch work, to Rourke, who did more emceeing, who you saw, who did most of all of the technical tests for all of our speakers, Haley, who's been helping find more sponsorship, who has been emceeing, who's been doing all kinds of things, and one of our new volunteers, Andrew, who has been a huge help and has really stepped up to make sure that the MUD keeps working, which is important because, bit rot. We do need to keep this thing running. I, of course, have been Alexi. Yes, Kao is here too.
Yes, please everyone thank Alexi. She has been a big part of our speaker selection program, which is a huge amount of work, and has been doing a great job of it. Other organizers, John Harris this year did a little bit of help with speaker outreach, as well as video normalization for the handful of pre-recorded talks that you saw this year. Christy Overton has done a little bit of outreach in person at PAX West in Seattle this year, and did a little code of conduct stuff this year, I believe, as well. Thanks to all of any past organizers and people who've helped in the MUD in the past, all of that. Amelia Laserwalker, the initial architect of the MUD space, and brought us Mr. Game Boy Live from her desk. And, a lot of these organizers did more and then stepped back, gave one contribution and then stepped back. We are not asking for all of your time. We definitely would love people shadowing in different ways, just making sure that we have run to clown college insurance, basically. If Alexi does decide that, all of her new stuff researching weather is more fun than Roguelike Celebration, we will still need someone to select talks after the several hours of debating talks, things like this. So we really appreciate all the help. We also really appreciate any financial support, large or small. Truly no gift is too small, but also if you do know people and organizations that would be willing to do a more, deeper sponsorship with us, we are probably one of the best communities for game design and development that is accessible on the internet now, and we would love to help others and help, and get help ourselves. So thank you all so much.
Yeah, thank you, Kawa. I appreciate it. Kawa, my partner in Roguelike Celebration and in life. And yes, it's been wonderful. It's been a great year. Really thankful. And also, we love inspiring other communities. One of the things I love is we talk about wanting community events, wanting things that are accessible, wanting things that are, available. The MUD is open source. We are very interested for people to take this and run with it. We are always happy to talk about what we've learned about running an event like this. So also just mentioning, if you are ever man, I wish I could run something like Roguelike Celebration. Obviously it is a lot of work, but it's satisfying work, and we're always happy to talk about that. But so I think we have gotten through all of that. Very thankful. Thank you for all the kind words in chat. We love it. Yes, this Elbereth is burned with a wand of fire, aka a soldering wand that then Kawa and I had at our wedding. It's made from a piece of wood from the woods that I grew up in. So we are that kind of gay, romantic, roguelike couple. All right. Breakout rooms. we want to let you actually talk to the speakers. Thank you for the patience of any of the speakers from the last block who held around and had to wait until all of our spiel to get to your breakout talks. You know, that's the downside of being the last talks of the day. But what amazing talks they were. So I will announce those rooms, and also I'll mention we have the Zoom rooms. We're not going to do any more like official unconferencing, but those are around like they are the whole time. So people often end up sort of chilling. It's an informal thing, but if you want to hang out in any of those, go ahead. But yeah, we are going to say that if you want to talk about LeWitt and that kind of like artistic visualization of possibility spaces, enumeration, the dressing room is the place to go for that. If you want to talk about Luck Be a Landlord and some of those applicable lessons to development, that is in the props closet. And if you want to just keep on chatting about weird little guys, we actually gave a special dispensation that since there is a Weird Little Guys pavilion in the social space, it's attached to the unconferencing area. It's not a normal breakout room, but it exists and it's called the Weird Little Guys Pavilion. So if you want to talk about weird little guys, obviously that's where you gotta go. So that'll be the one exception. Liza gets a special room, but of course I think that we can all agree that she's earned it. So those are the breakout rooms. Please go ahead and chat there. We will do a shout in the space when we are preparing to close it, which again, we're gonna at least a half hour, depends on when we get sleepy, honestly. But thank you so much. It has been just such a good roguelike celebration, and the community is such a big part of that, which is all of you. So thank you for making another great year. This is a big light in the darkness for me and so many other people, I think. And you know, it's been a rough year for, I think, a lot of us, and for games people especially. And so just thank you for coming here and celebrating these games that we love, and creativity, and you know, everything that makes us want to do what we do. So I'll hopefully see you all in a year or sooner in a breakout room. But thank you. Enjoy the rest of your time, and we'll see you at the next roguelike celebration.